He was a knight in his past life, reborn as an S-rank behemoth meant to shake the world. But instead of terror, he woke up as a tiny kitten. Mistaken for a harmless cat, he's adopted by a young elf adventurer who saved his life. Now he travels the world as her pet, hiding god-tier power behind soft paws and sleepy eyes. Because even as a monster of destruction, he made one vow: to protect his owner at all costs, no matter who stands in their way. How long can a behemoth hide in plain sight? Let's find out. The story begins with the protagonist waking up in a dark cave and wondering what this place was. He remembered what happened to him earlier and thought that it was true. After all, he seemed to have been pierced by the sword of someone from the demon race. However, what happened after that? He can't even stand up normally. What's wrong with him? He doesn't feel any pain. This is strange, and he needs to check everything. He opened the status window and it said that he has no name, race is S-rank, behemoth child. Innate skills are roar and absorption, no general skills. He was very surprised when he saw his race and thought that monsters are divided into ranks from E to S except for special cases. Rank table: E is an armed civilian, D is an experienced warrior, C is a team of warriors, veteran soldiers, B is an experienced team, A is a first-class team with top skills, S is a hero or someone whose strength can be equivalent to the power of a nation. He thought that he thinks he died, but suddenly he turned into a monster. I see. So this is the reincarnation from the rumors? Since he was a knight dedicated to protecting humanity, all of this seems too confusing to him. Should he be happy about the second chance he was given? After all, this is the strongest monster, whose strength was equivalent to a natural disaster. He approached the water, began to drink, and thought that high-ranking monsters, a behemoth. He noticed his reflection and wondered what it was. He screamed loudly in surprise when he saw that he was a cat and thought that the one who would be called the strongest cat in the stories of this era was born. Is this a behemoth? He started walking through the dungeon with a wound and thought that only low-ranking monsters appear now. He should be near the entrance. A little more and he will be able to leave the dungeon. He should hurry, or this wound. He heard sounds and wondered, is it a person? Only adventurers come here. It's easy to kill him in his current state, but it's better than being eaten by monsters. However, everything is fine, so it's much better than falling into the clutches of monsters. An elf girl came to him and silently extended her hands to him. He began to remember the past and thought that the city of Labyrinth was the name of this city, surrounded by a high, strong wall. Canals stretch around this city and gondolas calmly move along the water. These gondolas have become a famous tourist attraction. However, they are not the reason people come to the city. If it is not the gondolas or sightseeing that makes people visit the city, what then? The name of the city, Labyrinth, suggests this. The massive walls of the city surround a labyrinthine dungeon in its center. The huge walls were in case the monsters hiding in the dungeon invaded the city. The wall is made to prevent the monsters from escaping, trapping them in the heart of the city. If it ever came to that, the city and its strong walls would trap both the inhabitants and the monsters. Yet the city thrived. Various types of monsters, ores, and herbs found only in the dungeon served as resources for all kinds of products. Adventurers and merchants seeking their fortune flocked to the city from all over the kingdom. In one corner of this city, in a room of a certain tavern, a monster woke up. He opened his eyes and wondered what happened. He was supposed to die in the dungeon, so where was he? A girl approached him and said that she was so glad that he woke up. He was very surprised by this, jumped aside, and wondered, who is this? It was an angel, and he died after all? She looked at him with a small smile and asked, he probably didn't know that he scared her. She went into the dungeon on a mission and found a kitten like him, wounded and unconscious. She picked him up and asked if he was lost, right? She hugged him and said that she was hugging him, but it seemed like he didn't mind at all. He's a good boy, right? MC, with a slightly confused look, thought that this girl thought he was a cat, even if he looked like one. Well, it doesn't matter that he's a monster now. Perhaps that he's a human inside. She saved him from the dungeon and even cured him. She lay down on the bed and said that he looks so sleepy. He's a behemoth, an S-rank monster. It seems like he was reborn and they're just going to eat him like that. Can't he use any skills? He saw several varieties of roars with different elements. He thought that the strongest element seemed to be the fire roar. He released a powerful stream of fire, which immediately killed 2 goblins. He was surprised by what happened and wondered, is this skill so strong? It's the power of a behemoth, as expected, from an S-rank monster. He walked up the stairs and thought, however, that he can't stay in this cave in this form forever. It's too dangerous. It would be better to wander around here and find a way out. That way he can also get used to his body. He used the skill Stone Roar and killed an E-rank slime and thought, come to think of it, he hasn't eaten since he was reborn. His mouth was already watering. He never thought monsters were so appetizing. He started sniffing and wondered, this one has a strange smell, but doesn't it seem poisonous? He tried a small piece and was surprised to find it sweet. He can't stop. After that, he began to wash his face with his paw and wondered what he, the once proud knight, was doing. The system notified that he had received a new skill, Gathering. He looked at it and wondered, did his skills increase? He decided to try using it. The slime's body disappeared, after which he used this skill again and it appeared in front of him. He thought he'd just grab the slime's remains as a snack. However, it was unexpected. The behemoth's abilities were growing. It seemed like now that he was in the body of a monster, it reminded him of how blessed human life truly was. He was a proud knight and needed to become stronger. After that, he attacked a rank C poisonous snake and thought that for now, just fighting low-ranking monsters like goblins would be fine for him. Then he attacked a rank B wyvern and thought that, however, with high-ranking monsters, there was a chance he'd be killed before he could use his skills. He attacked a rank C+ minotaur and thought that when he got out, he'd likely run into humans. He didn't think he could handle creatures stronger than that. He needed to get used to it and train this body as quickly as possible. He gained a lot of skills from the monsters he killed, and he thought that, however, since he used to be a human, he would like to avoid fighting people if possible. He continued walking through the dungeon, noticed a chest emitting light, and thought, is this the first time he sees this? So is this a treasure chest? He was about to pass by and thought that as a monster, he would hardly be able to find a use for it. He spent his previous life as an adventurer, but never found a single one. He climbed up, started to open the chest, and thought that it was very difficult to do with such a body. He was very surprised when he noticed a diamond and thought that it was actually very beautiful, and he would keep this in his memory. Suddenly, a strange energy appeared in front of him, and he wondered with fright what was going on. He was transported to an unknown place and thought that it was probably some kind of teleportation crystal. He was careless with this diamond. In any case, there can be no mistake. This feeling something nearby is much stronger than him. He can't let this find him. Suddenly, he heard the monster call him a loser and ask how long he was going to sit on it. The monster threw him off and asked how dare he disturb his peace. He was very surprised when he saw this creature and was scared. The S-rank Earth Dragon said that he would grant him death. The monster began to attack with its paw. The protagonist was about to run away and thought, will he not be able to dodge this? He was hit by this attack. He became very nervous about what happened and thought that this could not be. The dragon looked at him and asked, did he take a direct hit from its claws and survive? It seems he deserves a little praise for this. He received severe injuries and thought, did he destroy the iron body of the golem with one blow? The monster leaned towards him and he immediately used a skill to attack him in return. He was very badly wounded, breathing heavily, and thought that by using the elemental sword tail and the heavenly blade, he managed to fight it off with an invisible blade. However, that was all he could do. He used the wyvern flight skill and thought that he could escape through the ceiling. The dragon used magic to leave a wound on his stomach, which surprised him greatly. He continued to fly away with the last of his strength. The dragon loudly called him a scoundrel and said loudly that he should return. In the present, he woke up and wondered if he had dozed off again. The elf woke up, wished him good morning, and he thought, if this girl hadn't saved him, he would now be. He didn't have time to finish his thought, because she hugged him with a smile and said that she was sorry, but it was time for her to get up. She started to change, and he looked at her and wondered, was she going to change? That's right. This girl was an adventurer. She turned to him and said that she was ready. They would see each other again soon. She needed to go, but she would leave the window open. He could leave whenever he wanted. Understood? She also had some milk from the old woman who ran the inn. He should get better soon, and she would come back later. He started drinking the milk and thought that this girl had saved him, and not only that, she hugged him, slept with him, and gave him milk. He stood on the windowsill and thought that that's why he must serve this girl, or rather the mistress. He swears, as a knight, he will protect his savior to the very end. If this is what he decided to do, then he cannot stay here. He ran down the street, noticed this girl, and thought he found the owner. As expected of her, even in this crowd, she was easy to find. He followed her, and the people next to him started discussing her appearance and beauty. He got angry because of this, and thought that these freaks were looking at his owner with their dirty eyes. If this had been a dungeon, he would have silenced them. His owner came to the shipyard. The gondolier noticed her and greeted Arya. She also greeted him, took out a pendant with the letter D, and he asked if she was going on another quest today. She agreed, thanked him, and asked if he could take her to the labyrinth. MC thought, so that's the owner's name? It's a very cute name, just like her. If she has an adventurous token, she can use the boat. Rank D, which means she's a beginner. The gondolier extended his hand to her, called her name, and said he was asking for her hand. She jumped onto the boat and said it was okay, she could climb on her own. He pushed off from the shipyard and said she should hold on tight, they were leaving. She agreed and said she was grateful for his work. MC managed to jump onto the gondola at the last moment and swam with her. After that, she came to a dungeon, where she met 3 E-rank goblins. She ran very quickly towards them, and killed one of them with a quick attack. She ran to the other 2 monsters, who looked at her with fear. She quickly pulled out several throwing knives, which she threw at these monsters. She wounded them with this attack, after which, she delivered the finishing blow with her daggers. The protagonist watched this from the side, and wondered what just happened. Fighting with daggers is quite difficult, but the hostess clearly knows the basics. However, Her running speed, weapon change speed, and attack speed are still incredible. He doesn't think it's normal. It must be some kind of special skill. Maybe it has something to do with her outfit. She kept the weight of her equipment to a minimum so as not to reduce her agility, although he knows a way to reduce it a little more. Later, Arya sighed and said that the butchering was complete. Even if it's part of the quest, this part is always the most stressful. She was on a guild quest to gather resources, to collect 6 out of 8 goblin ears. He looked at her and thought that the mistress was doing such dirty work with her pretty hands. If he had revealed himself, she wouldn't have to do this. She stood up and said that, one way or another, she finally managed to defeat 3 goblins at once. She'll be able to move on to the next floor soon, right? He became very worried about this, started running from side to side in it, and thought that this kind of carelessness in the dungeon could cost her life. The best option for girls like her would be to stay on the upper floors and hunt low-ranking monsters. However, first of all, why is the mistress descending into the dungeon alone? Joining a party of 2 or more people is a common occurrence, especially for girls. She went further and said with a smile that, however, she would stop here for today. To finish the task, she needed to kill 1 more goblin. She noticed a goblin coming out into the corridor and immediately used the speed skill. She ran up to this monster very quickly and killed it with 1 blow. He watched this from the side and thought that now he understood what it was. He thought that fighting with such a body would be difficult, but it is not so. It is truly incomprehensible. She is full of secrets. Another goblin came out to her, which she noticed and calmly said that she had already killed enough. But it is okay, he can attack. He looked at this with a worried look and wondered how the mistress did not notice this. It turned out to be a D-rank goblin mage who used the fireball spell. MC quickly ran to her and used fireball to reflect the spell. He used the ice spear skill and thought it was time to end this. He killed this monster with this attack, and Arya said with a shocked look that it was really him, the kitten. However, why is he here, and can he use magic? This means that it is him. This can't be. He sadly lowered his head and thought that he was exposed so quickly. Death is inevitable. However, he would like to serve his mistress a little longer. After some time, the 2 of them were floating on a gondola, and she asked with a joyful look, "He is so cute, isn't he?" He was very confused about what happened and wondered why everything happened like this. Later in the dungeon, she picked him up in her arms. He began to get nervous and wondered what she was doing. Isn't she afraid of an S-rank monster like him? She was currently petting him and said that she was grateful to him for saving her. The gondolier looked at them and thought that he really wanted to change places with this cat. However, this was an amazing view. He did a great job. They reached the shopping district and he waved his hand goodbye. Later, the 2 of them reached the guild, where a large number of adventurers had gathered. She walked through the building. Adventurers noticed her and began to discuss her appearance again. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that these freaks thought that he would let them approach them. He would definitely protect his mistress. He began to fall asleep and thought that it was so hot here. A guy stood in front of her, whom she called Casman, and was worried about meeting him. He looked at her with a wide smile and asked how she felt about this offer. Would she like to join his party? She was clearly nervous and said she was very sorry. She was grateful for the invitation, but as she said earlier, she was not interested in being in the same group with a man. He began to reach out to her and said that she should not say that. He would be gentle. MC looked at him with a very displeased look and thought that he would not allow this freak to touch his mistress. The other adventurers with a displeased look said that this nobleman was up to his old tricks again. At that moment, he bit him very hard on the hand. Casman was very surprised by this and loudly asked, what was wrong with this cat? He let go of his hand, then flew up, but immediately turned to him, fell on his face and began to scratch him very hard. He deftly jumped away from him and flew to Arya. He was very angry about what happened, loudly insulted him and said that he would kill him. He was worried about his reaction and wondered what was wrong with this guy. He took out his sword, but a bald man approached him, grabbed the blade, and called him by name in a serious tone, asking why he drew his sword inside the guild. He turned to him and said with a very worried look that it was him. She happily called him by his shortened name, Aina. It was the guild secretary, called Lady Arnold Hasenegger, a former B-rank adventurer. He called her by name and asked if she was okay. She agreed with a kind smile and said that she was okay. He was glad to hear this, after which he became serious again. He called him by name and asked, so what is his answer? Casman was very scared because he interfered, started to run away, and loudly said that he only showed his sword to her. He remembered that he had some urgent matters to attend to, so he would leave them. Arnold was a little worried about his reaction and said that he didn't have to run away so eagerly. Arya turned to him and said that she was very grateful that he saved her. He called her name and told her that she should listen to him. If she ever had any problems, she could come to him anytime. Did they have an agreement? MC started licking his fur and thought that Anna looked like a friend of the owner. He winked at her and asked, more importantly, this kitten seems to show quite a lot of promise, right? Then he looked just like a real knight. She said that recently in the dungeon, she was attacked by a goblin mage. It was quite close, but he cast a spell and saved her. Arnold leaned towards him and asked in a serious voice, did he just cast a spell? He began to tremble with fear and thought that the master seemed to have no idea how he was using magic. It's not at all strange for a monster like him to meet his death at the hands of a human. He began to examine him closely and said that a cat that uses magic also has orange striped fur. Is it possible that this cat? He paused, but he was very nervous and thought that this was the end. He asked with a smile, what did she think? Maybe it was an elemental cat? Arya asked with a happy look. Did he think so? She thought so too. This attracted the attention of other adventurers nearby, and the protagonist calmed down and thought that an elemental cat is not a monster, but an animal. It is capable of understanding human language and manipulating elemental magic. Now that he thinks about it, the elemental cat looks the same as its current form. She picked him up and said with a smile that she made a decision. His name will be Tama. Starting from today, she will raise him as her official pet. He was happy about this, and thought that this meant that from now on he can accompany his owner without hesitation. Arnold asked if everything would be okay. She knew, right, that elemental cats could grow up to 2 meters tall. They could also interbreed with other species, so he could attack her. She was indignant about this and asked what he was even talking about. He called her and asked if she had come to report on the extermination of the goblins. Right? She remembered this and agreed with it. She handed over the loot. He counted and said that 10 ears and 10 bodies were confirmed. Now the task was complete. Now he would confirm the situation and prepare her reward. She should just wait on a bench or in a pub, as usual. She agreed, turned around, and asked what she should do now. Many adventurers called her name and said that if she wanted, she could have a drink with them. They would pay for her. She was worried about this, apologized, and said that she was grateful for the invitation, but she had to do something after that. They noticed the cat's angry look and immediately left her. She said with a small smile that she wanted to try the local food, but she would still wait on the bench again today. However, now he was with her, so she wouldn't be lonely. He thought that the owner was always holding herself back. He will never leave his mistress alone. She sat down on the bench, started playing with him, and he mentally asked her to stop. She looked at him and said that his belly was so fluffy and nice. After some time, when evening came, she went outside. She called him by name and said that she apologized for what happened earlier. He thought that the owner really did have this kind of inclination. Arya said that she offered to buy dinner on the way home. She would find something he could eat. He was happy when he heard this and thought that he would be able to eat human food. The food vendors called her and asked if she would like to buy some of his meat. He had just cooked some. No. He recommends his braised spare ribs. He would give her a discount. She went up to the counter and said with surprise that everything looked so good. She will take 5 servings of fried meat and 2 braised ribs. They thanked her for her purchase, and he stared intently at all this food. One of the vendors said with a happy look that, by the way, she brought a really cute cat today. The protagonist was unhappy about this and thought, this guy is looking at his owner, right? He apologizes, even though he gave them a discount, but this is unforgivable. He was about to attack him, but she stopped him and told him that he should sit quietly until they returned home. She took the food and said that it was time for her to leave. When they returned to the room, he was lying on the bed and thought that it was heaven on earth. Arya was standing at the table, called his name, and said that he should come here so that they could eat together. He jumped on the table, started eating, and she asked with a smile, he eats a lot, doesn't he? He should eat a lot so that he grows up as soon as possible, okay? He ate and thought that he couldn't stop eating. She looked at him and said that she was saved by him in the dungeon, and then it turned out that he was an elemental cat. She took out a bottle of alcohol and said that today was a great day, and she wanted to end it with alcohol. He felt worried about this and thought that a young girl like her shouldn't drink alone, although it was much better than drinking on the street and running into some creepy people. She drank a few bottles, looked at him and said that he was ignoring the mistress and tidying himself up. He was washing his stomach and thought that he never thought that the mistress would drink so much. She asked, since he loved cleanliness so much, then why don't they take a bath together? She was about to leave, looked at him and asked. She was already leaving, so was he coming or not? He began to get nervous and thought that for such a proud knight like him to go to the women's bathroom was absurd. However, apparently nothing could be done. After all, he was the mistress's knight. He jumped into the basket with clothes and thought that he should be near the mistress in case something happened. She left the room, went down to the first floor. A worker noticed her and asked, is she going to the bathroom? She was about to say something, but she understood everything and said that everything was fine. She's the last one today, so she can stay here as long as she wants. The kitten enjoyed the bath too. She thanked her for the wish, and they entered the bath, and he thought that he was here like a knight. After that, they entered the bath, and MC, with a satisfied look, thought that he could swim. She called him and, with a worried look, asked if he thought she would become strong. She remembered her past and said that the country where she used to live was attacked by an army of demons a long time ago. The demons killed many people and reached the basket under which she was hiding. She felt very unpleasant remembering this and said that it was then that the Saint of the Sword appeared. This caught his attention and he thought he heard about this. The one who saved the whole country single-handedly. This Saint of the Sword is she talking about? Arya, with a worried look, said that she wanted to become like her one day. However, at that moment, when the situation became a little more complicated, he had to save her. He swam towards her and thought that this must be unpleasant. She shouldn't worry about it. He started rubbing against her face and thought that he would protect her until the day her goals were fulfilled. She calmed down a little because of this and said that he was so kind. After some time, the owner of the Vulcan blacksmith shop, a C-rank adventurer, greeted her with a cheerful look. Arya greeted her back and said that it wasn't often that she was seen here at such a time. She called her by name with a small smile and said that she had a special order for today, so she was taking a break from adventuring. However, she had just completed it. So, perhaps after this, she would go to the dungeon. She noticed the cat she had brought with her and asked, "By the way, did she come today to repair a weapon and brought a cat?" She agreed and said that she came to fix her dagger. This kitten's name is Tama. Yesterday, he became her pet. He is an elemental cat. She was very surprised by this and said loudly in a joyful voice that they are very rare. Can she hold him? She agreed and told him that she always takes care of her, so he is not allowed to scratch her. Vulcan looked at him and with a contented look said that he is so cute. She said that having such a cute kitten as a pet was like a dream. He lay on his back with a confused look and thought that the words about a dream should belong to him. His owner picked him up and took care of him, even though he is a knight. Arya called her by name and said that, by the way, she had a small favor to ask her. Actually, she wanted to ask if she could make special armor for him. She was surprised by this, quickly understood her and asked if she wanted to fight side by side with the elemental cat. She said with a joyful smile that everything was exactly so. He thought with a smug look that his mistress really valued him so highly. He didn't know if it was a good thing, but he had been mistaken for an elemental cat. He couldn't use defensive skills to protect his mistress. Otherwise, he would be exposed and killed. However, if he had armor, then everything would change. He would be able to fulfill his role as a knight and be his mistress's shield. Vulcan, with a joyful expression on her face, opened the paper to draw a blueprint and said that they needed to create armor designed for animals. She had never done anything like this, but it sounded interesting. This kitten is small and still growing. This means he will need a size-regulating enchantment so he can use it even if he grows up. Sometime later, when the morning came, they both woke up, and she wished him good morning. He started rubbing against Arya's face, and she asked if he had to cuddle like this today. He continued doing this, and thought that he couldn't help it. That was the duty of a servant. He licked her ear and thought that it seemed like he should be happy since he was allowed to do this. He was embarrassed by her sigh. He turned around and noticed that her face had blushed and she was staring at him intently. She asked him to continue, and the protagonist jumped to the floor with a displeased look and thought that she was too strange. She picked him up. At that moment, Vulcan knocked on the room and said her name. She immediately said that she would open it now. Arya opened the door, and she was holding a small bag in her hand and said that she apologized for coming so early in the morning. However, she wanted to deliver this as quickly as possible. This is armor for a kitten. She had so much fun making it that she spent the whole night working on it. She got this outfit for him. She stood next to him and said that he should wear it. He looked at it and thought that this could not have been made up on purpose. A simple thank you cannot atone for this. They put the helmet on him and they looked at it with a happy look and said that it was so cute. She is glad that he was able to put it on without any problems. He can move, right? She also came to deliver this. She showed 2 daggers. She was happy when she saw this and said that she was very grateful to her for this. He looked at it and thought that she fixed the mistress's daggers in one night. Vulcan started to leave, yawned, and said it had been so long since she had such an interesting order. Well, since she had received her payment, it was time for her to go back. Arya called him over with a cheerful look and said that they should go to the guild after lunch and take the quest. After a while, they returned to the dungeon, where they encountered a group of goblins. She ran up to them very quickly and with a strong kick, knocked him back a few meters. She killed 2 more monsters with daggers, and the 2 remaining goblins got angry and were about to attack her from behind. MC stood to the side, used the ice spear skill, and attacked the remaining monsters. She defeated the last goblin, sat up, began to pet him, and said that they did it. They managed to defeat 20 goblins. Now that she had him to watch her back, she could rush forward using all her strength. He thought he was glad that his mistress had gotten the hang of things so quickly. Even though he is a behemoth, his body is still young, and therefore he cannot reach her speed. He also couldn't use anything but elemental magic. Since she thought he was an elemental cat, he wasn't confident in using only elemental magic. However, he didn't finish his thought because she called out to him and asked, since they'd already come this far, why don't they go to the next floor? He mentally agreed with his mistress and thought that he would accompany her. They went down to the floor below, where they immediately encountered a D-rank orc. He immediately noticed them and looked at her with an amorous gaze. He raised his sword and began to drool. Arya, with a very displeased look, said that it was so disgusting that she was going to vomit. He became very angry about this and tried to attack her, but she dodged and Tama used the fireball skill. Immediately after that, she jumped on the body of this monster and stabbed it with a dagger. With this attack, she killed the orc, breathed a sigh of relief and said that they won. It's all thanks to him. He approached the monster's body and thought that they were able to do this. Now he could eat it for the first time in a long time. It might even give him a skill or something. He was about to bite it, but she immediately picked him up and asked if he knew that if he ate monster meat, he would harm his stomach. She started collecting ingredients, and he thought that was bad. It looks like now he won't be able to improve his skills. What should he do? After some time, they returned to the guild, and she asked with a happy look, "Is he ready to have a good meal today?" She approached Arnold, wished him good evening, and said that she had come to complete the quest. She didn't have time to finish because he called her by name and, with a worried look, quietly said that now was not the best time, she should go home. She asked if something was wrong. Kazman went to her, called her name, and said that she kept him waiting. She became worried about this and asked if he was looking for her for some reason. He took out a scroll with a sly grin and said that in fact, he was afraid that he brought her bad news. She read it, couldn't believe it, and asked loudly, "He can't be serious, can he?" The document said that for inciting the Baron's son, an elemental cat was ordered to be executed. He was also surprised by what he saw and wondered, is this an order to bring his head? Does this guy still harbor a grudge for scratching him? She turned away from him, hugged the cat, and refused to believe it. The adventurers were worried about what they heard and asked if there was anything they could do. Did he know that his father was a baron? There was nothing they could do. The protagonist calmly wondered what he should do in such a situation. He could simply run away for his life. That was certainly an option. This should save his mistress from trouble. But as a knight, he could not break his oath to serve her. So what should he do? Kazman, smirking, came closer and asked if this elemental cat was really that important. Arya turned to him and said loudly that he was like her child. She begged him to forgive him. He called her name again and asked how about a duel with him. She asked with a puzzled look what he meant. He said that the feelings she had for the pet had reached her. He really thought it was quite sad. However, carelessly canceling the issued decree will harm the reputation of someone from a noble family like him. She understands that, right? She agreed, and he said that, therefore, there will be a duel. If she wins, the decree will be revoked. So, what will she say about this? She shouldn't worry. He didn't say that the duel should be one-on-one. He heard about the elemental cat fighting alongside her. He will allow her to challenge him along with this elemental cat. She thought about it and with a sad expression asked what he really wants. He said with a smirk that she is really smart. Then she asks to let him tell her all the conditions. First of all, if she wins, the decree will be revoked. That part will not change. However, if he wins, he will make her his wife. Those are his conditions. She was very scared because of what she heard, and he asked what she will do. He was about to say something else, but she immediately said loudly that she agreed to this duel. MC was very angry about this and thought what a freak he was. Even though it was all his fault, she couldn't even protect her mistress. For the crime that made her mistress cry, he would make him pay. After that, they went outside with a crowd of interested adventurers, and Arnold asked if she really agreed to this. She confirmed it, and he loudly said that he would then begin a duel between the Baron's eldest son, a C-rank adventurer, and a D-rank adventurer, along with her pet. If the former wins, he wishes to make her his wife, and her pet will be executed. If the latter wins, the decree requiring the pet's execution will be revoked. Do either party have any objections? They agreed to this, and Tama, with a very displeased look, thought that he would kill this freak with one blow. He was still standing between them, and said that the duel would continue to the death, or until one of the parties surrendered, after which he, as a witness, would declare the duel over. Let the battle be worthy of the title of adventurer. Now they must prepare. He gave the permission to begin the duel. Kazman began to draw his sword, and he immediately used the skill Ice Spear to attack him. He stood there with a confident look, laughed, and said that it was useless. This attack did not reach him. She was shocked by this, and said that this could not be. He held his hand in front of him, and said that this was a ring of magical defense. It was an heirloom of his family. His father gave it to him after he became an adventurer. It was an item against which magical skills were powerless. She should see. Her elemental cat was powerless against it. Maybe she should just give up? She didn't pay attention to his words, used the acceleration skill, and ran very quickly to attack him. He was surprised by her speed, but he kicked her away with a strong kick and loudly said that her movements were too simple. She was able to soften the blow, but she was still caught, and he said that she dodged his kick. Her acceleration skill is as fast as they say. However, that's all. Arya immediately took out throwing knives and threw them at him. He blocked these knives with his cloak and said with a smirk that he told you it was too simple. He ran up quite close to her and was about to attack, which scared her very much. The protagonist immediately jumped towards them and thought that he wouldn't allow it. He flew between them and blocked this very strong blow with his head. She was very worried about this, called out to him loudly, and asked why he did this. Kazman looked at this with a smirk and said that this beast protected her from his sword. He was badly hurt by this blow, tried to get back on his paws, and thought that of course, after all, he is his mistress's knight. It is an honor for him to protect her with his life. This interested him, and he said loudly that he will see how much he can withstand. He tried to attack her with his sword very quickly, but he blocked all these attacks with his helmet. She was very worried about this and asked him to stop. He fell to the ground because of all these attacks, and he looked at him and asked this beast, is something wrong? Is he already exhausted? He kicked him and threw him aside. Arya was very worried about this, reached out to him and began to ask for forgiveness. He called her loudly and asked why she didn't give up. If she swears to accept him and become his wife, then he could even spare the life of this elemental cat. She understands that, right? She had hope and asked, is he seriously going to forgive him? He agreed and said that of course he keeps his word, she should surrender. MC thought with a serious look that he should use a non-magical skill, but if he does that, he will be discovered. He used the skill Ethereal Roar and threw him back very hard. After that, he began to tremble, and she carefully put him on the ground and asked how dare he do this to him. She very quickly walked up to him, swung her leg to hit him, and he loudly begged her not to do it and said that he can't move. She delivered a very strong kick between the legs, and Arnold loudly declared that she won. Arya immediately approached him and started giving him a potion to heal. He was conscious thanks to this, and the adventurers around them began to rejoice at their victory. After what happened, they returned to the room. She handed him a fork with food and said that he should eat it. Tama ate it, looked at it, and wondered if something was wrong with its owner. She picked it up, brought it to her face, and said in a sad voice that she was very grateful to him for protecting her. However, she asked him to never do something so dangerous again. He calmly thought that she shouldn't worry. If that happened, he could use the elemental burst skill. He planned to use Iron Body, too, if necessary. Later, she asked, did he say racial skill? Arnold agreed and said that earlier, when he was an adventurer, he encountered an elemental cat with a racial skill. He thought that the skill her pet used was something similar. Currently, he pressed his face against hers and thought that if he used his racial skill, then he wouldn't die so easily. She said with a cheerful look that he had suffered, but still continued to cheer her on. He's so kind, isn't he? After a while, they came to the workshop, and she started choosing new daggers for herself. Vulcan was standing nearby, called her, and said that she knew that she was busy choosing weapons. However, Arya turned to her and asked what was wrong. She said that there was something she wanted to ask her about. She thought she would like it. She asked what was the matter. This was the first time she asked her about something. She said that it really was so. She was looking for adventurers for her team. Would she like to join her team? After a while, the three of them went down to the first floor of the dungeon. She ran towards the goblins and with one blow of her hammer threw one of them into the wall. The second goblin was about to attack her, but she dealt a very strong blow with her hammer and said that they, the goblins, were nothing to her. They ran up to her, and Arya said it was cool, as expected of the Tiger Ears race. Vulcan raised her hammer with a smile and asked what she was talking about. She does realize she eats goblins like that for breakfast, right? The protagonist looked at her and thought that he had never heard of such a race, but he couldn't say he expected them to be so powerful. Earlier in the workshop, she asked if she didn't mind. Why didn't she join her team? She felt weird saying this, but she thought it would be a good idea for them to team up with someone C rank like her. She happily said that it would be great. However, why did she suggest it to her? She's alone, and a D rank at that, and isn't she already on the team? Vulcan leaned towards her and said that her rank wasn't a problem. They have the potential to become much stronger. Besides, many were talking about how impressive her pet was in the duel yesterday. Besides, her team member got pregnant and they were disbanded. She was confused about this and asked, so, how are things? She asked happily, so why don't she team up with her? She would even give her a special member discount on weapons. Arya said that she didn't see any reason to refuse. She called him by name and asked if he agreed too. After that, they came to the guild, where Arnold said that it seemed like a great idea. After teaming up, this task shouldn't cause them any problems. They received a C-rank quest to kill one Minotaur. Vulcan pointed to the side and said that now they had goblin ears, they could continue. MC was standing nearby and thought that Minotaurs were encountered starting from the 5th floor. They needed to hurry. They went down to the 2nd floor of the dungeon and saw a group of goblins. One of them used the fireball skill, but she dispelled it with a swing of her hammer and said loudly that it was very weak. She ran towards them very quickly and said that it was her turn now. She used fire magic on her fists and dealt a very strong blow to one of the monsters. She defeated the rest of the monsters very quickly, and she wanted to know something about her skill. She turned to her and said that the elemental bestowal skill evolved from enchantment, a blacksmith skill. She can apply all types of elements to her equipment. She asked with a happy look, I see, so it was an evolution of skills, right? He looked at her and thought that superhuman strength and developed skills. No wonder she is a C-rank adventurer. They heard loud sounds made by the monster. Arya quickly ran towards it, called out to it, and said that it was time to show what they can do. She used the acceleration skill and together they defeated the orc very quickly, after which she asked, is something wrong? Vulcan said that it was incredible speed. Her acceleration skill is much more powerful than she thought, and Tama's support is also excellent. However, there were some mistakes. Her attacks are fast, but her movements are too straightforward and simple. This caught his attention. He turned around and thought that it seemed she noticed the mistress's weakness. She began to draw something on the floor and said that she could easily deal with goblins and orcs, but she would have problems when meeting smarter monsters, such as minotaurs. He watched them from the side and thought that this was long-awaited advice. Since he cannot speak, he cannot give the mistress any advice. However, if she is with them, then, she said that she has decided that she will use this opportunity to train her. Arya said with a smile that it would be wonderful, She wants to become much stronger. Vulcan looked at her with a happy expression and thought that she had met a really good partner. She said that then on the next floor there would be just the perfect monster. She was a little confused by this and said that she would try her best. After that, they went down to the 3rd floor, where they saw D-rank roper monsters, and she was about to ask something about it in a worried voice. She laughed and said that she was right. With this opponent, she would have no choice but to avoid direct attacks. He was worried about this, and she said that it would be very bad if she got caught. That's what she was aiming for. He imagined it and thought that the thought of his owner being captured by such a monster was terrifying. She said that now she had to show her how she could avoid those writhing tentacles and easily defeat the monster. Of course, her pet shouldn't help. Arya was a little nervous about this and said that she understood. She ran towards the monsters and used the acceleration skill. The monsters started attacking her with tentacles, and she began to dodge and cut them with her daggers. She watched this and thought that this was really good training. She quickly dodged many of the monsters' attacks and waited for the right moment. With a sharp movement, she jumped over the roper and delivered very powerful blows, which cut off all the tentacles. She delivered a final kick and loudly called for the next opponent. Unexpectedly, liquid flew out of the monster she killed, which splashed on her, and she screamed loudly in disgust. Vulcan looked at this with a slightly confused look and said that she missed the attack. He was very worried about his owner. She was very angry about this and thought that it was unforgivable. Her pet was the only one allowed to do such things. She pushed the monster away with a strong kick, used the acceleration skill, and jumped very high. Arya looked at her in surprise and said that she did it. The protagonist looked at this with an intrigued expression and wondered what happened to the mistress. She dealt several very fast strikes with her daggers and said that she had just learned Storm Slash. He thought that this skill, from what he could see, was slashing attacks that followed the mistress's movements. He supposed this meant that her acceleration skill had evolved. Vulcan watched her return and said that now that she thought about it, when her skill awakened, her emotions also got out of control. He chuckled and wondered, so she was the same? She approached the monster's body and began to deal many fast strikes to the monster's body, and they looked at it and thought that she was furious. He thought that this could be the perfect opportunity. The mistress wasn't angry at the second monster, so she left him alone. It was now or never. He crept up to the monster's body unnoticed and thought that he would finally learn a new skill. It was good that no one noticed him. He took a bite and didn't like it at all, thinking that it was so disgusting, so bitter, and it also stuck to his fangs. However, he did learn a few new skills. He needed to see about that. Among the new skills were tentacle summoning, infinite slime spray, and crossbreeding. He looked at it with a slightly disappointed look and thought that it made sense if he thought about it. He would be more careful the next time he ate a monster. He had heard that a roper could get pregnant from a human, but he didn't think it was a skill. At the same time, Vulcan, looking a little confused, called out to her and said that they should move on. Arya came to her senses, turned around, apologized, and said that they could move on. She said that she could stop her vengeful rage now. She turned to him, called his name, and said that he didn't look so well. He turned to her, started meowing, and she said that he was always so cute. After that, they all ran further into the dungeon together. They reached the 4th floor, and she said in a calm voice that everything was fine. There were only ropers here. She was still worried after the last floor and said that she would try. He looked at these monsters with a dissatisfied look and thought that he didn't think the owner would expose herself again. Vulcan looked at this with a calm look and said that only numbers were on their side. They finished killing crowds of these monsters, and Arya said that she was all sticky. She stood next to her and said that it was because there were too many monsters. They started going down to the next floor, and MC thought that in the end they fought together and defeated a bunch of monsters. Of course, he was also fine. He provided support from the rear. He was ashamed to call himself a knight. They reached the 5th floor, and Vulcan said that they should be careful now. She asked, "Right, this is the 5th floor, right? They could meet the Minotaur at any moment." She called his name and asked if things went badly. Could he use his racial skill like then? He meowed happily and thought that of course he could. They ran through the labyrinth. She peeked around the corner and called Arius. She saw the Minotaur and said that it looked like he hadn't noticed them yet. There was a chance to catch him off guard. She realized this and said that she would start with Storm Slash. She used the acceleration skill to run close enough, then attacked with her skill and left only a small scratch on his hand. She turned around and asked with a worried look, "Did she only scratch him?" Tama watched from the side and thought that the speed of her skill was certainly fast, but it didn't seem to do much damage. It was quite effective against a weak monster like a roper, but it wasn't enough for a Minotaur. Vulcan asked with a smile, "Then how about this?" She jumped on the monster and delivered a powerful blow with her hammer, but it blocked it with its shield, and she loudly called her name. She understood, quickly ran to the monster from behind, and said that if one blow wasn't enough, she would hit it as many times as she could. The monster was distracted by her and started attacking with a club, but she easily dodged it and said it was too slow. After many attacks, the Minotaur dropped its weapon and fell to the ground, and she called out to it saying that now was a great opportunity. The protagonist ran happily toward this monster and thought that the mistress could leave this to him. He ran close enough and used the wind roar skill, which sent the minotaur flying into the wall. The demon was still conscious. Vulcan walked towards him and said that the rest was up to her. She got close enough and dealt a strong blow with her hammer. Arya was happy about this, picked him up and said that they did it, they completed the task. She stroked him with a joyful look, and she looked at them from the side and said that the two of them were really close. They started to climb back up. She noticed another roper in their path and said that she would take care of it. She ran towards it, swung her hammer, and was about to strike. MC noticed a strange sound and thought that he remembered the scream of this monster. He pushed her aside, and at that moment, the monster showed blades coming out of the tentacles. It turned out to be an evil roper, a rare subspecies of rank C. He looked at it with a serious expression and thought that he remembered such rare monsters from the time when he was a knight. He would not let it hurt his mistress's friend. He used the ice spear skill and killed that monster with one spell. Arya praised him for his excellent work, called her, and asked if she was okay. Vulcan looked at him and said that she was saved by a strong man. Later they returned to the Adventurers Guild. Arnold called them and said that they were welcome back. He also called his name and winked. She called him and said that it was unexpected, but they wanted to turn in the quest. They handed over all the materials they collected during the dungeon expedition. He noticed a small cut on the monster's body and asked, "This wound was not her doing, was it?" She turned around and said with a happy look that this was her new skill. He was glad to hear it and asked, "Has her skill developed? That's just wonderful, isn't it?" He handed them the document and said that then he completes their quest. They don't mind waiting a little, okay? She agreed. Turned to her and asked, "Does she still have plans?" Arya said with a small smile that not really. She just wanted to have lunch with Toma. Vulcan said happily that she then suggested celebrating the formation of their team by having drinks at the tavern. She was a little surprised by what she heard and said that would be nice. Immediately after that, they arrived at the guild tavern, where a crowd of adventurers was already gathered. They were brought a lot of food and various drinks. They gave him some food, and he thought that, taking everything into account, the hostess had found a good companion. Two adventurers noticed them, admiring their appearance, but he immediately turned around, and they ran away when they noticed this. Vulcan said that she was feeling better now and could go another round. She looked at him and said that then, she was ready too. He became a little worried about this and thought that it seemed like a long night awaited him. After some time, the three of them slept on the same bed, and he felt like he couldn't move. They were talking in their sleep, and he thought with a dissatisfied look that everything was fine. They had really exhausted themselves from yesterday's battle. He remembered how earlier they came into the room. Arya joyfully called him and asked, "It's time to sleep, right?" Vulcan looked at him with a joyful look and said that she also wanted to sleep with him. For now, he thought that since he was stuck and couldn't do anything, he might as well check his status. He was very surprised when he noticed that the behemoth evolution, the second form, was available. He thought back to the past and thought that the behemoth known to the people was the form achieved through evolution. It was no wonder there was so little information about the development of the behemoth and why no one had ever encountered a young behemoth. He probably unlocked this ability after yesterday's battle. He probably also increased the level of his skills. If he continues to grow and takes his true form, he doesn't think he will be able to serve his mistress for long as a knight. She woke up, wished him good morning, and he thought that, however, if he can somehow choose whether to evolve or not, then he just needs to make sure he doesn't evolve and can stay with his mistress. She began to pet him and said that he was so small. After some time, Arya changed her clothes, went outside, called him and asked if he would like something to eat. She noticed a group of people gathered on the street and asked what was going on. Two men were kicking a person while passers-by ignored it, and she ran there and said that she had a bad feeling. The two men asked if she thought some beggar might just run into him. She was like a bag of sand. The girl covered her head with her hands and loudly asked for forgiveness. She came closer and in an indignant voice said loudly that they should stop this. They turned to her and said that this was incredible. She really looks good, doesn't she? If she wants to save this child, then they need someone to keep them company. For example, a beautiful elf with a beautiful voice. As soon as he reached out to her, a large icicle hit his shoulder and he screamed loudly in pain. The second guy noticed the protagonist standing in front of him and, looking worried, reached for his sword. He became even more nervous because the villagers passing by saw this and said that it was the elemental cat that almost killed Kazman. He created ice spears aimed at them and thought that if they tried to take even a step towards their mistress, they would not be forgiven. She smiled and asked, "By the way, they mentioned that they were looking for some company, right?" She began to release strong energy and said that they were very glad if they had a good time in this company. Then maybe they wanted to continue? He stood next to her and thought that he didn't want her to get her hands dirty. He didn't have time to finish the thought because they both ran away, and she went up to the child and asked if she was okay. The girl thanked her, and she began to take out a small jar of potion and said that everything was fine. She should try not to talk too much and drink this potion. She drank it and said that she didn't feel any pain anymore. Her body was healed, she was grateful for it, She was glad to hear it and said that she was glad that she felt better, and said that in that case, they should go. The girl looked at her head down, and thought that, however, she was a beggar, she had nowhere to go. Arya picked her up, and asked with a smile what her name was. She was surprised because of this, and said that her name was Lala. He looked at her and wondered what the owner was planning to do with this girl. Later they came to the church. She approached the saint and said that she needed to discuss something with her. She sat the girl on a bench, called her name, and said that she should wait here for a while. She also called him by name and said that he should look after her. They played together for some time, but when they finished talking and returned to the hall, the nun came up to her and said that from now on, this place would be her home. She was surprised by this, and MC looked at her and thought that now he understood what the mistress was thinking. Did she really pay for her enrollment? Even if she is not rich or something like that, nothing like today will happen to her again. His mistress is not only beautiful, but also noble. She waved her hand happily to Lala, after which she began to cry a little, and he thought that he would protect the mistress and everything she loved with all his strength. After that, they returned back and did different things for several days. One day, they went outside. Arya stretched and said that today was good. Vulcan walked next to her and said with a happy look that she trains quite a lot. Their cooperation was perfect. He followed them and thought that when he thought about it, the mistress really became stronger after the duel with Casman and completing the task with a friend. Earlier at the guild, Arnold handed over a badge with a C rank marking and congratulated Arya on her promotion. He continued to follow them, thinking with satisfaction that it was as expected of his mistress. Vulcan noticed a crowd of adventurers gathered in one place and asked what it was. The secretary noticed the two of them and said, "Welcome." They greeted him and she asked what was going on there. A very urgent quest should be posted within an hour. He asked if they had heard rumors of multiple disappearances happening nearby, near the city. They thought about it and said that she thought she heard something similar from a customer at her shop. It seemed that the city in question was Leonard. The quest must be to find the missing people. He said that was not the case. In fact, there were reports of several monsters and demons in some ruins near the city. Everyone was worried about this, and Tama thought with a serious expression. Did he mention demons? They use a lot of monsters and feed people to them. Someone said that the missing people from Leonard were taken by demons. Arnold agreed and said that they were probably kidnapped. The adventurers next to them asked, "Is no one going to take this quest?" Of course not. Demons are very hostile. Didn't he know? He felt sorry for the people there, but he couldn't do this. The adventurers began to disperse from the notice board, not wanting to take this quest. Arya made up her mind, called him, and said that she wanted to know more about this request. The rest of the team became very worried about her words and looked at her. Vulcan called her and asked if she was serious now. She agreed and said that she wasn't strong enough, but if they just left the demons, there would soon be damage. She was nervous about this situation and said that she couldn't allow that. The protagonist thought so. The mistress dreams of becoming a master swordsman, to be strong and kind. It will be a dangerous task, but he will fulfill his duty as a knight. Vulcan smiled calmly and said that if that's the case, then she will take on this task too. She can't just stand by when her partner demonstrates such determination. Now they will really have to work together. Arya was happy about this and said that she was very grateful to her for this. Arnold was pleased with their decision and said that he understood everything. Then they can discuss the task. Because of the demons and the others, this time they will have a knight to join them. A young man approached them and said that he asked to let him explain this part. He removed his hood, greeted them, called Arya, and said that it was nice to meet her. His name is Cedric Levin. He is one of the knights who are supposed to join them on this task. She was very surprised by this meeting, looked away and asked, "Do they know each other?" Vulcan, with a slightly confused look, called him captain and asked why he came here. He said he came to see the volunteers. These people will cover his back, so he thought he should get to know them. MC looked at him and thought that some time ago, a large number of demonic forces appeared in this world. He is the eldest son of the family ruling the city, a knight who protected the citizens and earned the title as one of the heroes who led humanity to victory. Arya, surprised, said that she was very honored to meet him. Cedric laughed and said that they could just call him by his first name. He winked and said that they would fight as partners anyway. He looked at him with a slightly confused look and thought that he spoke so naturally. It seems that this is why he is so popular. He turned around and asked if there were any other adventurers here who wished to participate in the quest. If not, then he's done recruiting. Everyone remained silent and said it didn't look like anyone else wanted to join, so they should consider the details of the task. The client, Mayor Leonard, they should sit down there, since they couldn't discuss it standing here. The task was to subjugate the demons and the monsters that served them. The team consisted of 5 knights, including him. Tama listened to his story and thought that the reward was quite large. This task must be very dangerous. Arya raised her hand, called his name, and said she had a question. Wouldn't it be dangerous to face the demons and their monsters in such numbers? He looked at them and thought that even with a hero like him at their side, with only 5 people, it must be difficult, right? Cedric said they shouldn't worry about it. These 4 are members of the best unit, of which he is the leader. They all survived the Great Demonic War, and he is very proud of them. Also, they have a trump card they can use if necessary. Arlen put his hands on his shoulders and said that everything will be fine. He is quite surprising when he acts seriously. He took his hand and he asked, he promised not to do this in front of people, didn't he? The girls looked at them with embarrassment, and he sat next to him and thought that he didn't even know whether he should be happy or worried. It was better not to say anything. After some time in the room, Arya called him and said that it was time for them to go. The protagonist jumped on her and wondered if the mistress was nervous. The people accompanying them were heroes. The task would be more dangerous than any other. That was understandable. He began to lick her face. She was surprised by this, calmed down a little, and said that it tickled. He noticed that she was nervous and was trying to cheer her up. He seemed to understand that she had been feeling a lot lately. She kissed him and said that it was her gratitude for him cheering her up. He felt very embarrassed about this and thought, his heart sank for a moment. Wait, now was not the time for such thoughts. After all, he had to protect his mistress. Vulcan called her, wished her good morning, and said that it looked like they were the last to arrive. They came to a group of knights, and Cedric said that now they should introduce themselves. Danny could begin. He stepped forward, stated his name, and said that he was something of a captain's assistant. Uses a longsword. Nice to meet them. The rest of the team said that his name was Howard. He is a tank, but also uses his fists. He will count on them. Her name is Kenny. Her weapon is a battle axe. Her name is Marietta. Her weapon is a club. Nice to meet them. MC looked at them and wondered. The guys will be on the front lines, and judging by their equipment, the girls are responsible for attacking from the flanks. It seems like close combat will be difficult. But this formation was thought up after considering that trump card that Cedric mentioned, right? The team of knights reminds him of when he was human. Arya held him in her arms, said her name, and said that she is a C-rank adventurer and uses daggers. This is Tama. He is an elemental cat. He is still small, but he has a very powerful racial skill. Howard looked at him with an interested look and said that an elemental cat is very rare, and even with a racial skill. The girl approached them and said that he is so cute. Could she hold him? Cedric approached the horse and asked if they could do this after they got on the carriage. After that, the girls got on the carriage while the rest of the team rode on horses. She called the girls and asked if it was really okay to just sit in the carriage and do nothing. She didn't have time to finish because they said that everything was fine. They took turns on watch, and the captain liked it. He was so handsome, but it was a real loss. Arya raised her hand and said that she could drive the carriage. Vulcan sat next to her and said that she could too. He laughed and said that the two of them didn't need to worry about it because he liked being outside. Being in the same room and breathing the same air as the women, frankly, it was just unbearable for him. Kenny put her hand on Marietta's shoulder and said that, by the way, she wanted to play with Tama too. She turned to her and asked what she was talking about. She had just done it, after all. Arya looked at this and said that she loved playing with him, but seeing others do it was also wonderful. Vulcan thought that she knew what she was talking about. However, she didn't have time to finish her thought because the carriage stopped. They started looking out the window and asked what was that? Could it be monsters? They noticed a group of orcs heading towards them. Cedric looked at them and said that they had a gang of orcs here. However, they don't have to worry and just stay here. He called Danny, he agreed with the captain, went to the monsters, and told those pigs that they should come here. This really angered the monsters, and he just laughed and said that they were stupid, as always. He drew his sword with incredible speed, cut off the leg of one of them, and delivered a neat stab to the heart. The girls looked at him from the carriage, and Arya said that they should look at these movements. It was some kind of skill. Kenny asked what she was talking about. He didn't use any skills. At that moment, he leaped over two orcs with astonishing agility and severed their heads with a single blow. Another monster ran up to him and tried to strike him with its club, but he dodged at the last moment and said it was too slow. He kicked him in the knee to bring him to his knees and pierced his heart with his sword. The last orc ran behind him, but he delivered an incredibly fast sword strike with a calm smile. Arya watched this with admiration and said that this was definitely the skill of a deputy captain. Vulcan was also surprised and said that it was as expected of a hero who survived Ragnarok. Tama thought he cut the orc in half without using any skills and didn't even break a sweat. He looked forward to the fights of the other knights. After some time, they reached the city, where Mayor Leonard met them and said that they were welcome to their city. Cedric approached him, apologized, and asked if he could fill them in on what he knew about demons. He agreed and said that demons had been spotted in the ruins near this town. About the missing person, a young girl yesterday. He hesitated and said that the truth was that they should have taken precautions beforehand. However, their town was founded only recently, and they hadn't been able to organize defenses before the incident. Howard asked, after what he said, wasn't this town a demon settlement? Kenny said that a heroic army had cleared it out in the last Great War. Marietta said that it was a new town, so they weren't yet able to defend themselves. The mayor said that, however, they now had him, Sir Knight, to rely on. Well, they must be tired. He asked to come this way. At the inn, they prepared food and baths. After that, they came to the living room where they were brought plenty of food and alcohol, and the waitress said that they were blessed with fresh food from the local mountains. They started eating and praising the food. Marietta said cheerfully that alcohol went perfectly with this food. Kenny sat next to her, called her name, and said that she should know when to stop. She remembers that tomorrow they will go against demons, right? Arya asked. Everyone seems so calm, right? Vulcan said that after all, they are members of the party that survived Ragnarok. It seems they are used to this. The protagonist drank milk from a bowl and thought that he did not feel like a knight at all, in a good way. She asked with an interested look why they all became knights. She said with a smile that she also wanted to know about it. Danny asked if the two of them were really interested in knowing about it. Howard said that they could tell, but it was not a very interesting story. They both insisted on it, and he said that then he would go first. His family was very poor. They took out loans from some shady characters, and his mother was even willing to sell her body. Then an order arrived in their village. He was still a child, but he challenged a certain knight to a duel and was willing to put everything on the line. If he won, they would have to make him a knight and pay off his family's loan in full, he said. That knight probably thought he was just some stupid guy, right? He was right. However, there was a strange knight who accepted his challenge. He beat him well, and that's all he got. While he was lying on the ground, pondering how good his opponent was, he recruited him. He made the right choice, fighting to the end. After that, he just needed to repay the favor, they understand, right? That's why he trained hard and became the second in command in the first squad. However, he never would have thought that Ragnarok would come. Howard said that he had the same, his family had a debt, and he joined. Marietta said she joined in exchange for saving her father, who fell into lava at work. Kenny said she did it to pay for her sister's treatment. They were saddened by what they heard, and Vulcan said it was harder than she thought. She apologized for asking such a question. They calmly said they could let it go. He thought so too. One of them leaned toward Arya and quietly told her something. She was very surprised by what she heard and asked if the Archmage who saved the world was the captain's brother. Vulcan calmly said that this Archmage was the one who got a former member of her crew pregnant. She was even more surprised by what she heard, called her by name, and said she didn't say anything about it. So she knows the Archmage? She said that before they started calling him the Archmage, he was her regular customer. She was also the one who offered him the use of the staff. She was very surprised by what she heard and thought that the Archmage was the young guy who helped the heroic army and saved the world in Ragnarok, the last great war. MC listened to this and wondered, who would have thought that she knew such a person? Danny said that they were able to pay off the order only because they accepted several large-scale tasks and he decided to split the reward equally. Howard said that he was a truly strong and kind guy. It was incredible. He single-handedly destroyed the demon god and it was like a miracle. He looked at them and thought that so the rumors that he defeated the demon god all alone were true. He would like to meet the Archmage someday. Cedric asked if they wanted to know why he became a knight. He doesn't like women and has no inheritance, but became a knight because he had nothing better to do. Besides, they knew that if you deal with criminals in this job, then it's perfectly legal to kill people. He likes that. After that, the girls went to the bathroom. Arya called Tama and said that she should take a bath. He thought with a slightly displeased look that not only the hostess, but also just looking at the young skin of such girls was not at all knightly. She came closer to him and said that they should go. He did not resist and thought that it was inevitable. Blissful bathing with 4 beautiful girls. Sometime later, they came to the ruins, noticed 6 hobgoblins, and said that they were there. It's only 6 guards, and now there are these? I wonder what's going on there? The girls came forward and said that everything was fine. Now it's their turn. That's right. They can leave the surprise attack to them. Cedric nodded in agreement and the two of them charged. They got close enough and killed 2 monsters with their backs to them with powerful attacks. The remaining 4 hobgoblins ran towards them and swung their weapons. Kenny easily dodged a monster's blow and said they were so slow. They should see. She can just crush them like that. She delivered a powerful kick between the monster's legs. Immediately after, she killed it with an axe blow and said goodbye to it. At the same moment, Marietta struck another hobgoblin between the legs with her mace and said, "Rest in peace." The other 2 were very frightened by what had happened, began to tremble, and looked at them. Their comrades came up behind them and impaled them with their weapons. Danny, smiling, said, "They did a good job." Howard agreed and said they did a great job, as always. Cedric approached the entrance and said, "Excellent," he said. "According to the map, this is the only way out. This means the enemy has nowhere to run. They must begin before they have time to prepare." At the same time, a demon stood by the magic ball and asked, "What's there now? Intruders?" He saw them through the ball and said that he seemed to see a suppression squad sent by the humans. Perhaps they realized he was hiding here, despite the fact that he had been very prudent in kidnapping people from the city. He even considered moving on to the next stage of the plan. Maybe he shouldn't have kidnapped those people after all? That's not true. He needs them to feed the monsters. He had no choice but to kidnap those people. It was too late for regrets. He had hoped to further increase his monster's power, but it seemed he had no choice but to complete the plan now. These idiots would make a good test. He will make them regret interfering with his plans. After this, the team of knights entered, noticed the monster, and Howard said that these are rare werewolves. On top of that, there are quite a lot of them. Now, there is no longer any doubt that a demon is hiding here. The protagonist thought that werewolves are a type of C-rank lycanthrope monsters. They usually live alone and hunt on their own. However, there are dozens of them in these ruins. Based on this, it can be assumed that they are controlled by demons. Cedric said with a smile that they should all act as always. They can begin. He called everyone who is not from his team and said that the three of them should wait for an opportunity to attack. Howard stepped forward, began to hit his shield with his fist, and loudly said that these filthy monsters should come here. A crowd of monsters ran towards him, and MC was surprised, thinking that this was a provocation skill. The werewolves suddenly erupted in intense rage, focusing all their attention on him. As expected from a warrior who had survived Ragnarok, he was incredibly useful as a tank. He held back a crowd of monsters with his shield and loudly declared that their attacks were useless against him. Kenny watched with a smile and said they could begin. Marietta raised her weapon and said it was time to beat them to death. They charged, and a man's laughter caught his attention, causing him to look away. Cedric, smiling joyfully, charged against the crowd of monsters and angrily declared that their screams were like music to his ears. Vulcan looked at him and said he was good with a sword. Arya, surprised, said she couldn't even see most of his attacks. Such is the power of a hero who survived Ragnarok. They can't fall behind. Danny looked at him with concern and said that the captain had gotten heated again. Howard heard a loud growl, called the captain, and said that enemy reinforcements were coming. He also noticed them and said that it looked like it. Besides, this time they were armed. They would take them out one by one. Arya ran to attack, called out to him loudly, and said that he could leave it to them. Tama ran after her and thought that he could use the ethereal roar, but that would only buy them some time. It was time to show off his new power. He ran up to the crowd of werewolves, started using the water roar skill, and thought that was not all. With this skill, he killed all the opponents, and she asked in surprise if he really had been hiding such power. The demon was surprised by this and loudly said that he couldn't believe it. What kind of ridiculous attack is this? Wait, that pattern on the fur, and the ability to use skills. Apparently, it's an elemental cat? It's not just the knights here. There's also that nasty creature with them. No, this cat essence doesn't matter now. Eliminating them is much more important. If that's the case, he'll have to release them and go himself. At the same time, everyone crowded around him, and Vulcan said that he really scared her. Marietta agreed and said that she couldn't imagine he had such a skill. Cedric asked, now that he thinks about it, he seems like a really interesting creature, doesn't he? Arya, looking a little confused, said that he surprised her too. She can't believe that he has another racial skill. The protagonist thought that she had been impressing him with her development of combat skills lately, but in the end, the owner is still herself. He called them and said that soon they would have to descend even deeper into the dungeon. He understands that this pet is strong, but they cannot let their guard down. He immediately fell silent when they felt a very powerful pressure. They looked towards the passage and Danny said that it looked like something big was approaching them this way. A demon came out to them and said that they had successfully defeated his battalion of werewolves, but this was where they would meet their end. Cedric looked at him with a serious expression, called him a demon, and said that the boss himself had come to them. What was he trying to achieve? He said his name was Beryl Astaroth. His goal was revenge. Kenny's attention was drawn to his last name, and Marietta said that was the name of a demon settlement. The city of Leonard was built on its site. He agreed with this in an angry voice and said that he was a survivor of the settlement that was destroyed a year ago. So, his revenge would be fulfilled after the destruction of their city. Cedric looked at him and said that it was clear. Apparently, he didn't kidnap civilians for no reason. Danny agreed and asked, judging by the look of it, he used them as food for the monsters, right? Beryl turned, called his servants, and said they must go out, kill them, and destroy the city. At that moment, monsters began approaching him, howling loudly. 6 A-rank trolls emerged into the hall, wielding enormous clubs. Vulcan, looking worried, loudly declared that there were 6 of these monsters here, and that he truly wanted to destroy the city. MC couldn't believe his mana was capable of subduing such powerful monsters, especially so many of them. He had to protect his mistress. Cedric loudly declared that they should spread out and keep their distance. Beryl pointed his hand at them, and loudly declared that they were caught. He used the skill, Summon Multiple Protective Walls, and divided them into 3 groups, around which the opponents gathered. He said that this elemental cat was a danger that he wanted to get rid of as quickly as possible. That's why he decided to surround it. Arya was very worried about this, and loudly said that she couldn't believe it. He was also a little worried and thought that he was trying to protect his mistress, and that she was using it against him. The demon said loudly in a very angry voice that now their deaths would be the beginning of his revenge. He began to run away from the 4 trolls that were locked next to him, and thought that he should deal with them quickly. He turned around and used the skill, Water Roar, on the nearest monster. This attack did not have much effect, and he thought that he expected less from A-rank monsters. He noticed that the wound was healing very quickly and realized that it was due to regeneration. He dodged the monster's club attack and thought that he had heard rumors, but this was the first time he saw it. This ability alone puts trolls at rank A. What is he even supposed to do about it? At the same time, Howard called the captain and said that they would leave it to him. Cedric said with a smirk that hearing such things from his subordinates seemed a bit rude of them. Kenny asked with a smile what he was talking about. about? Isn't this type of enemy his specialty? Marietta agreed and said that he should just unleash his power already and finish them off. He agreed to this, took out his sword and used the dark element release skill. He ran very quickly next to the monsters, attacked with his sword, and said with a smirk that they could proceed. The wounds he left did not heal, and he began to laugh and asked how it felt. It was like it was taking away their life force, right? Beryl saw this and said that this was dark element magic. Could anyone other than an archmage who fought in the last Great War use this? He turned to him with a frightening expression and said that now they should have some fun. Although it seemed that only one side would have fun. At the same time, Tama was running away from the remaining 4 trolls and thought that it looked like there was no choice. He would have to use more powerful skills. He used Stone Roar and then immediately used Fire Roar. He looked at these monsters and thought that the ability to regenerate does not allow them to feel pain until the wounds close. He began to run after the trolls and used Fire Roar many times and thought that this means he will simply burn them all. In the end, he was able to defeat all these monsters. Beryl was very worried about what he saw and was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Vulcan, who loudly asked, "Does he still dare to look around?" Arya ran towards him from the other side and said loudly that they had to do it now. She attacked him with her daggers, and he loudly called her a weak creature, blocked her attack with his sword, and said that she should get away from him. It was such a weak attack. She used the Storm Slash skill with a serious expression and managed to wound him. He became angry because of this and started insulting them. The rest of the team tried to break through the barrier and were worried about them. He said loudly in a serious tone that each of them would pay for standing between him and his revenge. He looked around and thought that he still had a chance. If he just got rid of these 2, he might survive. If he removed the barrier, then instantly erected it again, he would be able to escape, but they would not be able to pursue him. There would be many more opportunities for revenge if he survived this. But first, in any case, he needed to deal with 2 human beings. He pulled out the dagger he was hiding under his clothes with a sharp movement. Arya called out to her loudly and said that they should use it. Vulcan understood her and swung her hammer. He looked at them with a wide grin and loudly said that they were all idiots. He wouldn't give them a chance to get it. She struck the ground very hard, causing a large cloud of dust to rise. The dust got into his eyes and he couldn't see anything. She ran up to him very quickly and attacked with her daggers, which made him angry and struck back. Because of this, he fell to the ground and the barriers immediately disappeared. She turned around joyfully and called out to the protagonist, but suddenly began to fall to the ground. He was very worried about what happened and wondered what happened to the owner. The others were also worried about this, and one of them said loudly that she had something on her hand. It looked like a birthmark. Beryl laughed and said that his dagger was soaked in poisonous dragon toxin. This woman will leave with him. Cedric ran up to her and asked loudly, "Did he say poisonous dragon toxin?" Vulcan was very worried about this and said that they need to cure her quickly. Marietta said that in any case, they should carry her to the city. Howard agreed and said that he would carry her. Kenny asked in a worried tone, "What should they do? To counter the poisonous dragon toxins, they need an earth dragon's eye, right? Where can they even get something like that?" This attracted MC's attention, and he thought that there was no choice. They must get the eye of this S-rank monster. He ran very quickly to the exit of the ruins, used the flight skill, and thought that he needed to hurry. There was a dragon in the deepest part of the labyrinth, the same one that had cornered him and almost killed him. He descended into the dungeon, quickly killing monsters along the way, and thought that the mistress should wait for him. He would definitely return with the dragon's eye. He reached the right place pretty quickly. The dragon noticed him and asked what he was going to do. Only recently, he deigned to let him go, but he decided to immediately return to its clutches. He thought that if he attacked from the air, he would have a chance to win. Perhaps he could. He used the Fire Roar skill, and the monster said that he understood everything. He should let him become his opponent again. He would repay him for depriving him of his eye. Talma was very surprised by this and thought, so he was not healed? He dodged the monster's attack, used the stone spike spell, and thought that, apparently, he was out of shape. The dragon was surprised by what happened, and he flew closer and struck his paw. He looked at it and asked, did he hurt him again? He was about to attack again and thought, what if he continues to dodge and attack? The dragon began to turn sharply and asked loudly, then what about this? He was surprised by this and thought, is he using his tail? He immediately realized that he did not have time to dodge, so he decided to use the skills Iron Body and Elemental Blade. He flew towards the monster and thought that at this rate, he would take his right eye too. The monster dodged this attack, called him a fool, and said that this attack would no longer work. He was surprised by this and thought that it looked like the battle would drag on. The protagonist flew a long distance away from the dragon and wondered if there was a limit to his strength. The dragon loudly called him an insect and asked, is something wrong? Is he already out of breath? He must give up, because he cannot defeat him and must accept his death properly. He was breathing heavily from fatigue and thought that indeed, he did not have that much of this useless physical strength. Besides, his mana was already at its limit. At this rate, he might lose. He remembered Arya and thought that if he left everything like this, he could say goodbye to his master. He began to transform into his second form, The dragon noticed this and loudly asked, "What is this light?" He turned into a huge monster, and the dragon loudly asked, "Who is he anyway?" MC said his name and said that he was the knight of an adventurer named Arya and an S-rank monster, a behemoth. To save his master from death, he would kill him. He began to use the fire roar skill, and the dragon covered its head with its paws and asked, "What is this power?" The dragon was about to escape, but he used the fire edge skill and created a wall of flame around them. He apologized and said that he didn't have time, it was the end. He received a strong blow from the dragon, but responded with an even stronger blow to its head. With this blow, he killed the monster and thought that this was not all. He needed to quickly deliver its eye to its owner. He activated the storage skill, but felt something strange and asked, "What's going on?" He transformed into his first form and wondered in surprise. Has his body become small again? Does evolution have a time limit? Wait, now it's more important to return to his owner as soon as possible. At the same time, the team of knights reached the city, laid her on the bed, and Cedric asked if there was no way to cure her. The mayor asked if they should try to reach the nearest city. In case of an emergency, a draft horse was prepared. They can't help them with the destruction of demons, but if they need to convey a message, they will definitely help. Danny, looking worried, called out to the captain and said he no longer understood how much poisoned blood he'd sucked from her arm. However, she was still breathing, and her heartbeat was stable. They still had a chance. When Talma reached the hotel, Cedric took up his sword and said they'd worked tirelessly, but the only way to save her was to sacrifice her arm. He would take on this responsibility. He didn't have time to do so because he started scratching at the window and meowing loudly. He opened the window, called out to him, and said he was starting to worry about where he'd gone. He looked terribly wounded. He used the extraction skill and pulled out the Earth Dragon's body, which surprised him greatly. The others were also very surprised by this, and Vulcan loudly said that she would immediately call the pharmacist and healer. One of them wanted to say something about his wounds and the Earth Dragon's body, but Howard said that wasn't important now. They had to quickly extract his eye and prepare the medicine for Arius. They began to work on the dragon's body, and the protagonist began to fall asleep while they were about to give him the potion. And he thought that everything was fine now. His mistress was saved. A few days later, she woke up, called him, and wished him good morning. He began to stretch and thought that she had escaped the embrace of death. The quest to eliminate the demon barrel was finally complete. All that remained was to receive the reward. Even though her body was cleansed of the poison, she still needed rest. She said that, by the way, when the Earth Dragon's corpse suddenly appeared. They said that he was there too, all terribly wounded. She was about to ask something, but he looked at her calmly and meowed. She stopped thinking about it, called him, and said that he should come over and let her hug him. She hugged him, and he thought that she was saved, and he returned to his previous form. He is still worried about triggering the evolution, but in any case, the owner is not in critical condition. It is a manipulation skill. Did it change anything else? He looked at the status window, noticed that the evolution to the second form was gone, and thought that it seemed like it was not forever. He walked a little, looked at her, started meowing, trying to say that he was asking her to rest a little more. She lay down on the bed, covered herself with a blanket, and said that she understood him and perhaps she would take a nap. Then she saw a dream about her childhood in the elven village of Luminous, when she was 10 years old. People were chasing her and loudly said that she was over there. They should not let her go, as if they could let such a pearl get away from them. Arya ran away with a frightened look and thought that she still continued to get into terrible situations. She was just walking, like always, so why did this happen? Several guys approached her and said that how unlucky they were. They were lost. Could she please show them the way? She immediately started running and loudly said that she was asking for forgiveness, but her name was Spirits. They loudly said that if she continued running like this, everything would end very badly. After that, she tripped, fell to the ground. They caught up with her and said that they would get a decent amount of money for the elf. How lucky. He should let him taste her. Isn't she a child? She was worried about the herbs she had been collecting for a long time, and one of them grabbed her arm and tore her clothes. He looked at her with a smirk and asked, "First, we need to rip off these annoying clothes, right?" She loudly asked them to stop and started calling for help. She was very scared because of this, but at the last moment, a huge cat ran up to them, growling loudly. He struck a very strong blow with his paw and killed the guy who was walking towards her, and she recognized him and called him Leo. The second man got angry because of this and loudly asked, "How dare he?" Arya looked at this and thought that Leo was her neighbor's sister's hunting companion. He looked at them and said that the cat was getting bigger using skills. This can't be. Could this really be an elemental cat? How can a child like her control such a beast? She thought that this jungle was part of this cat's territory, so he was lucky that he saved her. The man looked at his dead comrade with a worried look and began to run away from them. In the forest, an elf noticed him, who immediately began aiming her bow. After killing this man, she came to Arya and loudly said that everything is okay now. She started crying because of everything that happened and wanted to say something about Leo, and she praised him. The elf wrapped her in her cloak, and she thought that now she remembered, after Leo saved her, she was in love with cats. One day she will become just like that woman and her pet. After that, she woke up and looked at MC lying next to her. He looked at her and wondered, Does the owner talk in her sleep? She should rest. She hugged him with a happy look and said that she had a pleasant dream. He thought that in any case, it seemed like she was getting better. She remembered the past again and thought that everything had changed. What the hell is this? She was very scared when the demons found her and loudly said that the smell was coming from here. They found a little elf. How lucky they were. The meat of a little girl should be soft and tender. He should not be a miser. They should share her. Arya looked at these demons in horror and thought that even now she clearly remembers everything that happened that day. The demons began to reach for her, but at the last moment, a girl attacked them and said that she would be fine. She was shocked by this and watched it, sitting in the same place. She thought that peace had returned to their village, and all thanks to this lady swordmaster. Later, when she grew up, she picked up 2 swords and attacked a boar, but began to shake and was unable to attack. She began to run away and thought that she had already decided on her dream. One day, she would become as strong as she, a swordmaster. Then she would do everything she could to help the weak. However, unfortunately, she was not given the ability to wield a long sword like a master, and instead, she fought with daggers. For her, this was not a problem, since her acceleration skill was perfectly suited to this weapon. There was a time when she focused all her attention on training this skill and dagger fighting techniques. When she turned 16, the elf called her and asked if she really wanted to leave. Arya approached her and told her mother that everything was fine. She learned the skills of dagger fighting and inherited the skill. Before returning to the village, she will become the most skilled warrior than anyone. She said with a slightly worried look that she was definitely a stubborn child. She hugged her and said that she should be careful and remember to visit her. On her journey, she will always face difficulties. She needs to give it her all. She told her mother that she should go. She looked at her with a smile and said okay, although she still does not want her to leave. After saying goodbye to her mother, she reached the labyrinth city of Ryuin, the shopping district, the road in front of the guild. 2 men approached her and said that she was so cute. She should come here and join them. She raised her hand with a displeased look, asked for forgiveness, and refused. She noticed that they were D-rank adventurers and thought that there was no way for someone without a rank like her to defeat them. One of them grabbed her hand and said that she should wait a bit. She was scared because of this, turned around abruptly, and kicked him between the legs. Because of this, he fell to the ground and loudly asked, "How dare she?" He took out his weapon and angrily said that he would kill her. Arya thought that her reflexes were the end. He started chasing after her, and she used acceleration to escape. Arnold stood between them and asked what was going on here. They used weapons in the guild, and what were they even planning to do with this girl? The men were very scared because of this, and one of them said that it was not like that. He could explain. He said in a frightening tone that he knew everything. They wanted to have fun, right? Then they should come with him. The jokes are over. Now they should get out of here, while he has enough patience to let them go. He turned to her and asked if she was okay. He gave his name and said that he was the registrar at the guild. She also introduced herself and said that she was grateful to him for saving her. He extended his hand to her and said that he was glad to meet her. She could just call him Anna. She agreed and said that she came to register as an adventurer and asked for help with this. She thought that after that he explained all the details to her. She felt like she had a sister who was always ready to help at the right time. After that, she completed several quests and thought that thanks to her enthusiasm, completed requests, and gaining experience, her rank was raised to D rank. After that, she went to the dungeon again and said that she needed to try harder today. She thought that she still hadn't joined any teams, but it was hardly necessary now. That day, she met the wounded MC and asked why the cat was in the dungeon. She noticed that he was wounded, and with a worried look, she began to wrap him with a bandage and pour a potion on him. After that, she quickly returned to the inn, where she continued to take care of him. When he came to his senses, she immediately picked him up and said that he finally woke up. Fortunately, he would be fine. Later, she woke up, he was lying on her, and she thought that it looked like great weather today. She remembered something, got up and said that today was the last chance to accept the goblin extermination quest. She needed to get dressed. She started to get dressed, turned around, and wondered what she should do now. The kitten was watching her change clothes. After that, when she was doing the quest, he saved her life. At that moment, she fell in love with the cat who saved her. Sometime later, Tama lay on the bed and thought that he was a young S-rank behemoth monster. He protects people from demons and other monsters. He was also reincarnated, retaining the memories of his past life when he was a knight. Arya called his name and said that he was finally awake. She picked him up and said that today he looks cute as always. Would he agree to have a picnic today? He thought that there was no trace left of the poison that made his mistress suffer, so she had fully recovered. As a knight, he could finally rest peacefully. He jumped onto the windowsill and thought that this was not true. He was automatically acting like a kitten. She looked at him and said that she wanted him to fawn over her more. They need to get dressed. And by the way, he has his own clothes too. He was the one who defeated the Earth Dragon, wasn't he? He meowed, pretending not to understand anything, and thought it was not good. Did she really understand that he was a monster? She thought he was denying it, and said that if only he could talk. She put new clothes on on him and said with surprise that this was already too cute. He looked at his clothes with displeasure and thought that he was a proud knight in his past life. However, this appearance, she stroked him and said that she was grateful that he was with her all the time. At the same time, the dragon remembered his past and thought that he was a powerful beast, or rather, he was one. He was born in the darkness. After his birth, he was told that this darkness is called the labyrinth, and he is called a monster. When he was born, he was immediately attacked by another monster. Those stupid monsters did not know that he is the strongest. However, he does not care. In the past, he always tried to become the most powerful of all. He felt joy in those battles, and that's how his life turned out. Speaking of which, humans seemed like an interesting race. He remembers they called themselves adventurers. Despite their weakness, they could use shields, swords, magic skills, and even traps. Sometimes they would team up to lead him by the nose. However, in other cases, they would provide him with the missing information. However, they were idiots. If they had known from the start that they couldn't defeat him, they would have immediately run away. It seemed that in this labyrinth where he was born, nothing could defeat him. At that moment, the protagonist fell on his head, and he wondered how dare this small beast sit on his head. He became angry because of this, threw him off, and thought, brown tiger, a beast that was born with the fur of a brown tiger. He must have been born recently, but it was already too late. He may look gigantic, but for his information, his speed is also good. The dragon hit him with its paw and wondered what skill he just used. He was amazed that he survived this attack and thought that even though he was tiny, he still looked delicious. However, this time he attacked this monster with one of his skills, which surprised him even more, and he wondered how this small, weak creature could hurt him. He had to kill it. It started to fly away, and he swung his paw to attack it, and thought that he might not think he could escape from here. The dragon growled angrily and thought that this is how he lost his left eye. A few days passed, the one who injured his left eye disappeared, so now he is just a one-eyed dragon. That brown tiger could not survive such a wound. However, if he allowed himself to be caught again, at that moment, he flew to him to save Arius, and he loudly asked, what was he even thinking? Last time he barely managed to escape alive, and yet he dared to come back here. He wants to die so badly, then he will become his rival once again. The hatred emanating from that eye, he will make him feel it. They started fighting. The dragon laughed and thought it was so interesting. He continues to get more and more wounds, but did not leave even a scratch on this kitten. This is just a weak beast that was born after him. He noticed that he was breathing heavily because of fatigue and thought that his endurance was already at the limit. He suggested that he give up and said that he knows he can't defeat him. He should just wait until he ends his life. MC began to emit a bright light and he thought, where did so much energy come from? Did he turn into a black lion? He introduced himself, and the dragon thought this is a real powerful beast, right? He lost and was completely defeated. If he could be reborn, he would like to unite with this strong beast and make many strong children. After what happened, the dragon was reborn in a female body in the same place and began to examine his body while goblins were descending towards her. She killed these monsters very quickly, went on, laughed and asked, where did this strongest monster go? Currently, Arya came out of the city and said with a joyful look that they found raspberries. It was just in time. What would he say about picking some for dessert? He nodded and meowed in agreement. After that, they came to a clearing. She gave him a small part of a sandwich, and he thought that it smelled like chicken and salad. There was even a special sauce. She laughed, and with a joyful smile asked, it is delicious, isn't it? He is always on her side and makes sure that she is safe, so she's very happy. He jumped on her shoulder and thought that the hostess had some sauce left near her mouth. Apparently, he has no choice. She was a little surprised by this and asked, what's the matter? He licked the sauce, and she thanked him for it. She started remembering the past and said that he was so kind. He had already saved her life twice. Even once was a lot. She couldn't express how grateful she was to him. He also started remembering the past and thought that he should be the one thanking her. He was seriously wounded in the dungeon, but his mistress saved him. Then he swore that he would always be faithful to her and be there, like her knight. Sometime later, when they returned home, night fell and Tama went outside. He walked along the fence, looked at the city, and thought that it was a very nice view. Howard noticed him, called him by name, and asked, is that him? What is he doing here? Danny walked with him and said with a smile that walking around was nice, but he shouldn't be here so late. He agreed with this, handed him food, and said that to be a real knight, he should not make his mistress worry. He ate it and thought he agreed with them. He shouldn't make the mistress worry. He needed to go. He had to be back before the mistress woke up. He arrived at the first floor of the dungeon and thought it had been a while since he'd been here. The mistress would return to work tomorrow. He needed to check his status again. A month had passed since he defeated the Earth Dragon. Since then, the evolution entry hadn't appeared. Today's goal is these skills he'd received. I wonder how they'll be useful? The system notified him that he'd received the passive skill, Defense of the Lion King. The absorbed skills were Dragon Fang and Dragon Claws. He thought that after he'd carried the Earth Dragon away, he'd timed it well and used his absorption skill on it, so he'd received these skills from an S-rank monster. First, he needed to check the Dragon Fang. He ran towards the goblin he met on his way, used this skill, and a dragon's head made of energy appeared near the monster. He killed the goblin with this skill and thought it was a very frightening skill. He never thought he could bite like that. Decent skills for an S-rank monster. He will try to combine this with other skills. It's not as powerful as Elemental Roar or Elemental Tailblade, but it's still good. Now he wants to test the dragon's claws. It would be better to find a higher level monster. He reached the 3rd floor, used his skill, and attacked with energy from afar. The orc fell to the ground from this one attack, and the protagonist thought, well, that's what he has. Bite, claws, roar, tailblade, and a couple more offensive skills. He continued to descend further into the dungeon and thought that the last one would be a passive skill. It was the turn of the Lion King's defense. However, I wonder how it works. He would risk using it against a monster from the 5th floor. First, he would try using it casually. He activated the skill and thought, isn't this an increase in resistance? He can simply activate it right before the battle. It is perfect for protecting the owner. Now, even poisonous enemies are not scary. Defense is truly the most appropriate name for the skill. A minotaur quietly approached him from behind, and its drool fell on his head. He very quickly ran to a safe distance, and thought that his body was surprisingly light. Was this also an effective defense? He decided to test something, and slammed his head into the solar plexus of the monster at a very high speed. He looked in surprise at the monster's suffering after this attack, and thought that he would never have thought that the skill was so powerful. All that was left was to protect his mistress well. Right, wouldn't the Lion King's defense also increase hers? He attacked the Minotaur, who was suffering from pain, and thought that he had forgotten that he hadn't finished the battle. So, he was done testing his new skills. He needed to hurry back. A dragon looked at him from behind, called him the strongest, and said that she had finally found him. MC turned around, saw that she was walking towards him, and wondered, who was that? He suspiciously wondered why the girl in the dungeon was wearing something like that. What, she just called him the strongest? She stopped in front of him and asked with a wide smile, what was wrong? Why had he become the same? He looked at her with a puzzled look, and thought that he seemed to have felt a similar feeling before. She said that there was something more important. She called him loudly and said that he should make her pregnant. He was shocked by what he heard, started to run away, and wondered if she was as crazy as his mistress. She was chasing him, starting to catch up, which really scared him, and he wondered why she was so fast. At this pace, she would catch up with him. After some time, he ran to the 2nd floor and thought that he finally managed to break away from her. What's going on? Maybe she's some kind of unknown monster? He was very scared when he heard her loudly calling him from afar. He ran out of the dungeon very quickly, returned home, and thought that it was so terrible. He stood on Arya. She began to stroke him and said that he was so soft. He calmed down a little and thought that it was so calm and peaceful in his mistress's arms. However, who is that girl, and why is she suddenly saying that she wants children from him? He began to fall asleep and thought. The feelings she evoked were so familiar. He later reflected that the mistress had earned a significant amount of money recently, given her victory over the demon barrel. However, most of the reward came from the trolls he had defeated. She spent part of the money on new equipment for the two of them. She asked a talented blacksmith and her comrade, Vulcan, to work on the equipment. She asked if she wanted to make the armor lighter. How about using orichalcum? Arya became a little nervous and said it was too expensive for her. She said that investing in her own safety was worth it, and she would also give her a discount. Tama thought that if she made the armor from orichalcum, it would not be too heavy and would be perfect for the mistress. She said that, moreover, if orichalcum was used to create weapons, she would mix it with iron to improve the quality. He was surprised by this and wondered, she uses an alloy of orichalcum and iron to create weapons? This is incredible. She said that depending on the skill level of the blacksmith, the blade will even be able to cut through metal like a pie. Besides, this blade is very difficult to break, so it is also very profitable. Of course, his armor will also be made of orichalcum. Arya thanked her, and after the armor was made, they both changed their clothes. She looked at it and said that his new armor looks very nice on him. Her armor, by the way, suits her very well. Then they can go. She agreed and said that they will support each other. He began to get nervous, remembering what happened to him earlier, and thought, they won't meet her, right? After some time, they arrived at the 1st floor of the dungeon. She looked ahead and said that she was a little nervous after such a long break. Vulcan put her hand on her shoulder and said that since she hadn't fought for a long time, her senses might have dulled, so she should be careful. He walked next to them and thought that the mistress and her friend were C-rank adventurers. Usually, there are no monsters on the 1st floor that can cause them problems. Arya approached him, called his name, and asked if something was wrong. He turned to them and used the Lion King's defense skill, which surprised them, and said that it was cool. All their defensive skills were strengthened. Could this really be his power? Even though he is still a kitten, he is already very strong. The more he grows, the more skills he gets, right? How many skills will he have in the end? His power is perfect for someone like him, who has lost a little of his skills. He must have been really worried about her, and she was grateful for that. They looked to the side and said that someone was coming. Thanks to him, her confidence in victory has returned, and now she is ready. Arya ran up to the goblin very quickly to attack with a dagger, and she watched from the side and asked, she hasn't had time to use acceleration yet, but she's already so fast. She cut off the monster's head with one blow, and Vulcan said with surprise that the effect of this buff was a little scary. She happily said that it was so cool. These daggers she made for her. The protagonist watched from the side and thought that it didn't look like his mistress had weakened at all. Moreover, it seemed that she had become much stronger than she was before she was poisoned. She ran up to her and asked, "It looks like over the past month she not only rested, but also trained, right?" Arya ran to her and said happily that it was so. "Does she think that's the reason?" He looked at her and thought that the mistress's friend seemed to want to seriously take up exploring this dungeon. He probably wants to go down one more floor and then come back. However, they are too excited. He has no choice. In an emergency, he will use everything he has. She took him in her arms and said that it seems he also agrees to go on. Vulcan said happily that receiving support from him is like receiving the strength of 100 people. She noticed a human silhouette in the corridor and asked who it was. He saw this girl and became very worried about it and thought that this was the girl he met last night. However, what's the matter? She looks different from last night and looks terrible. Arya asked with a slightly worried look. She's not an adventurer, right? So what is she doing in the dungeon, and why does she look like that? She stood next to her and said that it seemed like she was very scared of something. Maybe she got lost in the dungeon? She went to her and asked. She understands that staying here like this is very dangerous, right? Is she a resident of the Labyrinth City? She began to get nervous about this and said that she was the one who was born in the darkness. She does not know a single place called the Labyrinth City. Besides, she has no memories of living in any city. She turned to her, was going to ask about what it could be, and Vulcan guessed and asked, "Does she think it is amnesia?" She turned to her and said that this place is very dangerous. She can go with them. They will take her back. The girl asked, "Back to the third floor?" She does not understand at all what they are talking about, but she has something to discuss with him, the strongest. She looked at her with a confused expression and asked, "Did she call him the strongest?" Arya said that this is the first time they met. How did she know how strong he is? She also says that she has something to discuss with him. She wants to have a lot of children with him. Now the strongest must come down and come to her. She continued talking about what she wants. She immediately covered him with her hands and said that this is not good. Maybe she hit her head or something like that. Vulcan was also surprised by this and said that apparently she hit her head too hard. Arya said that in any case, a woman should not say such things. He is still a kitten and can't do this yet. Now she has to go with them. Okay? The girl was very upset about this and said that the strongest is still a child. She doesn't understand anything at all. However, if she goes with them, will she be able to stay next to him? She agreed and said that he was her knight. She asked with an interested look, "So she is the owner of the strongest?" She quietly called his name and said that everything is fine. She will not allow this girl to touch him. Right now, her safety comes first. Vulcan called her and asked, "She is not going to take care of this girl, is she?" The girl with a smile said that okay, if they say so, she will go with them. Arya said that it is true. She lost her memories, therefore she has nowhere to go. If she has nowhere to go, then in the worst case, she can be caught and sold into slavery. She began to worry about this and said that she cannot let this happen. She was also worried about what she heard and said that she does not know what it is, but it sounds scary. She agreed and said that first, they will go to her. If she remembers correctly, there is still one large room available there. Vulcan said that, in that case, she would help move the furniture. If she needed help, she could just tell her. The girl thanked her for that, with a happy look. MC wondered if this girl really had lost her memories. If that was true, then he should have let her out of the dungeon last night. However, it felt like they had met before. After that, they returned to the inn and went into her room. Arya remembered something and asked, exactly, what was her name? The girl said with a puzzled tone that she was the strongest. She looked at her and asked, then maybe she wanted them to call her by another name? She said indifferently that they could call her whatever they wanted. She said that in that case, there was a name that suited her very well. What would she say about the name Stella? It's quite good. Don't you agree? This word is used in her home village to describe beautiful things. He thought that, as expected of the hostess, it wouldn't be difficult for her to come up with a suitable name. She said that this name sounds nice. She called the strongest one and asked, did he like it too, right? He got scared, started to crawl under the bed, which surprised her very much, and she asked loudly why he was hiding. She looked under the bed and said in a scary voice that she wanted to give birth to a child who would inherit his precious power. Arya crawled under the bed from the other side, reached out to him and said that she should stop doing this because she was scaring him. Moreover, he was still a kitten. No matter how hard she tried, he refused to do anything. She was upset about this and said that he even refused her. She will let him go this time. They went to the bathroom, after which Vulcan came to them and put Stella's new things in the chest. She put on a dress and she said that these clothes suited her very well. She smelled food, her stomach rumbled, and she asked loudly what that smell was. They went down to the kitchen, where Arya said with a smile that it most likely smelled like steak. She asked in a serious tone, is that the source of the smell? So if she kills it, she can eat it, right? Vulcan said that was not true at all. You don't need to kill it to eat it. They came to the dining room to have dinner. Stella took the utensils and said, So this is a fork. She should use it to pick up meat and eat, right? They were both worried about her, and Arya thought that apparently she had completely lost her memories of how people usually eat. Tama, with a very thoughtful look, thought that she looked very familiar. She squeezed the fork in her hand and asked, "Is she doing everything right?" She agreed and said that she was doing well. She was doing everything right. She called the strongest with a smile and said that she knew how to use a fork. "She's a good woman, right?" He looked confused and wondered what she meant by saying she was a good woman. The waitress came to them and said she was sorry for the wait. Here was their order: a steak, a special large portion. She was very surprised when she saw this dish and said loudly that it smelled so delicious. Could she start eating already? Arya agreed and said that she could eat as much as she wanted. Stella started eating and loudly asked what this incredible dish was. She couldn't even imagine that meat could be so delicious. She ate her portion very quickly. The waitress came to them again and said that here were their aromatic sausages and a special salad. She was a little surprised when she looked at the table and asked, "Have they eaten everything yet?" She said with a very happy expression on her face that it was the first time she ate such delicious meat. Could she eat this too? She called her and said that she should eat vegetables too. She looked at the salad in her hands and asked, "Does she mean the leaves?" She said that if you eat vegetables with meat, it will be even tastier. She decided to try it, was very surprised and asked loudly, "How can it be so delicious? It's just leaves?" Arya pierced the sausage with a fork, handed it to him, and said that he should eat too. He was very happy about this and thought that he had been waiting for this for so long. He started eating and thought that the fat from the meat was also very tasty. She looked at him with a very happy expression on her face and said that he was so cute. Vulcan also looked at him and said that her heart couldn't stop pounding. Stella said that she would also feed the strongest. She handed him a sausage, but he turned away and she asked with a worried voice why he didn't accept it. He jumped on his mistress's hand and she said that he wasn't used to her yet. That's why he was acting like that. She was shocked by what happened and thought that the strongest was being treated like a newborn. Vulcan looked at them, continued eating, and thought that she was so wonderful. She wanted that too. After they finished eating, they returned to the hotel and she, with a very dissatisfied look, said that it was too heavy. She couldn't take a step. Arya walked with her and said that it was all because she ate too much. They entered the room and she said that apparently she wouldn't be able to brush her teeth. She said with a tense expression that she didn't understand what she was talking about at all. Where will she sleep? She lay down on the bed and said with surprise that it was so comfortable here. Stella burped loudly and she covered her with a blanket and said that she should rest. She turned to him and said that it was time for them to sleep too. She started brushing the protagonist's teeth and he thought it was strange, but a hostess is the best at that. They came to bed, she looked at them and said that she was so jealous because she would be sleeping with the strongest. Arya wished her good night and said that if she felt bad, she should just wake her up. Later, when she fell asleep, Stella mentally called the strongest and said that he should wake up. She sat on the edge of the bed and he yawned and wondered if this was a dream. She smiled and with the power of thought said that finally, now they can talk. Also, to catch up, they should talk all night. He was surprised because of this and wondered if that was her voice. It was telepathy, after all. She agreed and said that she was talking to him through his mind directly. He could just think about what he wanted to say and she would hear it. He thought that he knew that she wasn't quite a normal person. Wait, if she could read his mind, then his secret might be revealed. It couldn't be worse. He would have to apologize for deceiving everyone. She called him and asked what happened. When he attacked her, he didn't panic that much. He asked with a confused look, when did he fight? However, they didn't even fight and he didn't understand what she meant. Besides, it was obvious that she was alive. She said that they really did fight, although she herself didn't know why she was still alive. He came to her house at the end of the underground labyrinth and fought her twice. He still didn't understand it, and she said that the second time, he turned into a giant tiger and ended her life with a powerful fire attack. Didn't he call himself a behemoth? Thanks to this, he understood everything and asked, does she mean to say that she was an earth dragon who lived in a dungeon? She agreed and said that she was that dragon. He finally remembered her. After his magnificent attack, she was worried that she would disappear forever. And then she woke up in the labyrinth with all her memories and this strange body. She realized that she was given a second chance and that she must find him no matter what. MC was very nervous about this and asked, did she reincarnate with her memories just like him? Does everyone in this world reincarnate? However, why was she looking for him? She came to take revenge on him, right? Even though she has changed in appearance, if she tries to do anything, he will kill her again. She asked him to wait, but he didn't listen and asked, wait, if he kills her, will she just be reborn again? Isn't that an overly strong ability? This was already too much, although he wasn't a monster to begin with either. She asked him to stop again and said that she had said she didn't come to fight. She was surrendering completely and unconditionally, so he should stop thinking that she only wanted to fight. He was surprised by this, and asked, then why else would she be looking for him? She said that he was the strongest monster of all, so she wanted to have his child. She blushed from embarrassment and said that this was the first time she had met a man strong enough to give her a child. She jumped towards him very quickly and said out loud that he should help her have a child right now. He was very scared because of this and thought, so she wasn't trying to kill him? In fact, she was just crazy? Arya woke up because of this, took him in her arms and asked if she could see that he was scared. You can't just take and force him. Stella was very scared because of this. She jumped into the corner, and Tama thought that this time he was lucky. She stroked him and said that everything was fine now. She called her by name and said that she understood that she found him attractive. She understood her, but she must remember that he was still a child, although she was not sure about his age. Besides, he was her knight and she would never give him up. Is that clear? She stood up and said in a worried voice that she could not believe that she had failed. It was better to leave them alone for now. They lay down in their beds, and she thought that this time she had stopped her. But she could not let her guard down, thinking that everything was over. Stella looked at him and using telepathy told him that she would retreat for today. But this is what she would tell him. She belonged completely to him, because of love. The next morning they went to breakfast, and she asked in surprise, what was that? Yesterday's rice bowl was very tasty, but the sausages were incredible. The toast, unexpectedly, was also very tasty. This place is called fine dining, right? Even this water, it was the first time she had drunk such delicious water. Arya handed her a pitcher of water to pour and said, here, there's more. She held out her glass, then used telepathy to call the strongest one. He looked at her and mentally said that he was busy right now. What did she want? She asked. Who is this girl to him? How can a gentle girl control someone as strong as him? It's completely unnatural, and it doesn't matter what he looks like. He continued eating and said that he is her knight and she is very important to him. He accepted her as a hostess because she saved him. She cares for those who have nowhere to go, even a dragon like her. She mentally said that she had charmed a man as strong as him. This woman was impressive. He called her and said that he would like to ask her to never tell his mistress that they could talk like this. She asked if it would be better since he couldn't use words. He said that his mistress didn't even know that he was a monster. She thought he was just a strong cat. As her knight, he thought it was better for her not to know the truth for now. She looked at him intently and said that great, she had learned something interesting. He shouldn't worry. She would tell her everything and make him hers. He was very scared because of this, and she continued to eat and mentally said that it was just a joke, at least for now. Her feminine pride would not allow her to threaten with something like that. Someday she would make him fall in love with her. He said with a worried look that he would never have thought that monsters could joke like that. By the way, she can just call him by his first name. She said that then. She asks to let her say his name. She feels like they have taken a big step forward. He said that it is better this way than constantly calling him the strongest. Arya looked at them and wondered why she felt like they were communicating. She called her and asked. They had not had a chance to talk about it, but what special skills does she have? Is there anything she is good at? Stella continued to eat and asked what she meant by special skills. She explained this and thought that her memory should return with time, but now she does not remember anything at all, and until then she will help her. However, nevertheless, who does not work does not eat. If she just takes care of her, none of them will be able to eat properly. She heard her thoughts and said that if so, then she is good at fighting. Not even that, you could say that she likes to fight. She was surprised by what she heard and asked, is she really a fighter? She remembered their first meeting and asked, however, wasn't she scared when they found her in the dungeon? She said that she was scared of her, and not of something from the labyrinth. Arya apologized for scaring her and asked, however, is she that scary? She said that she knows everything about how to defeat monsters, but people are too unpredictable. He listened to them, and she asked in a slightly worried voice, however, is she that scary? Stella said that it wasn't she who scared her, but what she saw. After all, such a strong knight like him obeys her. Tama looked at her and wondered, do monsters really only see the world from the point of view of the strong and the weak? She said with a smile. That's why she thought her power must be immeasurable. It's obvious that someone with such power should inspire fear and respect. He agreed and thought that after all, she was his master. Arya was a little embarrassed by her words and said that they should stop talking about her already. If she liked fighting, would she like to join her adventurer group? Was she ready to become an adventurer? She agreed with a smile. And he thought that, as expected, she was already ready to trust his master. She asked, by the way, she knows what adventurers are, right? She said with a slightly angry look that she didn't know that at all. Adventurers challenge monsters, earn money, and become stronger. That's all. She thought that humans were a little cruel, but she didn't hate them. However, becoming one of them sounded pretty fun. She said that they should go talk to her friend and pick out equipment for her. They arrived at Vulcan's workshop where she chose her equipment, and she called her over and asked if she really liked the way she looked. Stella happily said that she really liked it. She couldn't wait for them to get started. Arya called her over and said that her arms would be unprotected if she didn't choose some armor for herself. She turned around abruptly and said that she would like to get leg armor, but she didn't need to worry about arm protection. She looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked if she could buy her leg armor, but why not arm armor too? They looked at her with an interested expression and asked if she was an amazing fighter. She should tell them about her skills. She said with a smile that instead of explaining, it would be faster to just show what she could do. She used her skill, causing her to develop dragon arms and a tail. Everyone was surprised by this, and the protagonist thought that her old form had appeared. Vulcan looked at her with a very surprised look and said that these were the hands of a dragon and even had a tail. Arya was also surprised and said that she was simply incredible. She wasn't, by any chance, a draconian. She calmly said that she didn't even know what that was. However, it seemed to be proof of her strength. He began to get a little nervous and thought that in a past life, he had a friend who was of this race. With the power in her hands and his skilled swordsmanship, they were an excellent team. But was she really a draconian? I wonder if dragons are reborn as draconians. Will their descendants be able to become the same? At least she wasn't reborn as a new dragon. It would be better if she were a human. He was a little envious of her because he was reborn as a monster. I wonder if she will be able to adapt to human society? He should keep an eye on her. Even though he was reborn as a monster, he was still saved by his owner, and if it weren't for her, he would already be dead. The ability to evolve into a second form is still unavailable. He feels like he wants to stay in his child form forever, but he will likely need all his strength to protect his owner. At this time, Vulcan was joyfully touching her tail, and she began to get nervous and said that she asked not to rub it so hard. She removed her hands, apologized, and said that she almost succumbed to the temptation to bite her tail. Arya said that in any case, her strength looked quite convincing. She asked, "It seems the protection issue is solved, but what about weapons?" She started to walk away and asked what kind of weapon she would like to use. Stella was surprised by what she heard and happily asked, "Will they give her a weapon?" She likes something like a sword and shield. They came to the warehouse, and she said that she could choose whatever she liked. She was very surprised when she saw a lot of weapons and said that they were such cool weapons. She remembered how adventurers came to her, began to examine the weapons, and said that she wanted this, but she wanted that too. She picked up a shield, but changed her mind and said that it was not enough. Arya looked at her with a small smile and said that it seemed like she had an idea of what she wanted to use. Vulcan stood next to her and said that she could not wait to see what she would choose. They also began to examine the weapons, and Stella went into another room and was surprised when she saw something inside. Their attention was caught by the fact that she came out of there and said that she finally found what she wanted. She held a huge shield with one hand and tapped on this one with the other. Vulcan was very surprised by this and loudly said that it was incredible. She picked up the black steel shield with one hand. They looked at her with worried expressions, and MC wondered, was she really lifting this by herself and not even using the dragon's arms? Arya called out to her with a worried voice and asked if she was sure she wanted to take this. She looked at her and said that someone had appeared who was able to lift this shield. The previous owner was very strong, which is why he could use the steel wall. He could ignore any damage unless it was a fatal wound that was pressed by heavy armor. Without such a skill, she would not be able to use such a massive shield. She asked with a surprised expression, did she know him? Vulcan said that in fact, it was her friend. He left her this shield when he retired. He thought that how unexpected of her. He thought she would choose a sword or an axe. Stella called his name using telepathy and said that she asked to let her tell why she chose this. She was not interested in any protection before reincarnation. However, when he struck her down, she realized the importance of defense. Now she knows she has to be more careful about enemy attacks, especially in this human body. He was worried about these words and asked if she really wasn't angry that he killed her. She smiled and used telepathy to tell him not to worry. In fact, she was even grateful. She knew he would kill her. It was true power, the reason she fell in love. Besides, becoming human allowed her to meet him again. She gave the shield to the girls, moved on, and said that now she wanted to choose a weapon. She walked over to the sword stand, snatched it up, swung it a few times, and said that great, this sword would do. Vulcan looked at her with a smile and said that she was already starting to get used to such a sight. Arya said with a smile that for now, she just had to get used to her equipment. In a few days, they would go on an adventure and test it out. Stella was very excited about the new equipment and was already looking forward to going on an adventure, and she said with a smile that she was grateful for the help with the equipment. Vulcan turned to her and said that she was glad she found something she liked. She said that she suggested going on an adventure in a few days. Then, they would be able to try out her arms. Stella began to get nervous about what she heard and asked if this was normal. She became a little embarrassed and said that it was all her instincts. After a while, they all went down into the dungeon together, and Stella said with a wide smile that she was looking forward to the battle with the weapons. Arya called Tama and said that they should see how strong she was, so he shouldn't use his skills for now. However, if the situation started to seem dangerous, he should protect her. He meowed in agreement and thought he understood her. The two of them walked forward, and Stella said that he would protect her, which was reassuring. Vulcan stood nearby and said that then they should look for an easy enemy. They went further into the dungeon, found a goblin, and she calmly called out to him. He turned at the sound of her voice, became very worried when he saw her enormous equipment, and quickly ran towards her. She looked at this with a wide smile and loudly said how funny it was. Her fangs were already itching. She rushed to attack and loudly declared that this inferior creature should prepare for death. He watched it from the side and thought that from what he saw, it was the same earth dragon. She began to transform her hands and with a wide smile said that he should come here quickly. He continued to watch it from the side and thought that he would not like to be in the goblin's place. She ran close enough, struck with the side of the blade and crushed this monster. She turned around with a joyful look, laughed and said that using a sword is quite fun. They were shocked by what happened and Arya asked, "This is good, right?" She with a very surprised expression said that it is very good. Stella chuckled and said that with a sword it is too easy. They exchanged glances and said that she is very strong. It looks like she enjoys killing. She still stood to the side, looking around and wondering if maybe she will find someone stronger here. The protagonist was nervous because of what he saw and thought that she is still a monster. He should not be surprised. Miss Vulcan is gathering materials for her armor shop. The owner is an adventurer and admires the swordsman who once saved her life. It would be bad if she lost her way. As long as the owner and her friend are safe, he will simply sit back. However, she had only recently reincarnated. To ensure that nothing bad happens, he must support her. Arya noticed her nervously looking around and asked if something was wrong. Stella turned to her and said that if the enemies were so weak, she wouldn't be able to use her shield. She wanted to fight a stronger opponent. She said with a smile that she was definitely strong. It seemed they could go down to the next floor. Vulcan said that they would continue until they found out how strong she was. She stood nearby and said that it was decided then. She could already see that she was incredibly strong. She said that she still doesn't know how to use a weapon properly. Or does she not remember? Stella started jumping for joy and said that everything is fine. Although she is not as strong as her, she is also quite strong, so they cannot miss a single monster. Later, they went down to the second floor, where she defeated a D-rank orc with a powerful blow. The others followed her, and she turned around, called out to him and asked, he saw how she wielded a shield, right? They reached the underground labyrinth of the second floor border, attacked another orc and said that he was no match for her. Immediately after that, she noticed two orcs and said that it was finally the shield's turn. She ran up to them very quickly, knocked one down with her shield, and killed the second with her sword. She looked at the monster she knocked down, smirked and said that he loses his fighting spirit in the face of a strong enemy. That's why he is just a small fry. She dealt a very powerful blow with her shield, and MC thought, what a deadly use of a shield. Arya asked with a surprised look. She knows she's a draconian, but isn't she too strong? Vulcan laughed nervously and said that she was from the tiger ear race and was confident in her strength, but even she couldn't compare to her. He also watched from the side and thought that his mistress was quite fast, and the blood of an ancient race flowed through her friend's veins. However, the ease with which she threw back the orc, her mysterious power and killing intent made them both tremble. Still, amazing combat power. They reached the third floor of the labyrinth and were about to say something, but Stella jumped down the stairs and said that this was her first time in such a place. They still wanted to warn her of the danger, but she met Roper and asked with a worried look, "What's the matter?" What was this indescribable feeling piercing her body? He mentally said that she had only recently been reborn. This could be difficult for her. She should listen to what she was told and retreat. She didn't listen to this, ran to the attack, and loudly said that victory is always on the side of the attackers. Unexpectedly for her, the monsters grabbed her weapon. She got angry and worriedly said that she would crush it with one blow. The monster continued to grow tentacles, which they directed towards her. This monster took all her weapons, which made her very angry. The rest of the team ran to her to help her deal with this monster. Tama jumped down to them, watched her movements, and thought that it would be scary if she moved like this when she was a dragon. Above all, he would not allow his mistress to be dragged into this. He used a skill, created tentacles, and immobilized this monster. He also grabbed the girls with his tentacles to push them aside. He looked at the monster and thought that it was time to protect his mistress. He used the water roar skill and pierced the monster through. She was still very nervous, and he called her and said that she should calm down. Stella called his name and asked, "The enemy with tentacles has been defeated. What happened?" He said that he got rid of that Roper. What happened to her? This is not how a dragon should behave when meeting a low-ranking monster. She sighed with relief, asked for forgiveness, and using telepathy said that apparently she was afraid of an unknown enemy. It seems that this is the result of the battle with him. He remembered the past and thought that it was not for him, who killed her, to say this. But she did not need to be afraid. He will protect her, so she can fight the way she wants. She raised her sword, turned to him, and with a joyful look mentally said that hearing such words from her beloved, She is so happy. She agreed to put her fears aside and fight as long as she wanted. Arya approached the protagonist. He looked at her with a worried look and wondered what had happened to his mistress. He began to get very nervous and wondered why she had suddenly changed so much. She looked at him and asked what skill he had used. Those were tentacles. It was so obscene. He should tie her up with these tentacles. He became even more nervous and thought that this was too much. After that, she attacked the roper with an upset look and attacked with her daggers. He thought with a worried look. This was the first time he had seen his mistress in such a state. What should he do? He tried to run away, but she constantly stood in his way with a joyful look. She used the acceleration skill, and he used the Lion King's blessing. Vulcan was very angry about this and loudly asked, what kind of love games were these in the labyrinth? He looked at her and thought that thanks to her, he was saved. She approached her and said that she could understand her feelings, but the dungeon was completely unsuitable for such a place. Stella looked at him with a wide smile and mentally said that she understood. First, they should fight each other for the right to have children from him. He became even more embarrassed because of this and thought that this was not true at all. Later, they met even more monsters, and she loudly said that more obscene monsters had come. Last time she was scared, but this time everything would be different. MC ran next to her and mentally said that this was a good attitude, she should try. The others watched them from a safe distance and said that they would leave it to the two of them. If it was too dangerous, he should use his tentacles. He used the Dragon Claw skill and thought that it was better not to use it anymore. He attacked one of the monsters, and Vulcan, with a surprised look, asked, what the hell is that? Arya called out loudly to him, asking if he had any other skills he hadn't shown them. Stella charged, striking the opponents with powerful blows of her weapon. She looked happily at the slain monsters and said it was fun. She called out to them joyfully, saying they were great. It was breathtaking. She called out to him with a happy expression and said she enjoyed fighting together. Vulcan happily said that from the moment she joined them, they would strive to become the best team together. She approached them and asked if she wanted to fight with them. She would look forward to it. They happily said they seemed to make a good team. If the Dragonkin joined them, they would no longer have to fear anything. Tama thought he hoped everything would be okay. Later, they stopped in the corridor, and she said that since she had immense strength and a large shield, she wanted her to act as a tank. Stella didn't understand and asked what that meant. Arya said that the tank's position is key to the squad's formation. It is the tank that stands at the forefront and provokes the enemy to attack. She also has an excellent sword, so she would be grateful if she could take on the role of not only a tank but also an attacker. Stella imagined this and wondered. In short, she would have to run amok on the front lines. She happily agreed and said they could leave it to her. Vulcan looked at her with a smile and said she was grateful for her agreement. He thought it was significant that she had joined them with her shield. Until now, due to the lack of a tank, the squad consisted only of attackers. Now the mistress's friend could concentrate on the attack, and she on surprise attacks. However, as an all-rounder, she would be able to fully support them. They went on and said they should move on. Vulcan looked ahead, saw the monsters, and said that here was the enemy, just at the right time and in the right place. The orcs also noticed them and immediately prepared to fight. Stella began laughing loudly, slamming her sword against her shield, calling them pigs and saying that she was here and that they should come to her. The orcs were very angry about this and immediately ran towards her. One of them dealt a powerful blow with an axe, but she blocked it with her shield. She looked at him with a smirk and said that it was her turn now. She delivered a very fast blow with her sword and cut off the arm of this monster. She said with a smirk that it was not bad. He was able to withstand her blow. She would like to say so, but it seems she has not fully gotten used to this body yet. The monsters were shocked by what happened, and the wounded orc began to run away from her. She was very angry about this and loudly asked, why is he running from the enemy? He is a monster, and she is just a little person. She chased after this orc. The rest of the team became worried about this, called her, and said that she should leave the runaway and not chase him. The protagonist looked at this and thought that this was to be expected from her. He used the skill Defense of the Lion King, and Vulcan said that they can't do anything. They will have to deal with them together. Arya agreed with her and told him that until it becomes dangerous, she will ask him to just watch. He didn't mind and thought that 4 orcs would normally be difficult to deal with. However, it would be good practice for 2 people with the Lion King's protection. Vulcan quickly charged and killed the closest orc with 1 blow of her hammer. The monster standing next to him was very surprised by what happened, and she quickly jumped over him and killed him with 1 blow. At that moment, another orc ran up to Arya, but she struck him very quickly with her daggers and killed him. The last monster ran up to her, struck him with his axe, and she jumped aside. Vulcan ran up behind the monster and struck him in the back with her hammer. He survived after that, and she very quickly ran up to him and cut off his head with a blow of her daggers. They were glad that they managed to cope, and he looked at them and thought that as expected of his mistress and her friend. She turned around and said that she couldn't just abandon her position. Stella looked at them and asked why they were saying that. If she didn't pursue, then the prey would run away from them. He thought it was understandable. She perceived it as a hunt. They said that everything worked out this time, but what if it was a stronger monster? They would all be in a very difficult situation. She asked with a puzzled tone, however. Aren't they the strongest? Vulcan said that. However, it was quite selfish to act like that. Stella noticed another orc nearby and ran towards him. She became indignant because of this and told her to stop. Where is she running? After that, they quickly began to climb out of the dungeon. When they reached the exit, she asked with a disappointed look, "Is that really all?" They pushed her outside and said that she was already tired. He looked at them and wondered what he should do with this hyperactive girl. She said that there were some problems with teamwork and almost no profit. She really didn't want to leave so much there. She said in a sad tone that she still didn't have enough battles. They left the dungeon. Arya took a deep breath and said that they finally got out. She called MC and invited him to her. He jumped on her and she said that in the end he would rest better in her arms. She stroked him and said that she was grateful for him protecting her today. Vulcan looked at her and said that she envied her. Stella called him using telepathy and asked if she could hug him too. He refused and said that if she wanted to do that, she should first ask his mistress for permission. She walked up to her with a frightening look, called her, and said that she should let her hug him. Arya refused and said that he was her knight. She would not so easily give him up to someone who constantly threatened his chastity. She was indignant about this and said that he was the strongest. A weak woman like her was completely unsuitable for him. She was embarrassed by this and asked what she was saying. She said in a serious tone that she had been closely watching today's battles, and she turned out to be much weaker than she expected. He should not serve a woman who was weaker than an orc. The others understood what she meant, and she loudly called him and said that he should jump to her, and together they would make a strong and healthy child. She came very close to her, which greatly worried him, and he began to growl angrily. Arya asked with a smirk, "Does she understand it now? He loves only her." Stella continued to press, called him and asked, "Is she really that good? If so, she will make him want to choose her." Later they were walking through the city and Vulcan said that he had become so relaxed and sweet. She looked at him with a serious expression and said that someday he would look the same with her. They came to the Adventurers Guild and they told her that this is the Adventurers Guild. Here they will register her as an adventurer. They went inside and she asked, "Is this the Adventurers Guild? It is so lively here." They went to the worker and she stood in place and looked at the skeleton of a dragon, which was located on the ceiling. Tama noticed this, called her, and she used telepathy to say that everything is fine. It was not her. However, did he defeat this one too? He denied it and mentally said that it was not him who did it. This skeleton has been there for a long time. It was probably defeated by an experienced adventurer. The adventurers were looking at them and discussing them. They noticed this and said that these human men were looking at them strangely. It was unpleasant. It seemed that she felt even more male gazes than usual. Vulcan said that nothing could be done about it because they were very handsome. The protagonist growled angrily, looking at them, and they ran away in horror. He calmed down and thought that this was better. He would not allow them to look at his mistress with such glances. They thanked him, praised him, and Stella said that it was incredible. He drove them away with his usual roar, as expected from her husband. Arnold approached them, called them over, and asked if this girl was a new member of their team. She was very surprised when she saw him, and wondered if this was an adventurer. Arya approached him, greeted him, said her name, and said that she wanted to register as an adventurer today. Vulcan said that she wanted to ask to be registered as an adventurer. He asked with a smile. Before that, he needed to talk to her. Okay? Arya asked what he wanted to talk to her about. A man approached them and said that it was about him. He was glad to meet her. She could call him Raze. He had a task for her. She looked at him and thought, how interesting. He doesn't look like a bad person. However, the administrator is clearly not an ordinary person. Vulcan said with a smile that a personal order is amazing. Finally, her abilities are starting to be recognized. She calmed down a little and asked what exactly her task would be and why he requested her. He said with a small smile that it would be an escort task. He is engaged in a certain business, and this time he has to deliver something from Leonard to Gladstone County. He would like them to guard him and the cargo during the delivery. Arnold said with a wide smile that they became stronger during the hunt for demons and 4 trolls, who were defeated by 1 elemental cat. He is looking for a reliable person, right? She has a great sense of justice. She felt embarrassed by this, and MC thought that his mistress's abilities and reliability were the reason for this order. He said that everything was fine because he told the truth. Raze asked why they were having this conversation standing up. Since there were empty seats, he offered to sit down and discuss the details. He would like to ask a few questions, and Vulcan. She was a little surprised by this and asked, she too? She apologized, but she couldn't leave her store for long. This time she had to refuse. He said that he understood and was very sorry. Arya looked away and said that she was asking for details. She noticed Stella, who was staring intently at the adventurer who was eating. Vulcan was about to leave, called him and said that she was leaving them in his hands. Later, they sat down at the table, and Arnold said that perhaps he would begin. As he had already said, he had requested an escort and protection from her throughout the journey. As for the cargo, these were Earth Dragon bones. They were surprised to hear this. He remembered Stella, and she asked, he said Earth Dragon bones, and in the city of Leonard too? He agreed. A month ago, the corpse of an Earth Dragon suddenly appeared in this city. The bones were taken from this very corpse. Raze said that he didn't think he could handle it on his own. In fact, There was an auction for Earth Dragon materials in this city, and he only received the skeleton. Here is the official request form through the guild. It is advisable to leave quickly, if possible, tomorrow. She took the document from him and said that she wanted to read it slowly. Something caught her attention. She apologized and asked if this was really the reward amount. He agreed and said it was because the goods were valuable. Arnold said he preferred reliable and proven security. Since there were many things, he was afraid of becoming a target for bandits. It was dangerous, but he thought they would succeed. She believed him, stroked Tama, and asked if he also agreed, right? He nodded in agreement, and she said that it looked like they were accepting the request. They shook hands to seal the deal, and she asked, by the way, if he minded if Stella went with them. He said that if it was her comrade, he didn't mind, since there could never be too many guards. She said that they would definitely take care of his protection. Arya thought that she wouldn't get lost on the road, and this would be a good opportunity for her to get used to fighting while defending something. He looked away and thought that the mistress probably wanted Stella to develop. However, will everything be okay? She will see a shadow of her past self before her reincarnation from the Earth Dragon. Not that the owner knew about it. 2 days later, they reached the old demon territory, Leonard. They went into the warehouse and she said that these were beautiful bones. Reyes said that this was because it was cut by first-class craftsmen, not a single unnecessary scratch. However, there were injuries on the head. She said with surprise that she could not believe that an Earth Dragon, a monster of rank S, received a fatal wound from the front. He said that he probably fought a hero or a monster of equal strength. The bones of the strongest. He did not turn away from the enemy until his last breath. This is what he feels he wants to acquire at any cost. 2 days ago, they were sitting in the room, and Stella asked, she said, a guard mission. Do you need to protect? It looks kind of boring. The protagonist mentally called her and was about to say something. She asked using telepathy. This is a secret conversation, right? Currently, Arya called her and asked if everything is okay. She called him telepathically, and he asked what was wrong. She said it was strange. The moment she saw her corpse, she remembered the time he killed her. It made her feel sick inside. She called Reyes and asked how he was going to transport this huge skeleton. He called her by name and said that she didn't have to worry about it. He had prepared 6 lizard men as porters. Moreover, the platform carriage was also specially made of orichalcum alloy to withstand sufficient weight. She looked at it in surprise and said that she understood. If so, then she was calm. Mayor Leonard came to them and recognized the 2 of them. He said that thanks to them, the city was steadily recovering. It seemed that they had fully recovered. That was the most important thing. Arya approached him and said that she hadn't seen him for a long time. He said that they were probably adventurers escorting this dragon skeleton to her group. He agreed, and she said that she received a request from him. He laughed and said that it was wonderful, and apparently her adventurer rank had increased. She said with a happy expression that she was recognized for her past subjugation. He said that they defeated the demon after all. It was only natural, I guess. He noticed Stella and asked, besides, is that girl over there breathing heavily? She walked up to him, called him using telepathy, and said that it reminded her of the time when he killed her. MC looked at her and apologized. Later, when they set off, they took a break on the night of the second day. Reyes said that at this rate they would reach Gladstone tomorrow. Arya said that she would be attentive until the end. Could she ask him something? He said that he would be happy to answer any of her questions. She asked, Earth Dragon skeleton, what business is it used for? He thought about it, and she apologized and said that she didn't mean to be intrusive. She was just curious. He said that everything was fine. He would like them to keep it a secret. It seems that in recent years, there have been signs of a great battle. Since he knows an arms dealer who collects materials, if it is a rare monster material, like an Earth Dragon, then he asks for forgiveness. She said that she understood everything. If so, she will not ask unnecessary details. She thought that the great battle is a war between people. If this happens, many people will be sacrificed. Tama noticed that she was worried, looked at her and thought that he would be with her. She smiled because of this and asked, is he comforting her? He is very kind. Stella looked at them with a displeased look and asked, what is good about such a weak girl? Reyes said that after all, he really is a cute cat. Speaking of cute, he apologizes for saying so. However, it is strange that such beautiful girls like them became adventurers. Arya asked what he meant with a puzzled expression. He said that such beautiful ladies could hope to become the companion of a senior adventurer or noble. Why intend to engage in dangerous adventuring? Stella said that her desire is to conceive a child from the strongest. For this she will become a strong lady. She thought about it and said that indeed, she was courted by one of the nobles, but she doesn't really like men. More importantly, she wants to become stronger so she can save more people. When she was a child, her hometown was attacked by an army of demons. Reyes said that it is understandable. She admires the holy sword which saved her life and hometown. Saving many people, it seems wonderful. She called him and said that he doesn't look at them like other men, and that makes her very happy. He agreed with a kind smile and said that his fiancée would be very angry with him. She was surprised by this and asked if he had a fiancée. If it was his partner, she was sure that she was kind. He agreed and said that she was kind, fair, and too good for him. However, there was one time when he made a similar woman sad by being distracted by another woman woman during a date. She loved flowers and was a caring person. He gave her a rare flower growing deep in the forest, and she forgave him. She said that it was natural that she was angry about this. He agreed and said that after all, an elemental cat is such an intelligent creature. She said that he seemed to understand what people were saying and had many unique skills. He has hidden skills that she doesn't know about, doesn't he? He said that he thought an elemental cat only had one skill. She began to get to her feet and said that they had to go because they had to wake up early tomorrow. Stella stood up and said she would keep watch tonight. Reyes also stood up, apologized, and said he would go first then. Suddenly, Arya and the protagonist simultaneously sensed something. She called out to them both and said she was asking them to wait a bit. They looked at her with puzzled expressions and he asked, "What's wrong?" They both listened, and he thought he heard something dragging, approaching, and also heavy. She loudly called out to him and Stella and said they should prepare for battle. She took up her weapon and said that no matter what the enemy, she would kill them. He immediately used the skill Blessing of the Beast King. Thanks to this, they could see in the dark, and he said it was an amazing night vision effect. Arya saw a small D-rank Trent and said she had seen them in the recordings. Reyes looked at it and said it was strange. Those monsters shouldn't live in these surroundings. MC thought there shouldn't be any forests or forest-type labyrinths nearby. She called him and politely told him to burn the place down with his fiery roar. He used the skill and thought his mistress could rely on him. She called him and said they should leave by carriage. The road was dangerous at night, but there was no guarantee there wouldn't be more monsters. They quickly boarded the carriages and began to leave, while he continued using the skill to attack the monsters. Stella looked around with a puzzled expression and asked, "Isn't this a forest?" She also looked at it and said it was so close to the road. Tama thought he was sure the map showed a rural area. She noticed the monster chasing them and said loudly that it was a giant ape. He looked at it and thought that such cruel monsters existed. Reyes asked if this forest was a labyrinth. Arya agreed, called out loudly, and said that she was asking for cover. She said with a wide smile that she didn't like it when she used it, but she felt like she wanted to go on a rampage. They could leave it to her. He used the skill Blessing of the Beast King and mentally said that they were counting on her. The monster leaped at her, but she repelled the attack with her huge shield, then killed it with a sharp swing of her sword. She called out to him and said that if this forest labyrinth had just appeared, there were undoubtedly treasures here. The protagonist thought that a labyrinth might suddenly appear where none had existed before. In a newly formed labyrinth, many valuable materials and treasure chests can often be found. Even ghost ones are said to be found. For an adventurer, such a place is like a dream. Arya looked at him and said that he was also excited, but the mission came first. After some time, they reached the Count's territory, and Reyes said with a smile that they had arrived safe and sound. He called them all and said that he was very grateful to them. She said that there was no need for gratitude, since it was their job. He said that it was more important to transfer the cargo first. Then, if she didn't mind, why don't they go to the untouched labyrinth? She was surprised by this, and asked if he was absolutely sure about this. He agreed, and said that the company people would do the rest. He would send a report to the guild upon completing the task. In that case, it would be no problem for them to go explore the labyrinth that suddenly appeared next to the highway. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought that this was very generous, since they would be able to study the acquired materials. She called them and asked if they would mind trying for another job. He looked at her and thought that the hostess could provide this to him. Stella, with a wide smile, said that everything was fine. After all, she had not been wild enough. Arya said that then they accepted his courtesy. Reyes remembered something and said that for sure he would lend them a porter lizard. When they reached the labyrinth, he asked to order him to return like this, but they would have to go back on foot. She thanked him and said that he had helped enough. He waved his hand at them and said that then he wished them luck. They all mounted the lizard together, and she said that while there was time, they should drink an endurance potion. Stella tried it. She did not like the bitter taste and asked, however, does it relieve fatigue? MC drank it and thought that it was great. He was just starting to fall asleep, but this would help. Later, they reached the forest at dawn, and he thought that it looked like no one had entered yet. He was sure that this would please the hostess. This presence, the monsters, are unleashing their fury. It seems that this place is a labyrinth after all. She walked forward and said with a smile that there are signs of small monsters. They walked behind and Arya said that there really are signs of monsters here. They need to be on guard. He started rubbing against her cheek and she asked, "Is this his way of encouraging her, right?" She looked at them with a displeased look and said that he is only with her. It is not fair. She called her and said that this time Vulcan is not with them. They will need to cooperate better than before. Stella, looking displeased, walked forward and said that if she wanted to fight her so badly, she could join her. She looked at her and thought, this is a problem. They came all this way to conquer the untouched labyrinth, but in this state, we will probably have to retreat early. Is there any good way? She had an idea. She called him and asked He likes women who can fight together, rather than women who do whatever they want alone, right? He looked at her with a confused look and thought, so that's how it is. She's using her feelings for him, right? It really affected her, and he thought that he also wanted to cooperate in battle. Stella quickly approached them and said that she changed her mind and would fight together. She was a woman who can fight together. She was happy about this, called him and asked, "That's good, right?" Tama thought that he didn't know that the owner had such a strong point. She said that first they need to go deeper. At least that's what she wanted to say. She asked him to cast a buff, and he immediately used the skill Blessing of the Beast King. Arya said with a smile that this is a forest-type labyrinth. It's different from the labyrinth she was born in. There might be insect-type monsters here that cause abnormal conditions with poison. However, thanks to this buff, they are well prepared. He looked around and thought that there really was a presence of insect-type monsters. She walked on, called her, and said that it was time for them to begin. Stella walked alongside and said that she didn't quite understand, but the main thing was that she would be able to rampage. She said that she really could rampage, and then they would eat a lot of food. He looked at them and thought that if he thought about it, the hostess was an elf with a good sense of nature. Moreover, she had trained to act in a group with Vulcan. Her combat abilities, coping with unknown monsters and labyrinths, are capable of leading a group. The development of the hostess is so amazing. The hostess couldn't distinguish a goblin from a goblin mage. Arya walked forward with a smile and said that they should go. They walked on and met two giant monkeys on their way. Stella, with a wide smile, called out loudly to the monkeys and said she would cut them down with her sword. The monkeys stood still, mocking her. She became confused and said they could attack from anywhere. She stood behind him, called out to him, and said she asked him to support them when he saw the chance. First, they would test how well they could cooperate. She began to ponder this. Then, with a powerful blow from her shield, knocked one monkey aside. She quickly ran up to another monkey, stabbed it with her daggers, and loudly praised her for the good work. The monster was about to attack her in return, but the protagonist immediately used his tentacles to stop it. Stella, a little worried, called out to him and politely asked to help her with tentacles. It pinned the second monster down, and she swung her sword and said that was the end. Arya called out to her and said it was amazing. Although she didn't want to work together, it was perfect. She said with a slightly dissatisfied expression that she didn't do it for her. She just showed him that she was a woman capable of interacting with her comrades. He mentally called her and said that she did a good job. She should keep it up. She was very happy that he praised her and said with telepathy that good, from now on, he could count on her. He looked at her while she smiled with a happy look, and Arya noticed it and thought, again, what is this? She started coughing to get their attention and asked, anyway, what will they do now? She turned to her, called out, and asked what's the matter? She said that she wanted to take this monster skin with her, but it seems the only thing left to do is give up. He thought that the fur of a giant monkey was a really serious loss. Okay. Here he will show his new skill. He is just an elemental cat with a lot of skills. She called him and asked what happened. He climbed onto the bodies of the slain monkeys and mentally told the mistress to look at him. He activated the storage skill and the bodies disappeared, surprising them greatly. He stood there with a smug look on his face, and they loudly said that the corpses of the giant monkeys had disappeared. What even happened? He returned the bodies to their place. She was about to ask something, but he thought that, as expected of the mistress, she had guessed. She said that they say that only 1 in 10,000 people has the storage skill. She never thought he was hiding such a skill. It was incredible. Stella said that it was amazing, as expected of her husband. Arya said with a joyful smile that with such a skill, they would not have to give up on collecting materials. Does he still have free space in this skill? He thought that she should not worry. He still had enough space. He took the bodies of the slain monsters, and she said with a smile that then they should move on. She looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked why she looked so happy. She said it was a good question. Monster corpses could be exchanged for money, she asked. Money is those shiny things, right? She agreed and said that the money could be exchanged for delicious food. She was very surprised by this and said that then they should kill a lot of monsters and eat a lot of delicious food. Later, they met several poisonous C-rank bees, and Stella asked what kind of bugs they were. Arya called his name and said that she asked him to use Windroar. MC immediately used this skill and thought that the owner could rely on him. Thanks to this attack, the monsters fell to the ground. They rushed to attack, and she quickly cut off the monster's head. She ran to the second bee, stabbed it with her sword, and crushed this monster. She picked up the bee's body and said that it was such a loss. He thought that the wings and stinger should be in good condition. They sensed a presence. She pointed her sword to the side and loudly said that there was something in the thicket. She called her name and said that she attacks with throwing knives. When the enemy jumps out in fright, they should attack him. The creatures hiding in the bushes were scared because of this, asked them not to do this, and said that they are not enemies. She said that they should come out of hiding. 2 girls came out from there. Arya saw them and asked if they were pixies. Tama looked at them in surprise and thought that the other girl was a dryad. They said that she was a pixie named Lily. She is a dryad named Fairy. He went to them, and Stella, with a puzzled look, asked who they were and if they were tasty. She said that they are not food. They are called a tribe of good spirits. a race living in forests and forest labyrinths. The pixie laughed, looking at him, and said that he was still an interesting creature. The dryad picked him up, and he thought it was just him saying that the tribe of good spirits rarely appeared in front of people. He was surprised by this and wondered what was going on. Fairy looked at him and said he was tiny, fluffy, and cute. They took off his armor and threw it to the others, and they looked at it with shocked expressions. They both started petting him, which made him unhappy, and he thought it looked like they weren't enemies though. Arya called them both and introduced them all. They looked at them and said they were watching them because he was cute and they wanted to be friends. Lily said there was a nice smell coming from her bag. Could she give them some of it? She thought about it and took out a jar of fruit and asked if that's what they were talking about. They immediately went to her and wanted to eat it. She looked at them with a happy expression and said they were both so cute. If they want, they can help themselves. It's canned fruit in honey. They started eating it, and Stella looked at them and also really wanted to eat. They said that human food was so delicious after all, right? When was the last time they ate food cooked by people? Arya called them and asked if perhaps they had met other people besides them. This labyrinth had just appeared, and it seemed like no people besides them had entered yet. They looked at each other with a puzzled look. The protagonist began to put his armor back on and refused Stella's help. Lily asked, did it just appear? She had a guess, and Fairy asked, maybe this place had been reborn again? She asked with a slightly surprised look, so this place is a labyrinth of the rebirth type? They agreed with this, and the pixie said that if she wanted, they could show her the labyrinth. She called them by name and asked if they were sure about this. They agreed and said that her group didn't seem like bad people. Stella stood to the side, starting to transform out of anger that she hadn't hugged him yet, but she was trying her best to hold back from saying it. They became worried when they saw her and asked, is she changing? She looked like a dragon. Arya asked, it can't be helped, right? When they were done here, she would let her hold him once. She was very happy about it and asked, is that true? She said that it would be her reward for cooperating in the battle. However, it was only once, okay? She was very happy about it, called them over, and said that they should show them the labyrinth quickly so that they would return faster. Lily agreed and said that they could rely on them. He was unhappy with everything that was happening and thought that it seemed like the fastest way to control her was to use him as bait. As expected of the hostess, they asked what things her group was targeting. Skins? Or maybe herbs? She was excited, imagining treasures, and said that everything was tempting, but first, she would like to get the treasure chests. Maybe they remembered things similar to decorated chests? Lily called Fairy and asked, they've seen this before, right? She confirmed it, which made him very happy, and MC thought it was worth coming here, even if it was forced. They started to leave and said that they would first take them to the nearest one. They encountered several Trents, and he used the water roar skill and cut off the arms of these monsters. Lily called out to him in surprise and said that it was amazing. Fairy was also surprised and said that he was tiny and cute, but also strong. The monsters ran towards them. Stella raised her shield in front of her and loudly declared that it was her turn. She dealt a very powerful blow and knocked both monsters onto their backs. He noticed this and immediately used the tentacle summoning skill. He shackled two other monsters standing behind her, and she swung to attack the nearest Trents. Arya ran towards the shackled monsters and attacked with her daggers. She turned to them and said that they work well together. They have a tank, an attacker, and support. Lily said with surprise that not only he is strong, but everyone else is too. Fairy said that she is as fast as the wind, and the second is as strong as a dragon. Arya called them and asked if the adventurers they had seen so far had fought. They said that they had watched stealthily, and they all fought in cooperation. However, it seemed that those who were superior in their fighting ability were not so many. More importantly, she wanted such a chest, right? She looked at where she pointed and said that it was a treasure chest. They looked at them and said that everyone reacts like this when they find a chest like this. The main thing is that they are happy. They opened the small chest. Stella looked at it and said that it was a very small thing, but it glittered and shone beautifully. The others also looked at it and tried to remember what it was. Arya, with a surprised expression on her face, asked, are these drops of truth? Tama thought that if you drink this once, you can find out your true feelings and the truth hidden in your heart. A person will express themselves in words without lies. This is one of the most secret remedies. If handled incorrectly, it is a potent remedy capable of destroying any relationship, from love and friendship to friendly relations between countries. She said that she heard the manufacturing method was never passed on. That's why. He thought that this treasure could probably only be obtained in the labyrinth, and if sold, they would get a decent amount of money. She called Stella and asked her not to tell anyone that they had found this item. She said indifferently that she was not interested in anything except him and food. Such a liquid does not excite her. Arya said with a small smile that later they will figure out how to use it for the benefit of everyone. They looked at her and said that she looks very excited. There is another treasure chest. Later they came to the right place and killed the monsters that were nearby. She said in a cheerful tone that the accuracy of their interactions had increased again. Stella said with a smile that when she is serious, it is natural. Lily flew to the bushes, looked around, and said that it seems to be somewhere here. She called the others and said that she found it. She came up to her, thanked her, took a small box, and she asked what will be in there this time. She opened it and took out a key from there. She examined it and said that she didn't think that this key would be in such a place. She asked if there is a door in this labyrinth that matches this key. She agreed and said that this key was a magical item needed to open the boss's room. She was surprised by what she heard and said that the stairs to the next floor never appeared. No matter how long they walked, the protagonist thought that if this were a labyrinth, like the city where the owner was based, they would have gone down the stairs as usual, down the floors. Eventually, they would have reached the boss's room. But if it wasn't a multi-story labyrinth, then it would be possible to defeat the boss like this. Arya asked, "Do they know what kind of monster the boss of this labyrinth is?" Lily said it was a large tree monster, but it seemed like there had been adventurers who had challenged it before. Fairy agreed and said that they probably had. I think they called it a traint drake. He thought it must be a monster from the dragon race. There is a difference in strength depending on the individual, but the rank is classified from C+ to B+. She said that they could somehow deal with the drake. The materials are also attractive. Besides, the treasure chest in the boss room has a high probability of being high rank. She suggests ending it here. Everyone seems exhausted. They got the key? It seems there is no need to worry about someone getting to it before them, he thought, as expected of the hostess. Stella asked, "Are they finished already?" She hasn't been wild enough yet. She said with a happy look that they should return to the city, eat delicious food, and rest. She was very happy about this and said that this is an excellent plan. They should eat quickly. Lily asked if she could take them with her. She said loudly that she should move away from him. She started to get very nervous and said that she wanted to say that she would hold him once later, so she would be patient. They held MC in their arms and stroked him, and Arya said that she owed them both for leading them through the labyrinth. She approached them and said with a caring tone that they could come with them, but there were many dangers in the human city. Do they still want to go? MC thought that the mistress was right. For the tribe of good spirits, places where people live are full of dangers. Their tribe is rare. They can be sold for a high price. Trading is not illegal, and some adventurers see them only as a profitable treasure. They seem to be the most charming of the tribe of good spirits. He hopes that the number of enemies will not increase. They calmly said that everything will be fine. They have fighting skills, and together with her group, it will be even calmer. She was glad to hear this and said that she understood. Then they will all return to the city together. After some time, they came out of the forest. Lily looked ahead and said that there was a city, this time for sure. Fairy called her and said that they would be able to eat delicious food. They finally arrived. Arya said with a smile that thanks to all of them, they had amazing fruits of battle. They would have a great feast. He looked ahead and thought that there was a group of adventurers. Apparently, they had heard about the labyrinth and were surprised when they saw them. They reached each other, and one of the adventurers asked, "Are they probably exploring the labyrinth?" He was surprised when he looked at them and asked, "Are they from the tribe of good spirits?" She agreed and said that they had recently explored, and during this they had become friends with the two of them. He was very upset about this and asked, did they get along with the tribe of good spirits? Besides that cheerful face, they must be able to make quite a lot of money. He didn't lose heart and said that, however, this didn't mean that so many people had gone through the entire labyrinth. They shouldn't lose hope. They should move on with full fighting spirit. He apologized for delaying them. She said that everything was fine, but there were giant monkeys, lesser trants, and poisonous bees in the labyrinth, so they should be careful. He smiled and said that he understood. He was grateful for the information about the enemies. His name was Joy. She introduced all her comrades and said that they should take care of themselves. Tama thought that this guy, his face was filled with ambition and adventurism. However, he didn't look at the mistress with a nasty look, which was quite impressive. After some time, they arrived at Ray's company, where a maid met them, greeted them, and asked them to enter. Arya thanked her, and she said that the leader informed her they should follow her. They came to him, and he said it was good that they returned. He was about to ask something, but was very surprised when he saw those they brought with them. She called him, and he immediately apologized and said that the pixie and dryad, for the first time, he sees a tribe of good spirits with his own eyes. However, he asks for forgiveness because he remembered urgent matters. He had already reported to the guild about the completion of a recent escort mission. If they want to sell anything obtained in the labyrinth, they can tell the staff. After some time, they came to the inn, where Stella went to bed with him. Earlier, she looked at him with a very frightening look and said that it was time for hugs. He was about to leave her, which made her very upset. He still came to her. She began to pet him, and Arya looked at them and thought that it seemed like everything would be fine. When they woke up, they all went to the tavern together, where they met Joy's team, and she asked if they were back from the labyrinth yet. He said he had a meeting that afternoon, and, more importantly, thanks to her, they made a lot of easy money. They sat down at a table together, and a worker brought them drinks. The protagonist thought that this was their first time at this city's company, and the hostess avoided alcohol, as expected of her. Later, food was brought to them. Lily was very surprised by this, and asked what it was. Fairy said that it was so sweet, soft, and delicious. He ate another dish and thought he couldn't stop. Stella was eating next to him and said that meat was still the best. Joy called her and said that she had entered into a personal agreement with Mr. Ray's company, which was amazing. Arya said that she accidentally got a chance. By the way, he had been acting strange recently. She was worried about him. He drank the drink from his mug and asked if maybe he remembered something from the past. This caught her attention, and she asked what he was talking about. He said that since they were staying in the city, they should know better. There were bad rumors about Earl Gladstone, the lord of this city. He heard that he kidnaps young beautiful girls by force. She was very surprised by this and asked, "Does a lord do something like that? Why do they forgive him for such things?" He said that they don't forgive him. He doesn't leave any evidence and easily gets rid of testimony. She said loudly that it was terrible. If it was true, then it was completely unforgivable. He asked her to be quiet. She apologized and asked what this had to do with Ray's. He was about to say something about his fiancée, but he was asked to be silent. He put the mug on the table and said that he apologized for the strange conversation. He got up from the table and said loudly that they should drink. He wanted to buy them alcohol. At the same time, he stood in his office and said that the time had come for the items acquired over the years to come in handy. Not only the skeleton of the Earth Dragon, but also the pixie and dryad who appeared before him. This would happen very soon. The next morning, they came to the forest labyrinth, where they saw a large floating slab. Fairy said that she was sure that they would be fine, but she asked them to be careful. Arya examined it and said that this was the door leading to the boss's room. Lily pointed to the keyhole and said that she should insert the key and the way to the boss's room would open. She called their names and said that she was grateful to them for helping her find the shortest route. They said that they would wait here then. She was confused because of this, and they asked, "They were born here. She remembers that, right? It's safer here than in a city I barely know." MC looked at them and thought they didn't seem to want to go and defeat the boss. In that case, they'd quickly defeat the boss and return. Arya said they'd quickly finish off the boss inside. Stella, looking pleased, began to flex her fists and said that she was tired of small opponents. She hadn't raged so furiously in a long time. She took out the key she used to open the door, and it emitted a very bright light. A path of bright energy appeared in front of them, and she said in an excited voice that she hadn't felt such penetrating rage from her enemies before. They started walking there, and she turned around and said goodbye to them. They both looked at them and wished them a safe journey. They found themselves in an empty space, saw a huge monster, and said that it was definitely the boss. They ran up to this Trent Drake and remembered that she had previously said it was a tree monster. Stella said they would burn it with its flames. Tama ran towards the boss from the other side and thought he hadn't thought she and her mistress would devise a strategy. She ran towards the monster from the front, called out loudly, and said she was a capable woman. The boss struck with a powerful paw, but she blocked the attack and struck back with her sword. However, the drake's paw instantly recovered. He looked at this and thought it had the ability to regenerate, but his mistress had assumed so. Now it was his turn. He ran up to the monster from behind and used the fire roar skill. The boss began to roar loudly and began to swing its paw, but it used tentacles to stop it. Arya used the acceleration skill and struck with a very strong blow with her daggers. With this attack, she killed the drake. It fell to the ground, its body emitting a bright light. She was happy about this, turned around, and said they had succeeded. He ran to the place where the monster's body lay, used the storage skill, and thought that she could rely on him. She was surprised by this, and said that she couldn't believe that he could store something of this size. She thanked him. They noticed a chest left in that place, and Stella asked what it was. She also looked at it and said that it was a treasure chest. Arya opened the chest and took out a magical item, a scroll. She opened it and said that she couldn't read it. She sat next to her and asked what would happen if they read it. She said that they would probably find out what type of skill was sealed. However, it seemed to be written in an ancient language. He was surprised by this and thought that scrolls written in an ancient language should be rare. In other words, this scroll can bestow an ancient skill. It is a chance for the owner to become stronger. He jumped on her shoulder and thought that the owner should use it herself. She turned to him and asked what happened. He is interested in this scroll, right? He bit this scroll and held it in front of her face. Stella, with a small smile, said that she understood. He wants to tell her to use it on herself. Arya called her and asked if she doesn't want to use it. Besides, they can sell it and get funds for expenses. The protagonist thought that selling it would be a waste. She looked at her and said that she doesn't need a new skill. She is still hiding her skill. She is weak, so she can use it on herself. She reacted calmly, and he got angry because of her words. She opened the scroll and said that then she will use it. She activated this scroll. She was engulfed in bright energy, and she said that the ancient skill of the sacred blade with the sacred attribute was obtained. He thought that if this was a sacred attribute, then it was great luck, as expected from the owner. She decided to try using this skill and took out her dagger. She said the name of this skill, and her dagger began to emit very bright energy, which she directed at the ground. She said in a surprised voice that it split the ground in a radius of about a meter. He thought that this was a very powerful skill. It would complement the firepower and range of the owner. It was also convenient to use, and it looked good. The owner approached the warrior of justice again, She said that first they should reunite with Lily and Fairy. They were probably tired of waiting. They left the boss room, appeared in the same place but did not see anyone nearby. They heard some sounds and she loudly said that they should look for them. They went in different directions and MC thought that he wanted to look around from above for a bit. After some time, they returned to the Count's territory with sad faces, and Arya asked what they should do. Stella was walking nearby and asked if they were just playing somewhere. Danny noticed them and called them over. She noticed him along with the others and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Why were they here? He said with a smile that they had come for joint training with the local knightly order. Howard said that joint exercises are held several times a year as an exchange between the cities. Marietta approached her, asked for a hug from Tama, and said that the captain wouldn't be coming today. Kenny also asked for one and said that he had a top-secret mission. They noticed Stella and were about to ask something about her, and Arya said that she had joined her group not long ago. The knights approached her, introduced themselves, and said that he was pleased to meet her. He was the deputy captain. His name is Howard. He's a tank. The girls also introduced themselves. They looked at her and said that, by the way, she looks bad. If they want, they can tell them. She told him about what happened, and Danny said that he understood it. They will try to look too. He was a little worried about what he heard and asked, "So, the girls are from good spirits?" The girls with a serious look called the protagonist and said that he should look after his mistresses because this is a terrible city. After that, they came to the city, still with dissatisfied faces, and Arya asked if maybe they could get some information from the Rays company. At the same time, they will exchange today's fruits of battle for money. He thought that after completing the mission and research, there's no need to stay in the city for long. She was about to say something, and Stella was angry and said the names of Lily and Fairy in a dissatisfied voice. Later, they came to the Rays company building, but no one opened the door for them, and they said that it looks like they have a day off. They should probably go back to the hotel. He wondered where those spirits had gone. She was walking near the building and said she couldn't feel any people. Arya said they couldn't do anything but go back to the hotel. This caught her attention, and she suddenly walked there and said loudly that they could have gone back there first. After a while, they arrived at the hotel. She sat down on the sofa and said their names in a displeased tone. She was going to ask about it at the hotel, but the butler came up to her, apologized, and asked if her name was Arya. She agreed, and he said that was good. He bowed to her and said that the lord of the city, Earl Gladstone, was inviting them to his mansion. All the people who heard this began to tremble with fear. MC began to hiss angrily, looking at him, and thought that they knew bad rumors about his master. He became worried about this and said that of course, if they did not obey the count in this city, she would be tried as a criminal. He looked away and said that the other lady had a peculiar charm. However, this was fine. The count would like this too. They should follow him. Stella said in an angry tone that she did not really understand what he was talking about, but she refused. Arya turned to him and said that they were now trying to find their comrades. Therefore, she did not have time to finish because the butler asked, "Did she say comrades?" They began to guess about this, and he said that perhaps his master knew something about them. Stella became even more angry because of this, and she called her and said that they should go there. She got up from the sofa and agreed to this with great displeasure. Tama looked at him suspiciously and thought that, as the rumors said, this count was dangerous. He guesses what he's up to. He needs to be careful and protect his mistress. Later, they reach the Gladstone mansion and come to a small hall where the count says it's the first time he's seen such beautiful girls. He wants to make them his mistresses. She says she's sorry, but they refuse, looking displeased. The butler comes in and apologizes for bothering him. He brings tea. He sits in front of them and says they should drink the tea first and calm down. These are high-quality tea leaves. Ordinary people can't afford it, but they don't have to be shy. He looks at it and thinks it's this tea. Now everything's clear. He uses the Beast King's blessing skill. Unexpectedly, Arya drinks the tea and calmly says it tastes very good. Unfortunately, the tea contains poison, and she has to struggle a bit to avoid the slightly unusual effects of the ingredients. The effect of a false potion, and the effect of putting to sleep. Is it necessary to add this to tea when serving it to guests? Stella calmly drank all this tea, and he became indignant and loudly said that he did not understand what she was talking about. He did not add poison to the tea. Arya said that if that was the case, then he should try drinking the tea himself. He said with a worried look that this was a problem. This girl trampled on his hospitality as a count. That's right. She was possessed by a demon. Then he must purify her body and soul with the sacred secret art passed down in his count's family. His eyes turned black, and he said that first of all they needed to tie them up and send them to prison. She said with a serious look that so that's how it was, then she would also be a little rude. He said with a frightening look that he wondered what she would do. She said that they had a trump card proving the count's crimes to date. He grinned and asked in a frightening voice, "Still, these are empty words, right? After all, it's useless to use it at the very beginning, right?" Stella was very angry about this. Transformed her hands, slammed the table, and loudly said that this freak should shut up. He must tell where Lily and Fairy are now. He was very scared because of this. Called his servants and said that they must take these people. The butler was told something. He came in to them and told the count that they were in big trouble. He was hiding behind the sofa and said that he knew about it. They must do something quickly. He said that an army of undead suddenly appeared in the center of the city. He was surprised by what he heard and asked how this even happened. Arya, with a serious expression on her face, called her comrades and said that they should go to the center of the city. She approached her and said loudly that she didn't really understand, but there was nothing more for them to do here. At the same time, many skeletons were killing residents of the city on the streets. A woman running away from the monsters noticed the girl hiding and said that they would find her here. She should run with her. She said with a frightened look that she couldn't get up. She asked for forgiveness for this, and the woman took her in her arms and told her that she should hold on tighter. She was used to carrying heavy things, so everything would be fine. She ran out of a dark alley where she was immediately met by a crowd of undead. She continued to run with the child with a frightened expression, and at that moment, Arya ran here with the others and attacked the monsters. She released a powerful wave of energy and said that she would not allow this to happen. Stella defeated several monsters and was surprised at how fragile they were. The woman thanked her, and she pointed to the side and said that the area from which they came was safe. The woman thanked her too, and then ran further to a safe place. The girl looked at her, quietly thanked her, and this touched her. Arya said that no matter what, they can't let them through. She can go on a rampage. She laughed and said that she would gladly do so. She ran towards the crowd of monsters and used the Holy Blade skill. She released powerful energy, continued attacking, and thought that it was more exhausting than she thought. It was worth holding off on this technique for now. The protagonist ran up to a group of skeletons and used the Flame Blade skill. She thanked him and thought that he was just like a real knight with a sword. Stella looked at them with a wide smile and loudly said that she would not give in either. They all ran together to attack, killing all the skeletons in their path. They met Danny's group on the street and they said they were going. The safety of the residents comes first. She is sure that there is someone who summoned them. The skeletons are so troublesome, they can't let them pass. They were summoned all over the city. What kind of city is this? At the same time, Team Joy member attacked the crowd of monsters with his big boomerang and said that they won't get paid for it. He said that without the city, they will have no work. He raised his sword over his head and said that if they find the summoner, they can stop this. Many knights and adventurers continued to fight against the crowds of undead, and Arya said that they will manage here somehow. They must find the skeleton summoner. MC ran next to her and thought that as expected from the hostess. They ran along the street. She drank the potion, and he thought that she seemed tired. He is not good enough yet. On the way, they met Reyes, who said in a serious tone that this was a problem. According to the plan, the people in the city center should have already been killed by now. He was supposed to have already left for the Count's mansion. He was holding strange tools in his hands. She noticed Lily and Fairy and loudly asked why they were with him. The sound of his bell caught her attention, and Tama, with a worried look, thought that this bell was probably an item of the type that takes away freedom, making a slave. He was also holding another item in his hand and said that it was not only the bell, a mana-draining arrow. Lily and Fairy's bodies were engulfed in strong energy, and they screamed loudly in pain. Arya, looking worried, called out to him and said that he should stop. He did not listen to her and used the skill Create Skeletons. She was surprised by this and asked loudly, "So he was a necromancer?" He called her and said that he really was a merchant. He bit his lip hard with anger and said loudly that it was like that until the Count killed his fiancée. He wanted revenge, but he himself could summon a maximum of 2 skeletons. What kind of revenge against the Count are we talking about here? He used the skill to attack the monsters and thought that this didn't mean he could use them. Reyes said that the mana of the Flame of Good Spirits is so great, no matter how much he summoned, it is bottomless. With them, even he, the whole city, is with the Count. Stella attacked the monsters with her shield, loudly called out their names and said that they were looking for them. What happened to them? Arya called her comrades and said that they must bring them back. She used the Holy Blade skill again and released a very strong energy. They continued to fight against the huge army of monsters using their skills. When they defeated all the skeletons, they looked at him and Stella asked, "They were guarding this man on a mission. What will they do now?" She pointed a dagger at him, called his name loudly, and said it was the end, and he had to stop. Reyes continued using Mana Drain Arrow and said he was sorry. He continued to drain Lily and Fairy's mana, causing them both to suffer greatly. He gathered a large amount of mana and used it to summon an undead dragon, using the remains of the Earth Dragon. Tama ran forward and used the skill Blessing of the Beast King. Arya stared at the monster in surprise. Reyes had summoned an undead dragon, a former Earth Dragon with weaknesses like fire, holy, and strikes. Stella glared at her. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "It's an S-rank undead." He turned to his mistress, Lily, and Fairy, asking them to wait a bit. Stella screamed angrily, "He deserves to die for this." Danny urged the adventurers to keep the monster away from the humans. His companions responded by saying they would help too. The dragon let out a roar, causing many to scatter. Rice told them to stay out of its way and summoned skeletons, blocking the adventurers' path. Danny exclaimed, "That old summoner! His skeletons are really in the way." Arya and Stella charged at the skeletons. The protagonist thought, He can't evolve into the second form of an adult behemoth right now, but he's the closest thing to a dragon. They have no choice but to do it. He rushed to the girl's aid. The dragon wanted to attack him, but MC jumped away from its blow, joined by Arya. Stella was left alone against the skeletons. The protagonist called out to her anxiously. The girl, scattering the undead, quickly approached the dragon and shouted to her allies, "She's a tank after all." Arya exclaimed admiringly, "She's so good." At that moment, Reyes boosted his mana and the monster attacked Stella with redoubled force. She didn't expect such a turn of events. A magical blow knocked her aside. The protagonist rushed into the thick of things. Arya called out to him anxiously. MC shouted at her, "Leave it to him." The monster was dumbfounded, seeing a cat in front of him. Reyes also looked on, perplexed. The protagonist, bypassing the dragon and the skeletons, rushed at the summoner. Reyes was astonished. That damn elemental cat! It was aiming for him. The necromancer activated his power and launched a powerful blow at the protagonist. Arya fearfully called out to her pet Tama, deftly dodging the attack, told her not to worry about him. He wouldn't be harmed with his armor and iron body. He summoned tentacles, and at that moment, disappeared from the magic circle. The tentacles instantly wrapped around Fairy, transporting her to a safe distance from the summoner. The dragon swung its tail, and the tentacles broke, sending Fairy plummeting. Stella shouted at the protagonist to leave this to her, and rushed to her comrade. She managed to catch the girl and carefully descending to the floor, began to flee from the attacking monster, shielding Fairy with her body. Rice exclaimed in bewilderment, "How did this happen? Did he have no good spirits left?" The protagonist covered Stella's retreat. Arya shouted at him, "Well done." Stella did well too. She turned to the summoner and looked at him carefully. He answered her. Even without the good spirits, he couldn't stop the undead dragon. The girl sighed in resignation and declared, "Here she comes." Arya rushed at Reyes, who activated one of his skills and summoned it to crush the girl. Tama again summoned his tentacles to aid his mistress. The summoner commanded the summoned force to advance. Arya, with lightning speed, entangled the dragon in her tentacles and, activating her sacred blade, severed the monster's tail. The protagonist thought admiringly, as expected of his mistress. Splendid moves. Arya turned to her allies and told them, now they will finish with one blow. They replied that they understood. Stella exclaimed, "She will show her trump card," so together, they will strike with all their might. Taking a fighting stance, the brave girl called on her comrades to begin the attack. She summoned the power of the dragonid to her aid and, activating it at full power, charged at the undead dragon. The adventurers, perplexed, declared this recklessness. Arya, bracing herself for an attack, urged the protagonist to get to work. The dragon swung its regenerated tail, intending to strike Stella. Arya called out to her in warning. She deftly dodged the blow and attacked the monster. Arya and Tama rushed to her aid. Reyes shifted his charge's position and the dragon reared up on its hind legs. MC thought, having already regained his posture, that claw attack is dangerous, but it won't work on him anymore. He summoned the sword's fiery tail attribute and activated the plasma blade. The allies attacked the enemy again, severing its clawed legs. Arya told the protagonist they needed to stop the summoner. Reyes was shocked. An elemental cat so powerful? The dragon attacked Arya with lightning speed, but she managed to dodge its blow. The protagonist remarked, "Good reaction." Suddenly, the enemy roared with such force that the allies were thrown back. Tama was surprised to realize the monster had used wind and etheric roars. Stella continued to attack. The protagonist shouted to his mistress that there was more. Stella shouted at Arya to fall. The girl and the cat rushed toward the summoner. Rice hastily summoned a skeleton conjure, but Arya, activating her sacred blade, quickly dealt with them. The dragon turned in their direction and roared again, which also caught its summoner. Race, with tears in his eyes, uttered the name Eliza. Arya strengthened her body, and the necromancer was thrown back by a powerful wave. The girl flew up behind him and caught him, who had lost consciousness. At that moment, the dragon monster collapsed, as if mown down, its fall shaking everything around it. The adventurers rejoiced. They'd done it. The protagonist thought the mage was unconscious, and the undead had stopped. Arya noticed the active conduit in the summoner's hand and looked closely at Rice's face. Then she exclaimed, "Never again will such a thing happen." Stella supported the exhausted fairy. Arya looked at everyone and declared, "First and foremost, they must take care of those injured in the battle." At that moment, the count, who had approached them with his retinue, exclaimed, "This man Race is the ringleader, isn't he? Let them kill him immediately." Danny, holding the summoner in his hands, managed to react to the lord and kicked him, causing him to fall to the ground. The boy turned to Arya and told her, "Things are bad." The girl, turning to Danny, asked him to listen to the real situation. When she finished, Danny ordered Kenny and Marietta to take the count into custody. The lord stared at him in amazement and exclaimed, "What are they planning to do? He was the lord of this city, Count Gladstone." Danny told him they were from the Marquise's house. The man barked, "He knows, so what?" The girls grabbed the lord, and Bufu, tears in his eyes, turned anxiously to his lord. Danny asked Arya to give him that. The girl, handing him the vial, said, "This is what she had spoken of earlier. Drops of truth." Bufu repeated in surprise. "Drops of truth? This will make him tell everything he's asked without any lies. A miracle cure. Where did such a thing come from here?" Arya answered him. "The good spirits of the forest showed the way, and they were able to obtain them. There's a reason Reyes kidnapped such friendly good spirits. This is the only way to use them." Danny, apologizing to him, forcibly poured the drops into the count. Sometime later, the protagonist was basking on the windowsill in the warm rays of the sun. He heard Fairy say, "These sweets are so sweet she can't stop." Stella also happily devoured the meat. The protagonist reflected that a lot had happened in the past few days. Reyes, who had committed a crime, was taken into custody by the knights of this city. But during the Count's interrogation, it was discovered that he had harmed young girls, including Reyes's fiancée. He escaped the death penalty and was sentenced to life imprisonment. The Count lost his noble title and, like Reyes, will spend the rest of his life in prison. They say Reyes's face, as he recounted the details of what happened in prison, was truly calm. At that moment, Stella exclaimed, "Meat is the best after all." MC rolled over, and at that moment, Arya called him and told him she would share with him. The girls also expressed a desire to do so. The protagonist jumped from the window and thought, "Didn't they just eat?" He leaped into his mistress's arms and purred. She asked him if he was full yet. He thought much had happened, but he was glad he could protect her. However, he couldn't get cocky now. When his mistress is a warrior of justice, his battle will never end. Stella turned to her and asked for permission to hold him too. Fairy said he was asleep. Sometime later, Arya and her team arrived in the labyrinth city. Fairy, looking out the carriage window, exclaimed in delight at how big it was. "And there's a sea here." Arya smiled as she watched the delighted girl. Several days had passed since the fierce battle between the merchant race and his undead dragon subordinate, who was the escort. She told Fairy that they would escort her and Lily to the forest labyrinth. The girl was indignant. What was she talking about? They were going to follow them into the city. Lily spun in the air and exclaimed joyfully. She couldn't wait for it, Fairy said. Besides, they wanted to thank them for saving us. Stella answered them irritably. What were they talking about? Let them return to the forest, to where they lived. The fairy noticed that the forest had been restless lately. The protagonist, peering out from behind Arya's cloak, wondered if they had arrived yet. They rode through the high arched gate and arrived at Vulcan's blacksmith shop. The blacksmith was delighted to see her guests, exclaiming that she hadn't seen them in a long time and was so glad they were all right. She added that Arya, Tama, and Stella seemed to be very active in Gladstone. Arya noticed that news had even reached here. Vulcana answered her. Of course. She leaned toward the girl and whispered, glancing at Fairy and Lily, asking if this was really a tribe of good spirits. She replied that they had met these girls in the labyrinth, near Gladstone. She introduced them to each other. Lily asked the master to take care of them. Vulcana looked at the protagonist with affection and told him they hadn't seen each other in so long. She hadn't hugged him in a while. Could she hug him? Stella watched all this with irritation. Arya pulled the protagonist out from under her cloak to give him to the master. The cat thought, if this is the master's will, he cannot disobey. The girl picked him up, gently stroked him, and asked him how he was doing. Stella muttered resentfully, so unfair. She had to use her hugging rights to hug him. Arya noticed, of course, because lately she's been perceiving him as a male. Stella objected. And lately it's not only that. Lily was indignant. It's not fair, she wants to stroke him too, Fairy exclaimed, and she did the same. The spirit and Fairy gently stroked him, relishing his soft fur. Stella asked Arya for a hug, and the girl answered, soon. When Vulcana and her guests arrived at the Adventurers Guild, a murmur could be heard from everywhere. It's Arya and Stella, and wasn't they accompanied by a tribe of good spirits? The protagonist's mistress was surprised. What was going on? Everyone was looking at them more than usual. Stella noticed she didn't like it when everyone looked at her like that. The adventurers began to express their admiration for them. What they were doing was simply wonderful. They'd been waiting for them. The new heroes. This was a big deal. They'd heard Lord Gladstone's story. Someone whispered knowingly, an elemental cat, an elf, and like a storm wind, wielding a huge shield with monstrous power, something like Stella. Only Arya's group could do. Vulcana told the group's leader, as she could see for herself. They'd heard rumors of her team's success, and everyone immediately understood. They were proud of them too. The protagonist thought, heroes. He supposed it was only natural. They'd exposed the atrocities of Count Gladstone, saved the city from the evil of a man who held a grudge against the Count. Until recently, he thought of Arya as a little girl adventurer, but as a knight serving her, he was proud of his mistress. At that moment, Arnold's surprised voice rang out. He saw Arya and wondered, she's here? He'd been waiting for her. Besides, he knew they fought the undead dragon and saved the city. He added that by failing to notice Rice's suffering, he'd plunged them into danger. Let them forgive him. Arya replied that danger for an adventurer was simply an inevitable companion. The guildmaster told her he had something for her. After he left, Lily remarked that the man looked scary but not kind. He had amazing muscles. Fairy told her that it was true, and also that the texture of his clothes bothered her. Arya said he was like an older sister to her. Stella said her name warningly. Suddenly, she noticed something smelled very good. It was the smell of roasted meat. Arya told her, when Arnold finishes his business, they'll eat. Tank couldn't contain her joy. Lily said, she wants something sweet too. The girl told them that this tavern has delicious pancakes. They should wait impatiently. She asked Vulcan if she had breakfast yet. The master stretched and said, I guess it won't stop with just breakfast. Arya, puzzled, asked her what she meant. Vulcan replied that they'd figure it out soon enough. After a while, Arnold reappeared, apologizing for keeping them waiting. He handed Arya and Stella a small box each and asked them to open it. Tank took out the contents first, and upon seeing the glowing badge, she said with disappointment, it was shiny, golden, and beautiful, but it didn't look edible. Arya told her it was an adventurer's badge. She received a platinum token, which made her quite happy and delighted. The protagonist thought, so his owner had been rewarded. Lily started swinging Stella's badge, but the girl irritably asked her to stop. Arya said in surprise, now she's an A-rank adventurer. The protagonist rubbed his head against her neck, congratulating her, and thought of Stella. She's also a good girl. Arnold said, now they should celebrate. He's not working today, and can't wait to celebrate. As the festivities began, wine flowed freely from barrels, and the table groaned under the variety of dishes prepared. The adventurers continually raised a toast to Arya, congratulating her on her rank. The girl, touched, thanked everyone, and said she never thought she'd celebrate with so many people. Arnold stood up, took a glass of wine, and declared, then, they will begin the celebration of the hero's return and the advancement of Arya's group. The guild is treating us today. MC wanted to try a dish he liked, but Arya took it away from him, telling him it was very sour. That would be enough for him for the evening, right? The protagonist was upset, but he thought he should respect the feelings of the hostess. He must. After the celebration, when the allies returned home, everyone went to bed. Arya looked at the neighboring bed, where Stella, Fairy, Lily, and the protagonist were huddled, and she declared they need to find a home. Lily settled comfortably on the windowsill, bathed in the moonlight. The next morning, she announced her decision to her allies. They would look for a house. Stella, greedily devouring breakfast, asked her why. They had finally relaxed. Arya laughed and said they couldn't relax. She added, frankly, this hotel was cramped. She would like to rent a larger house where they could all live comfortably together. Lily exclaimed, if there is a spacious house, Tama will be able to run around it as much as he wants. Stella said that, as a strong woman, she deserved a wide bed. Arya asked the protagonist what he thought. He rubbed his arm against hers, and she said with a smile, he agreed too. They needed to head to the real estate agency right away. After breakfast, the group set off for their destination. When the girls entered the real estate agency, the owner jumped up at the sight of them and exclaimed in surprise, Arya? The girl greeted him and told him that she was here today to rent a house. The man said thoughtfully, well, she wants one with a large bedroom and bathroom, right? If she wants, he can show her right now. He's honored to be able to provide housing for an A-rank adventurer. In fact, he already has several properties in town, and he thanks them for visiting. After a while, he led them to a large 2-story house. Stella, Lily, and Fairy immediately went up to the second floor. Arya looked around, and MC also surveyed the premises. The owner of the real estate agency said there was a bedroom upstairs, quite spacious. Fairy peered in the window from the street, distracting the protagonist. The man continued, besides the main bedroom, there's also a spare one. The protagonist thought, that's good. Arya, noticing his interest, asked him if he was planning to sleep there alone. No. He'll be sleeping with her. The agency owner smiled and remarked, he's so cute. The girl replied, he may look like that, but he's really strong. The protagonist thought, and she understood what he was thinking. Well, as expected of the owner. The man suggested they take a look at the bathroom one last time. When the girls followed him out onto the veranda, Arya exclaimed delightedly, it's an outdoor bath. Fairy touched the water and said it was warm. Stella remarked, it's nice in the bath. The owner said it was just like the kitchen. It could be heated with wood or a magical stove. Arya exclaimed, wonderful. The protagonist thought, the garden is fenced in, and since the house is on the outskirts of town, there won't be any worries about peeping. Stella told the leader she liked the house. Barry and Lily said they liked it too. Arya replied, okay, she understood. She turned to the owner and said, I think the rent is 6 months in advance, right? The man happily said, it's decided. Now they can start filling out the paperwork. Lily, Fairy, and Stella were overjoyed. They'd made it. They had a new home. The protagonist, hearing the price, thought it seemed a bit above market value. But if it was this house, he wouldn't mind. Arya petted her pet and told him they now had a new home. Now they have a lot to do. After a while, the group sat on their beds and exhaled. That would be enough for now. The move was complete. Fairy and Lily, jumping on the bed, happily remarked that it was so soft, and jumping on it was so much fun. Stella, with a satisfied smile, stroked the protagonist's soft fur and admiringly said that she hadn't held him in her arms for so long. During the move, she easily carried the heavy beds into the new house by hand. Arya asked her not to overdo it. Tank remarked that they were so light. She turned to the leader and asked if she would let her hold Tama later. Arya looked at her in surprise. Lily exclaimed, referring to the girl's strength and cunning, that's Stella. And now she was holding the protagonist in her arms, lovingly stroking him. He thought she was doing it too much. She replied that she didn't get a chance like this every day. She could pet him to her heart's content. The protagonist protested, that's stupid. He never thought she'd do something like this. You never know what's going to happen in this life. Arya thought jealously, it's happening again. She felt like they were silently communicating. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and 2 sweet women appeared in the doorway and announced that they'd brought what they'd ordered. If this was Arya herself, the girl, taking the boxes from them, thanked them for coming all this way. One of the women saw Fairy and Lily and said tenderly, "This is for these sweet girls, right?" The spirit and the fairy looked at her in surprise. A little later, when they tried on their new outfits, Lily remarked, "It's not as bad as she thought." Fairy said, "The fabric is so smooth, silky, it feels so pleasant." The women said goodbye to the girls, telling them they'd see each other again. Arya thanked them again. She looked at Lily and Fairy and remarked, "They were both so cute. If that's the case, they should dress Tama up like that too." He didn't want to, and it was clear from his expression. Arya asked him what was wrong with him. He wondered if he should run away, but he didn't want to upset his mistress. The girl, meanwhile, went to the closet and began looking for an outfit for him. When she exclaimed that she had found it, MC tensed up, becoming scared. Stella, surprised, asked, "What's wrong with him?" When Arya dressed him up, she exclaimed, "He's so cute." Fairy remarked, "He looks just like a cat princess." "What's so adorable?" The protagonist calmed his irritation, mentally repeating that this is a knight's duty. Arya thought, "He really is so cute." At that moment, Volcana entered the room and asked, "Are they here?" The girl greeted her joyfully. The guests looked around their new home and said, "It's a beautiful house," and she congratulates them on their move. Showing them the buckets of provisions, the master asked if she could borrow their kitchen. She dumped the ingredients on the kitchen table and began cooking. Arya told her there was no rush. The master replied that she would tend the fire. Stella, choking with a swollen appetite, said, "Meat." Fairy also noticed a sweet smell. Tank, looking at a piece of meat, said, "Volcana, it's good she came." The master replied, "It's not yet time to eat." Tank replied, "She knows it. Fried is better." Volcana turned to Fairy and told her, "The dessert is cake." Lily admired this. After a while, the table was set. Stella turned to Arya and, pointing to the dish she prepared, told her that it wasn't meat, but it looked delicious. The girl said it was called Kobar shrimp, a specialty of this city. Lily stared at the dessert and asked, "Isn't that cake?" Fairy remarked, "It looked delicious." When everyone sat down at the table, Volcana congratulated them on their move. After that, everyone began to eat. The protagonist also got a delicious dish, and the girls watched him with affection. Late that evening, everyone went to bed. Volcana slept in the same bed with Arya, with the protagonist lying between them. In their sleep, the girls clung tightly to each other. He wondered what his mistress and master were dreaming about. In such a pressed position, he was tempted to simply fall asleep, but that was impossible. He crawled out from under the girls, glanced at the next bed where Stella, Lily, and Fairy were, and thought it seemed like those three were fast asleep too. MC went outside, thinking he needed to do something. Once outside, he glanced at the dark windows and decided it was time to go. But as soon as he took a step, Stella's voice rang out from behind him, asking where he was going at such a time. The protagonist jumped in surprise and asked her if she hadn't been asleep. Tank answered that she had been asleep, but she had sensed him moving. The protagonist apologized for waking her. She said dragons were sensitive to presences. He told her she could go back to sleep. He needed to go to the labyrinth. He wanted to check something. Stella exclaimed with interest. In that case, she'd come with him too. Her body had been weakening lately. The protagonist looked into her eyes, which sparkled with anticipation, and replied, "Okay, let her come with him." He didn't want her to start a rampage in the city. Stella thanked him and assured him she wouldn't do anything like that. MC asked her not to interfere, and she agreed, picking him up and pressing her cheek to his. He wondered in confusion, what is she doing? He had to tell her she couldn't just hug him like that. Tank replied, "Arya can't see them right now, so it doesn't matter to her." Stella tried to hug the protagonist, but he hissed fiercely. She fearfully asked, "Does he hate her?" He sighed heavily and resigned himself to his fate, allowing her to do so. The girl joyfully hugged him and said that he finally allowed her to hug him. After that, they went to the square in front of the entrance to the labyrinth. Danny and Howard were sitting there. Suddenly, they spotted the protagonist and, perplexed, asked what that terrifying sight was. Stella greeted them and told them that Tama was strong, so everything was fine. MC looked at them with a heavy gaze, thinking that this was unbecoming of knights. The boys, sensing his heavy aura, wilted and decided not to engage him. He pondered in confusion, and they withstood his angry gaze, an S-rank monster. Overall, as expected of knights guarding the peace of the city. Danny, a knight of the Ruin House, and also second-in-command Cedric, said that she shouldn't leave the house too late. After all, a beautiful girl like her could easily get into trouble. Stella blushed and told him that everything was fine. She was strong, and Tama was with her. After some time, they arrived at the first floor of the labyrinth. The protagonist climbed off Stella and, opening the status window, wondered if perhaps the battle with the undead dragon had given him a new skill. Elemental projectiles and behemoth, the third form. That's an evolution. A third form means it will be different from the previous one. He can't test this. He has no guarantee he'll return to his previous form. For now, he'll just think of it as a safety net. Also, he now has elemental projectiles. Does that mean they're projectiles with elemental energy? MC read the list of elemental projectiles and thought that you can never have too many skills to protect your mistress. Wait, he now has missiles? What does that even mean? Oh well, he'll find out when he uses it. Stella got bored and asked him why they came here. The protagonist replied, "Let her step away for a bit. He'll show her his new skill." She moved away, interested, and said she wanted to see it faster. The protagonist spotted the goblins and used the fire missile skill. He remarked that at that distance there shouldn't be any problems, A missile instantly appeared, tearing the goblins apart on impact. Stella exclaimed in admiration that it was awesome. Something oddly shaped flew out, and the goblins shattered into pieces. MC thought in surprise. He'd truly never seen such an object before, but he appreciated it. Elemental Roar was better against large numbers of enemies, but it couldn't be used against allies. But this skill could be used. He said they needed to move on. He wanted to try out his other skills as well. After a while, they descended to the second floor of the labyrinth. Looking around, Stella noted with displeasure that there was no good target. The protagonist replied that he didn't think the monsters were very active today. There must have been a large raid. Well, they'll go deeper. Suddenly, they came across a fat orc. Tank exclaimed joyfully. Let him test his abilities on that orc. MC used the ethereal missile skill, sending a missile flying at the monster. He tried to dodge, but the missile veered left with lightning speed and headed straight for him. The protagonist was surprised to think, is this a missile tracking the enemy? An ethereal missile is like a slashing saber. Stella said, confused, it was following the enemy. Tama noted that he had 2 newly acquired skills left. They would experience this too. Suddenly, 2 more orcs appeared in the corridor and, seeing their comrade dead, began aggressively attacking their allies. The protagonist used the water rocket skill, which trapped one of the orcs in a huge water ball. MC realized this trapped the enemy in a large amount of water. This could be used against an enemy for whom deprivation of breath is effective. The protagonist noted that he had 1 last skill left. Stella delightedly told him that she was already looking forward to it. The orc was frightened by what he saw and began to run. Tama thought, yes, he had no choice but to run. Humans and monsters are completely incompatible, so they had no choice but to kill them or run away. The protagonist used the rock rocket skill, and a powerful projectile flew at the enemy at lightning speed. The rocket pierced the orc, killing him instantly. Stella approached the corpse and remarked that this was a very brutal skill. MC climbed onto the dead orc and, looking at the wound, said that this was a very powerful skill. He paused, thinking as the missile passed easily through the orc's thick belly. This skill is more effective against heavily armored monsters, like golems. Finally, the protagonist said he had finished checking his skills. Now they were returning. He was also interested in evolution, but he wasn't planning on trying it yet. Stella wondered, maybe next time. She had been having fun with Tama. Suddenly, she realized what he had said and asked him again. Did he mention evolution? He agreed and explained that he could evolve into the 3rd form of Behemoth. When he fought her, he was in his 2nd form. The 3rd form should be more powerful. Stella, utterly amazed, said even more powerful than when he killed her. He would become bigger and stronger. Suddenly, the girl smiled broadly and told him she wanted kids. He needed to evolve and become an adult right now. MC remarked with disgust. He'd known she was a pervert. After a while, they ran out into the square. Stella, chasing after him, shouted at him, "She wants his kids." Howard, seeing this, was horrified and called out to his comrade. Danny replied that they hadn't seen anything. Tama was a man too, and it wasn't their place to tell him what to do. That night, the protagonist ran home, climbed into the sleeping Arya, and told her that even Stella wouldn't be able to touch him in his mistress's arms. The girl, irritated, lay down on the next bed. The next morning, they all woke up. Arya wished her pet good morning and noticed that he was shaking all over. Perhaps he had a bad dream? He looked at Stella, who simply glared at him, repeating her request. The protagonist buried his face in his mistress's warm chest. Fairy began to pet him, telling him how cute he was. Still half asleep, she pulled him out onto the balcony and, smiling, told him to look at how beautiful the morning was. The girl turned to Arya and told her that she had one request: a tree in the garden of this house. They, good spirits, feel more comfortable when surrounded by trees and grass. Lily agreed with her, adding that they miss it. Arya answered with a smile that she understood. She was an elf, she liked trees too. It sounded difficult, but they had to do it. Fairy replied that she had given them permission to do it, so they would do it themselves. Lily noted that they would be finished in no time. There would be no problems. After all, Fairy was a high dryad, and she was a high pixie. Volcana, hearing this, was completely amazed. She called out to Arya and told her that they needed to catch up with them quickly. Outside, Fairy began cultivating the tree, and immediately a sprout emerged from the ground. Volcana excitedly stopped them and pointed out that it was, after all, a world tree. A world tree is a rare designation for a plant species that has almost become the stuff of legend. It's also known that the geology around a world tree is richer, with more vegetation and rich mineral deposits underground. Could she grow a regular tree? Fairy excitedly replied that she could. Volcana exclaimed, "Hurry and hide it. She needs to block the view from the outside. She wants trees growing along the entire fence." After that, the forest spirit excitedly blocked the entire house with trees. Volcana remarked that it was a good thing it was early morning. If anyone saw, it would be a big deal. MC wondered if anyone found out a world tree was growing in such a place, they would certainly become a target, just like Fairy. Suddenly, Lily exclaimed that a source of life, albeit small, had appeared. Thanks to the world tree, the Earth's veins had improved. The protagonist mused that the source of life was a rare spring, as legendary as the world tree. The spring spring's water healed all kinds of wounds and illnesses. It was also known as an elixir. Volcana noticed that they had let their guard down. This time, it was the source of life. Stella climbed into the spring and exclaimed with wild delight that when she bathed in this water, she felt much more energetic. Volcana admiringly said, "Okay. As long as this isn't discovered, they won't have any problems." Arya, equally delighted, agreed. The world tree with its source of life was a huge boon for adventurers. They must protect everyone. After some time, they collected the healing water in flasks. Arya explained everything to her allies and told them why they absolutely had to keep their true identities a secret. Stella remarked that this water possessed the power to heal any wound. It was amazing. MC noted they'd obtained a large amount of elixir, as expected of the owner. The master said she'd try digging the earth after a while. They should obtain rare ore. Arya said with a smile that she'd ask her to make her equipment again. Volcana smiled and replied that she'd make her the best equipment possible. However, she could only work with ore up to orichalcum. The girl thoughtfully remarked that only artifact smiths could process this ore. The master asked her how she knew this. Arya replied that she'd read about it in a book when she was in her village. After these words, Volcana became very embarrassed and turned away. MC, watching this, thought, there are only a few artifact smiths in the world, and they are government officials. Miss Volcana is an excellent blacksmith, but he doesn't think she enjoys court service. Stella called out to Arya and remarked that she was hungry. They hadn't had breakfast yet. After a while, the girl set the table and asked if Volcana would like to eat. The master sat down and replied that she would have breakfast. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Arnold entered. He wished everyone a good morning and apologized to his hosts for arriving so early in the morning. Arya asked him if something had happened, right? The man answered, as expected of her. She guessed correctly. In fact, he had an urgent request for them all, a personal errand from the guild. Volcana asked, "What is it?" Arnold explained, looking upset, that frankly, something had been wrong with the labyrinth lately. Some powerful monsters, not usually found on the first floor, have started appearing on the first. There have even been casualties. MC wondered if it was because he was testing his skills. He needed to check. There had to be another reason. Arya told the guildmaster she couldn't stay away. Stella added with a smile that she was going too. Volcana echoed their idea and said she was coming this time too. Lily wanted to say the same thing, but suddenly stopped. The protagonist paused. She probably wanted to say that they would go with them, but they were afraid of being held hostage. Fairy, fearfully, said that they would stay home. Lily snuggled close to her, agreeing with her decision. The protagonist allowed Fairy to pet him and said that he was the knight of this group. Arya said with a smile that she understood everything. They were all going together, right? He replied that he would risk his life to protect them all. Lily happily said, "They'll try." Arya smiled and agreed, saying they should all work together. Arnold, watching this, tearfully reflected on how magnificent she'd truly become. He was so proud of her. After a while, they discussed tactics and entered the dungeon. Lily remarked in surprise, "Is this a labyrinth? It's all rocks." Fairy exclaimed, "This sounds like an adventure." Arya wanted to check with the good spirits. "Do they know the main rule?" Fairy answered, "Of course." She didn't think the blessing of the good spirits would work on the monsters here. The protagonist knew the blessing of the good spirits was the ability to resist monsters' attacks unless they attacked them. But this wasn't the labyrinth they lived in. It was best to assume this blessing didn't work. He activated the Beast King's blessing. Fairy remarked that they had excellent equipment from Vulcan, for which she was very grateful. Lily exclaimed that she felt so much better this way. The protagonist looked at them carefully and thought he didn't need to worry about that. Everyone was fully equipped and their morale was high. However, as per the order, monsters were appearing from the first floor and deeper. They couldn't relax. He rushed forward, calling for his mistress to follow him. After a while, Arya told her allies that a goblin and a hobgoblin were ahead. Volcana, readying her weapon, noted with surprise that hobgoblins didn't usually appear on the first floor. Something was wrong. Stella assumed a fighting stance, looked at the opponents, and remarked how nasty they were. She would split their skulls. Lily told her to leave it to them. Fairy supported her. They would show them the power of the good spirit tribe. Arya agreed to their request, but asked them not to overdo it. The good spirits rushed forward, asking her allies to trust them. They faced their opponents fearlessly. Volcana spoke in confusion. "The good spirits are fighting. She can't allow this." Stella said she'd like to rage, but her job is to understand how they fight. The master looked at her and noted that she had grown. Arya turned to the protagonist and asked him to support the good spirits just in case. The protagonist replied, "Leave it to him." Meanwhile, Lily activated her fairy palette skill and launched a strike at the opponents, but the goblins broke through her attack. MC thought how fast. The goblin sat down on the floor, bracing himself with his hand, and the hobgoblin stood behind him, his appearance ominous. Fairy narrowed her eyes and spoke slowly. She activated her Blanchu whip skill, earning considerable admiration from Stella and Volcana. The protagonist thought, this is inevitable. The good spirit's blow knocked the opponents off their feet, enraging them beyond belief. Arya noted with admiration that even from a distance she managed to land a powerful blow. Stella said, "This is something to behold." Volcana said, "Now they'll work together." The protagonist, carefully observing his allies, thought, Lily fires a high-speed light projectile from mid-range. Fairy also wields a wooden whip masterfully from mid-range. It also looks very powerful. He thought. Arya with her attacking profession, Lily and Fairy as a ranger spellcaster, Stella as a tank, and Volcana as an attacker. These would be excellent additions to his mistress's new group. Lily told them, "This is what they're capable of." Fairy said sheepishly, "There's a little bit of everything." Volcana admiringly told them that they were both simply magnificent. MC realized they were both good enough to fight, and he felt better. He looked at the irritated Stella and asked her what was wrong. She answered, "Nothing." The protagonist jumped on her, pushed off, and landed somewhere else. She didn't understand what he was talking about. Lily said at that moment, "It's so nice when they're praised." Fairy added, "They want to help their friends." The protagonist, running away, noted that he thought so. At that moment, Stella caught up with him and grabbed him abruptly. He wondered in surprise, have they grabbed him? The protagonist turned to his mistress, thinking that he'd made the biggest mistake of his life. Arya turned to Stella indignantly. The tank girl looked at her, tears in her eyes, and asked him, "Does he hate her?" MC was confused. "Is she crying?" He felt sorry for her and stopped struggling. Arya looked at him in surprise. "What's wrong?" She stood chest to chest with Stella, glared at her with irritation and said, "How dare she take advantage of Tama's kindness?" The protagonist, pressed between them, remarked, "He feels so comfortable here." His mistress's eyes seemed to be asking him, whom will he choose? What should he do? Behind him, Stella, looking like she's about to cry. In front, his mistress, dissatisfied with the situation. So what should he do? Lily said in surprise. A clash of two strong personalities. Fairy wondered what was going on. She joined them. Lily exclaimed triumphantly, "This is so much fun." MC was surprised. The tribe of good spirits were game geniuses. Arya, meanwhile, told Stella that she could only hug Tama when she allowed it. Tank replied maliciously, "She hugged him the other day on a night walk, and he didn't resist." Arya paled at her words and asked her, "What exactly did she say?" The protagonist looked at his mistress in confusion, tears of hurt welling in her eyes. He thought in despair, this isn't it at all. At that moment, Stella was on the verge of tears. He hated himself for not being able to speak. Arya said icily, "Stella, but she couldn't seduce her pet. Not now, at least not by faking tears." But what had she done? Tank chuckled and asked, "What exactly is she interested in?" The protagonist was panicking at the unfolding situation. Fairy said in amazement, "She wants to join in too." The protagonist thought he didn't understand what Stella was trying to say. The good spirit, having grasped the meaning of what she'd said, asked in surprise, "Fake tears?" She burst into tears and said, she doesn't want them all to ignore her. Stella was embarrassed and apologized, asking her not to cry. Arya also apologized to the good spirit and conciliatorily suggested they all play together. Volcana irritably remarked, "They're not here to play." There was some confusion, and a brief silence followed. Then Arya said, confused, "They've angered Vulcan." Stella too was perplexed, wondering how this had happened. While the girls were trying to reconcile, Fairy and Lily were hugging the protagonist, calling him a sweet, fluffy cutie. Stella apologized to Arya for hugging MC in the maze. The girl countered, "She shouldn't be angry now." Volcana looked at Fairy and said, "Next up, she's next, okay?" The good spirit agreed. Lily, flying into the air, told the master that they would watch their backs in her stead. Volcana said they would be very helpful. While the blacksmith enjoyed the protagonist's soft fur, Stella suggested that Arya forget about apologizing to each other. The girl didn't object to her suggestion. The friends rushed forward, destroying another hobgoblin along the way. Arya's words, however, sounded a little strange. Stella remarked that if they went deeper, they'd probably learn something. The main character, in the arms of the fairy, thought about good spirits. This labyrinth was different from the forest one. Nevertheless, they seemed to be enjoying their adventure, and they were also convinced of their power. He activated the blessing. Lily exclaimed in surprise, "What is that?" The good spirit said in amazement, "Attack, defense, and various status effects have been strengthened." Arya laughed and remarked, "And they were also very surprised." Stella agreed, adding that she had been surprised at first too. Volcana told the good spirits that Tama had given them this power, using his buff skills. Fairy exclaimed in surprise, "He's a very good boy." Stella exclaimed, "Wow, Tama can do that too." Suddenly, Arya tensed and said she heard footsteps. The master remarked that she was right, she could hear them too. She commanded the group to prepare for battle. Fairy cautiously said she understood. Lily exclaimed, "This monster is theirs too." Stella said with resignation, "It's not her turn." Minotaurs suddenly appeared before the friends. One of them glared at them. Arya said, "Now that he saw Fairy and the others, he must have thought something bad." Stella said, "He probably thought they looked delicious." Arya told the good spirits to be careful. Volcana added, "Tell them to be careful. Some of them wield magic." Stella said, "They're smart in their own way, so they shouldn't let their guard down." Lily thanked them for their concern and said, "Then, whoever starts it will win." Fairy exclaimed, "Then they'll do it." And the good spirits rushed forward. Lily activated a quick strike on one of the opponents and pierced it clean through. The Minotaur, clutching its stomach, sank to the floor. The fairy exclaimed, "Wow, she pierced such a strong stomach. That's how powerful the protagonist's buff is." Fairy said, "She'll try too," and summoned Blanchy's whip. In a split second, several whips erupted from the magic circle and attacked the opponent, destroying it. The good spirit murmured approvingly, A well-considered decision. Both girls rejoiced over their victory. They said it was also thanks to the protagonist. The protagonist turned to Stella, and she replied that she knew it herself. The tank girl attacked one of the monsters, who tried to get up by using a fire step. After the Minotaur was finally destroyed, she told the good spirits to stay alert. Volcana noted that Stella had better reflexes than all of them. Arya told the girl that it was great. Fairy, perplexed, asked her comrade, so the monster was pretending to be dead? Thank her very much, she saved them. She responded to them, since she wasn't fighting, just observing, and that's how she reacted. MC praised Stella, and she was delighted by his praise. The allies ventured deeper and realized they were facing a whole herd of minotaurs. Among them were also mutants, a mage, and an archer. Almost all of them were sitting around the fire, cooking. A few were on guard. Volcana worriedly said that if the protagonist became serious, he would take care of it, but they couldn't rely solely on him. This offended the protagonist. Lily said that this time she would be on guard. Fairy also declared that she would correct her mistake. Stella said she would do what she had to. Arya told her that they were counting on her. Volcana thought that they had all become more reliable after the incident at Gladstone. She asked the protagonist not to interfere. He thought they all needed to improve their skills. However, he wasn't opposed to slacking off. Arya said that then she would attack Lily first with her fairy palette. Fairy will distract them with her Blanchu whip. She needs to eliminate as many defenders as possible. Stella should focus on her job as a tank. The girl grumbled, annoyed that Arya was using her, but she would obey her. Volcana noted that the tank would obediently do everything she was told. Stella snapped back, saying that she was a woman capable of fighting alongside everyone. MC, watching everyone, thought that the growth of his master and Stella was astounding. The atmosphere in the group was good, as expected from his master's group. He, too, would do everything in his power. He summoned an elemental projectile and the evolutionary capabilities of the third form behemoth. The protagonist looked at the opponents and noted that everyone would be in trouble. The allies began to fight according to Arya's plan. Lily summoned the fairy palette and struck first. The Minotaur, who was busy cooking, fell before the eyes of his kin. Following the Fairy activated her Blanchu whip and disabled several Minotaurs. The rest, realizing the source of the attack, rushed at the good spirit and her comrade. Stella screamed that she wouldn't allow this and attacked the monsters. While dispatching them, she called out to Vulcan to begin right now. The master replied that she understood and also entered the battle. Arya attacked the monsters in the rear, giving herself a boost. In an instant, she severed the heads of their opponents, and they fell from the wall. Suddenly, she noticed a Minotaur pulling out an arrow, and the second one too. Arya thought that was half the battle, and called out to Lily. The fairy shouted to her that she understood her task. All the girls rushed back into battle. Stella called out to Vulcan, who was trying to hold back the enemy onslaught, that she would help her now, and rushed toward her. A short time later, Volcana, finishing off another enemy, said, "And half more." Arya looked at the remaining monsters and declared, "That's all that remains." The protagonist thought, "Excellent cooperation." They were all on par with the average Night Corp, as expected of their master. Everyone rejoiced. This place was clear. Moving further, the allies saw a couple of interestingly shaped statues. Arya wondered if that was a gargoyle. Stella answered, "Just a stone statue." She knew what it was. At that moment, Volcana informed the group's leader that she had found a safe place, and they could rest here today. The protagonist mused, "A safe zone is a space where monsters can't enter." Why such a place existed in the labyrinth, and how it worked, was still unclear. But veteran adventurers skillfully used them to conquer the labyrinth. When he was human, he did the same. Stella was on guard, constantly glancing around. Volcana laughed and told her it was safe here. At that moment, Lily exclaimed, "There's a room in the back." The allies headed there, Stella holding her weapon and shield at the ready, asking Lily not to get ahead of her. The fairy replied, "There are no monsters there, everything is fine." Fairy remarked that it was comfortable. The tank girl said in a disgruntled tone, "She doesn't know such a place." The protagonist apologized and told her not to worry. She snapped back, "Couldn't he have told me earlier?" The good spirit said, "A place where monsters don't appear. Wonderful." Lily added, "That wasn't in their labyrinth." The protagonist and fairy rushed forward, the others following. A pool-like structure appeared before their eyes, its edges rimmed with crystals. The spirit noticed flowing water. Volcana declared, "They'll have a good rest here." The protagonist sampled the water in the container and thought there was no problem with the water. Fairy examined the barrels and boxes of tools and weapons and said they were still usable. The other adventurers had left them behind. Stella turned to Arya and told her she was hungry. The leader replied, "So what are they really going to eat?" The tank girl exclaimed, "Meat." She really wanted steak. Arya turned to the MC and asked him to get the ingredients. He told them to leave it to him. When the protagonist got the supplies and Volcana began cooking, he lounged on the shelf. The master remarked that thanks to him, they could eat properly in the labyrinth. After a while, the protagonist thought about how pleasant the smell was, but he couldn't help them with the cooking. He was a little bored. When Fairy managed to turn the meat over, She was overjoyed. Stella impatiently said, "Just fry it, that's all." Finally, everyone sat down at the table and began to eat. The allies devoured the delicious meat with relish, and the protagonist received a separate portion. Arya held him close and began feeding him directly from a fork. He thought, after all, the hostess's cooking was the best. Finally, everyone was full and lay down to rest. The protagonist felt heavy, realizing he'd overeaten. The next morning, Volcano commanded that they resume their exploration. They headed to the city labyrinth, to the 10th floor, the deepest part. MC thought to himself he'd somehow managed to lose his belly fat. When the allies arrived, Stella peeked around the corner to assess the situation. The protagonist followed her example. To their horror, they saw a huge troll sitting in the middle of the corridor, looking down at the minotaurs he'd slain. The bones of the enemies he'd already eaten lay scattered around him. MC realized they were facing an A-rank monster. It possessed unshakable strength and the ability to regenerate itself. One such monster could destroy an entire village in the blink of an eye. Arya told him to be prepared this time. Volcana admiringly noted that Arya had become an A rank. Stella said she had also become a B rank. Volcana pleasedly remarked that they were just gaining experience. Stella turned to the protagonist and told him he could rest assured that she would protect Arya and everyone else. He needed to see that she was a capable woman. Lily exclaimed, "That huge monster is scary, but she'll do her best." The protagonist thought, it can't be helped. For his master's party to become stronger, they needed experience. If danger arose, he would immediately help them. Arya said with a smile, Tama also gave permission. Then, they could begin eliminating the monster. Fairy reminded Lily that the surprise attack was the first. The good spirit and the fairy simultaneously activated their fairy palette and Blanchu whip skills and attacked the monster from behind. Arya warned them that trolls have the ability to regenerate, so they should be careful. The troll felt the blows and was about to turn to attack the enemy, but Stella appeared nearby. She covered herself with her shield and dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The monster became enraged and pushed her away, sending her flying. At that moment, Volcana struck it from behind. Arya activated her power-up and flew up, attacking the monster from the front. Stella returned to her ranks and, shouting for everyone to back off, pounced on the enemy. Her blow knocked him off balance, and Arya shouted that she needed to act now. Fairy and Lily shouted at them to leave this to them. The good spirit was about to activate its whip, but the troll doubled over, emitting such magical force that the whip's tendrils froze in place. The monster straightened and roared, swinging its weapon. Arya and Stella rushed at it, the leader summoning her sacred blade. The weapon's magical aura created such a powerful current that the fairy had to cling to Free's hair to keep from being blown away. Stella swiftly severed the monster's upper limbs and screamed for it to die. But the troll remained standing, bleeding from its severed arms. Stella said she was weakening. Volcana, looking at the enemy, exclaimed that his regeneration had slowed down. Fairy sighed and said she was afraid. Lily urged her to respond to their enemy. They attacked the troll and Stella rushed to their aid. Volcana watched in amazement. Suddenly, the enemy's severed arms sprouted new ones. He grabbed his club and was about to strike back, but Volcana leaped up and dealt him a crushing blow. The monster staggered in surprise, and the master shouted for Arya's help. The group's leader activated her sacred blade, summoned a triple strike, and severed the troll's upper limbs. Volcana crushed her opponent's head with her hammer. Stella exclaimed with relief, "They won," Lily said. "She's so excited." Volcana muttered, "They won. She's happy about it. They did it." Arya looked at the protagonist with a smile and asked him how he liked it. He replied that it was excellent. The allies examined the floor and noticed that there seemed to be no other monsters here. Volcana turned to Arya and asked, "Perhaps the troll appeared on this floor, and that's why the other monsters fled?" The girl answered, "Quite possible." Stella, meanwhile, leaned over the protagonist, who was in Fairy's arms, and said she really wanted to hug him. Arya continued, "They need to look around a little more. If they don't encounter a single monster, they will go upstairs and report to the guild." After a while, Arnold met them in the guild and listened attentively. Afterward, he said, everything is clear to him. The troll's appearance was the cause of all the strangeness in the labyrinth. He thanked them and added that he had prepared their reward for them. Volcana thought, now he'll calm down a bit. That's for the best. Arnold continued. However, he is very glad that he turned to Arya's group for help. He looked at the group's leader and said, "By the way, they were all invited to the Imperial Palace." The team leader was surprised and the guildmaster continued, "That's amazing. But her team, the heroes who saved Gladstone, will surely receive words of gratitude from His Majesty the Emperor. For sure." All the allies were stunned by what they heard. The protagonist thought, this country, an invitation from the Emperor as expected of his mistress. Arnold said thoughtfully, Volcana turning very pale. The master said she was at home after all and doesn't remember her name. The protagonist noted her expression as if she'd been through a misfortune. Arya replied, "They're in the same group after all." Arnold said, "He's sure of it. That's why. Let them have fun." Sometime later, when the allies set out, Lily exclaimed enthusiastically, "They're traveling again with Arya and the others." Fairy noted excitedly, "The Imperial Palace? She's looking forward to trying it." Stella was only curious, would the Emperor feed them meat? Arya laughed good-naturedly at her comrades. The protagonist thought the road to the imperial capital of Kralial was well paved, and there shouldn't be any difficulties. It would take about 3 days by wagon. Along the way, they made several stops for refreshments. They stopped once among the snow-capped mountains, and it was bitterly cold. Finally, they arrived. Lily exclaimed joyfully, "This is the imperial capital this time, right?" Volcana answered that it was. The allies entered the capital and found themselves on a busy street. Lily marveled at the crowds. Fairy agreed. The labyrinth city was large, but this one was even larger. At that moment, Stella exclaimed to Arya, "I smelled the pleasant aroma of roasted meat." She wanted to eat something. The leader remarked, and indeed, it smelled good. Arya reasonably told her that first they should greet His Majesty the Emperor. Stella, drooling from hunger, drooled and said, "I understand. She's a good woman. She can endure it." Fairy and Lily also said that there was a sweet smell, and they were also hungry. Arya promised them they'd have fun after the greeting, but now they had to go. Volcana looked a little depressed. After a while, looking at the imperial palace, she said, "Finally, they've arrived." The allies were ushered through the main gate by guards, and a servant of the emperor came out to greet them. When the team reached the emperor, named Geisel, he greeted them warmly. The monarch said, "It's good that they came, adventurer Arya and her team." The allies bowed politely to the emperor, and Stella said, "It's a great honor to meet His Majesty." Geisel told her, "She's fearless. The elemental cat and the good spirits did a good job protecting Gladstone." He thanked them for that. He turned to Volcana and said, "It's been a long time." The master replied, "It's true. It's been a long time. She's glad to see His Majesty in good health." The allies looked at their comrade in surprise. Geisel noticed, as he could see, that she hadn't told her comrades yet. So in his understanding, it must be difficult for her. He'd let his son explain it to them. The emperor called Julius. A stately young man in armor entered the hall. The protagonist realized this was Julius, the hero prince who had played an active role in the last Twilight War of the Demons. The young man greeted the artifact smith, Vulcan, and remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The girls stared at him in surprise and asked him if he wanted her to make more artifacts. Julius replied that he did. Could they entrust her with this? Vulcan said, "It's His Highness's request. How could she refuse?" The prince looked at Arius and told her he had a favor to ask. Would she and her comrades like to join him in the Imperial Hero Squad? The entire team was stunned by his unexpected offer. The protagonist thought, the Imperial Hero Squad. They are the Empire's largest troop of heroes and combat experts. They are known to use their power in situations where the state should be preoccupied, such as a demon rebellion or a monster infestation. Stella asked admiringly, "A hero squad? How good are they?" The prince noticed her and asked if she was Stella. The girl answered that she was. He urged her to join the team fighting powerful monsters. The tank girl readily accepted his request. She would join. Volcana interrupted her and asked the prince why he was hiring Arya and the others. He was about to explain everything to her, but at that moment, Beelzebuto appeared and said she would do it herself. The prince asked her not to appear so suddenly. She smiled and replied that she understood. Arya wondered in confusion. Could this really be the Holy Demon King herself? Beelzebuto smiled at her thoughts and said, "She's thinking correctly, this elf girl." The protagonist thought in amazement, Holy Demon King Beelzebuto? Once upon a time, there was a demon god who wanted to destroy the world. 7 great demon kings followed him, but one of them sided with humans. She can read people's minds. Volcana told her that frightening people is not good. Arya was confused. The leader indeed knelt before the nobles and said, "His Majesty, Volcana, the prince who calls Stella to the hero corps, even the Holy Demon King." Beelzebuto told the master, she herself didn't tell them anything, so she's the cause of their confusion, right? The master admitted that was true. There was something she had been keeping secret from Arya. She turned to the leader, apologizing and explained that she hadn't told her she was an artifact smith. Arya said she was surprised, but she understood. But why would she be a smith if she wasn't tied to a country? Volcana told her it was a reward for the last war. She was allowed the life of a free smith on the condition that she not create artifacts without permission. Arya said with surprise, "The last war, the twilight of the demons. By the way, in the Great Mage's party, there's a beast man with a hammer, called the Princess of the Ferocious Beasts." Volcana said that was something she'd kept secret. She was in the Great Mage's party. The leader asked her in amazement, why didn't she tell them about it? Beelzebuto told the prince with a smile, "And he invited such a cute child to the hero party?" The Holy Demon King said, "Well, she'll get down to business. They need power to confront the resurrected 4 demons." Arya exclaimed in surprise. What was she saying? Beelzebuto replied that she sensed the presence of the other 7 great demons and the 4 demons serving them. The protagonist thought this is becoming very unsettling. The girl continued that she didn't yet know where they would be resurrected, except for one pillar. But if the 4 demons were resurrected, they would begin working to bring the demon kings back to life. Arya asked her if she really wanted them to help them defeat these 4 demons. The protagonist noticed his mistress's heartbeat quickening. The prince said he was sorry, but the current empire didn't have the strength to deal with the 4 demons. Cedric was already on his way to the 4 devils, whose resurrection he knew about. Arya said, "Then the Great Mage and His Highness Julius can handle this together." MC thought the Great Mage and the Hero Prince wouldn't lose to the demons. Julius explained to her that unfortunately, the Great Mage was currently unable to act. He himself was weakened. no longer as strong as he had been during the Great War. Therefore, he would like them to join his hero squad. Arya said she understood everything now, but would they be up to the task of fighting the 4 devils? The prince said, of course, they're short on power right now, so he's going to make artifacts for her and the others. He doesn't know Volcana's current rank as an adventurer, but when equipped with an artifact, she's capable of power equivalent to an A rank. With such artifacts, plus Arya's group training to confront the 4 demons together, they should be able to defeat them. Beelzebuto noted, an annoying life force, even in decline. Arya considered this, and the protagonist thought about it, but the demons are the Demon King's retinue after all. Finally, the leader said, of course, if they approach, they'll be happy to lend them their power. The prince happily thanked her, calling them his friends. Beelzebuto said, children have a strong sense of justice. Volcana jumped happily and exclaimed, well then, she'd like to use the workshop right away. The prince assured her, of course, she could use it as she had in the past. Volcana, incredulous, noted, he said he'd prepare anything? Julius confirmed that he was. As she ran off, Master said, first, she'll take up arms. The prince turned to Arya and Stella and suggested they discuss their training. They'd talk about Stella first. He'd heard she was an excellent tank and attacker, so he'd train her intensively himself. Arya exclaimed, that's so wonderful. The protagonist, the prince himself, was surprised. Stella said she was happy to fight a strong man. Lily exclaimed, of course, they'll fight alongside them. Fairy remarked, they want to be of use to them too. Arya tried to dissuade them, saying that the enemy was very strong this time, but the good spirits' faces were so upset that Beelzebuto declared, she'll personally train these children. Although she no longer fights, she can still teach. MC was amazed. A hero prince and a holy demon king training. It was simply incredible. Julius spoke up, leaving Arya behind. She had the perfect training partner. He didn't know if she would take him, but let them follow him. They left the palace and rode a carriage to the place the prince had taken them to. When their carriage stopped in front of a huge, beautiful palace, the allies were amazed by the astonishingly large size of the building. They walked through a large square with a fountain and approached the main entrance. Alicia opened the door and asked the prince how she could help him. Julius apologized and said he had something he wanted to ask of her. Would she listen to him? Alicia repeated thoughtfully, a request. Well, let him ask. At that moment, Arya exclaimed in surprise. Alicia, the sword saint herself, the protagonist thought in surprise. This person had defended the elven village from demon armies, and she had saved his mistress's life when she was just a child. She had destroyed one of the 7 great demon kings. Alicia also recognized her, addressing her by name. The prince was surprised, so they knew each other. Arya reminded the saint that she had once saved her. The girl replied that she remembered. It seemed she had told her then that one day, when she became as strong a defender of justice as Alicia, she would also proudly destroy her opponents. The saint added that she would never forget the look in her eyes at that moment. They looked at each other with a smile. Then Alicia saw the badge on the girl's chest and said in amazement, an A-rank adventurer's badge. She has become worthy. The girls embraced, overjoyed to see each other. Everyone looked at them, perplexed and confused. After some time, the prince told Alicia why they had come to her. She said, I see, so his request was for her to train Arya. Julius confirmed this, adding that Arya used a high-speed dual-blade system. He thought she was a suitable trainer for her. Stella would be trained by him, and the 2 good spirits would be trained by Beelzebuto. Fairy and Lily, meanwhile, were gorging themselves on sweets. Alicia, surprised, said, wow, Beelzebuto is training. After thinking for a moment, Alicia told Arya, okay, she'll train her too. The group leader was surprised and flattered at the same time. The saint of the sword herself would be training her. She was very grateful for that. Alicia said it was a request from the master's best friend. The prince thanked her for agreeing. Arya, surprised, asked him again, the master's best friend? Julius replied, it's a bit of a long story. They have a very close relationship with the great mage. Alicia noted with a smile that she was currently living with the master somewhere. The group leader spoke with confusion. So, together, the beloved of the great mage, Alicia, the saint of the sword and the holy demon king, the wives of the great mage. She recalled Beelzebuto's words. The 4 demons are reviving. It's a bit of a hassle, but they're heading to the capital. Alicia noted that she had visited the imperial capital to report this to His Majesty Julius. Arya laughed, thinking she'd wondered why she hadn't heard rumors of Alicia's activities. She'd simply started a family. That meant maybe Alicia had already stopped fighting. If she needed her power, she was willing to give her life for it. Julius turned to the Saint of the Sword and said, by the way, he hadn't told her yet. Volcana had come to the palace. The girl was very surprised. The prince continued, she's enjoying the adventurer's life with Arya's group. Alicia noticed, and yet, they summoned her. She couldn't believe that the girl she saved long ago and Volcana, who fought in the last war, were in the same group. You never know what will happen in this world. Meanwhile, Arya reprimanded Stella for eating too much. The tank girl replied that it was so delicious, she couldn't get enough. Alicia turned to the group leader and asked her who the adorable child was hugging. The protagonist looked closely at the sword saint and stretched sweetly. Arya replied that yes, she hadn't yet introduced her pet, Tama, to her. He was her family. She added that the protagonist was very smart and strong and that he traveled with her. The protagonist meowed, greeting the famous sword saint. Alicia was surprised. An elemental cat? Looking closely at the animal, she noted that this was a very interesting situation. MC wondered what that feeling was. After a while, everyone got down to business. Volcana forged artifacts, Julius began training with Stella, and Beelzebuto began working with the good spirits. Fairy exclaimed, "They'll do everything they can to help Arya and the others." The Holy Demon King told them, in that case, to show her their skills first, and then they'll develop a training plan. When the good spirits introduced her to their abilities, Beelzebuto was pleased. Alicia and Arya also began their training. The Saint of the Sword, taking her position, took a weapon from storage, examined it, and declared that this would be suitable. The protagonist was surprised. She had the storage skill, but still, even though this was supposed to be training, fighting against her master with a wooden sword was foolish. Arya exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her teacher's weapon. A wooden sword? The protagonist wondered, perplexed. What was she planning to do? Arya also looked at Alicia in amazement. The girl told her not to misunderstand. She was in no way mocking her. It's just that if she uses a real sword, she could be harmed by the sword spirit and lose consciousness. Well, it's time for them to begin. Meanwhile, Stella, shielding herself with her sword, happily thought that she hadn't felt this much pressure since Tama. The prince sighed heavily and assumed a fighting stance. Stella thought, the prince is a hero, and he's losing his strength, he said. First, a quick test. Let her attack as she pleases. The tank girl activated her skill and shouted at him not to mock her. He parried her fire attack and said, "So she's a dragonide. She's quite fast but simple." The prince jumped up and kicked her. Stella indignantly thought, did he just kick her? The girl grew angry and redoubled her attack with her deadly skill. But Julius easily parried her attack again, leaving her completely confused. He told her strength was great. If this were a simple contest of strength, she would be better than him. She had honed her sword and shield skills against monsters, but they were too simple to cope with powerful demons. By training with him, she would acquire a new skill. The girl asked him in bewilderment. A new skill? The prince said so. Not only would she improve her sword and shield skills, but she would also acquire the skill necessary to fight 4 demons. She would learn this by training with him. Stella thought she will definitely master a new skill, and he will fall silent, and Tama will praise her. The protagonist, meanwhile, watched Alicia and Arya train. The group leader, surprised, thought, she will kill her. The protagonist was amazed by what a sword spirit she was. This Alicia, the legendary sword saint. The teacher asked Arya if she wanted to stop. If she said that was what she wanted, she would remove the stance. If she wants to continue, let her attack with all her might. Alicia looked at her, wondering if she would forgive her. If she ran away now, she would feel guilty. Arya thought she was afraid, but nevertheless, she activated acceleration, summoned the sacred blade, and rushed at the teacher. Alicia easily blocked her strike and, understandably, cast the holy attribute. The skill's strength suggested it was an ancient skill, but it seemed to consume a lot of mana. Finally, Alicia told her student that she had passed the test. She had resisted fear well. This would allow her to fight the 4 demons. Arya looked at her in bewilderment and thought, a test? After a while, the prince asked the group leader if she had the strength of spirit to endure the training. Alicia was testing him. Arya looked back and forth in surprise. Alicia said with a smile, she saved her life, and she doesn't want to be killed by 4 demons. A few hours later, after a long training session, Stella fell to the ground, saying she didn't have the strength to get up. It's a shame, the prince said. Don't be so downhearted. Alicia remarked, yes, her movements have improved considerably. Arya looked compassionately at her tired comrade. The Saint of the Sword added, this is proof of sufficient potential. Julius agreed. Meanwhile, Fairy tirelessly chanted spells and trained diligently. Lily, twirling in the air, complained, she already has a headache. The good spirit sadly remarked, she doesn't like studying. Beelzebuto told them they had worked hard. That was enough training for today. At that moment, Volcana appeared on the horizon and joyfully called out to the Holy Demon King, adding, she really is here. The master ran up to her, and the girls hugged each other tightly, overjoyed to see each other. Arya, addressing Vulcan, said in surprise, she seems so close to Alicia. Stella, perplexed, asked the master, does she know her? The master had told them Alicia was a comrade with whom she fought shoulder to shoulder. She was a dear friend. It was becoming a bit nostalgic, wasn't it? When her owner first found her, and it was brand new to her then, she didn't even know how to use a broom. Arya said in bewilderment, owner? Find her? She wondered what that meant. But asking such an intrusive question was impolite. Alicia, after a moment's silence, told him she was both the master's wife and his slave. Arya was shocked by what she heard. The Sword Saint said with a smile, she remembers the day the master saved her from despair. The protagonist remembered this story. He looked at Alicia's necklace and thought, upon closer inspection, it looked more like a collar than jewelry. Arya spoke sheepishly, surprised by the word slave, but she looked so happy. She shouldn't have meddled in something that wasn't her business. The girl apologized to Alicia. The Saint of the Sword assured her student that everything was fine. They would talk about it in more detail while they were bathing. Volcana remarked that she was simply making people fall in love with her. She couldn't help it. Arya asked Alicia if she could take Tama with her. The Saint of the Sword asked the protagonist with a smile, he's a boy, right? The group leader replied that he was. Stella said with a displeased tone, but what does that mean? Lily exclaimed with delight. A bath. Julius said that after they bathed, he would ask for food to be prepared. Everyone happily accepted this offer. But Alicia had a sad expression on her face. The protagonist was alarmed by this. What was going on? When the girls sank into the bath, Fairy exclaimed with delight, "The water feels so good." Alicia asked Vulcan how the artifact's production was going. The master answered, "Well, she just finished making a mold for Stella." Meanwhile, the prince and the protagonist bathed in complete silence. The protagonist thought he wouldn't be able to say anything. But that was good, because if anything happened to the master, he'd be informed immediately. Vulcan continued, "Artifacts take time." Stella exclaimed, "She's looking forward to the new arsenal." Beelzebub declared, "Vulcan makes the best artifacts. They'll see what they can come up with." The girls began to frolic in the water, enjoying their bath. The prince turned to MC and said he had heard that he could understand human language. After the bath, they were going to eat, but it would be something different. "These dishes are common in Japan, where the Great Mage lived." The protagonist mentioned Japan. Does he mean the Great Mage is a guest from another world? Julius added that he can only try them here, so he should wait impatiently. Arya thought, what kind of person is the Great Mage? Beelzebub answered her, he is their husband and master. Arya exclaimed, what? Both she and Alicia? You shouldn't read people's minds without permission. The Great Mage has several wives, right? Volcana said, he is a good man. At that moment, Stella irritably emerged from the water, creating a whole fountain, and said to Arya, Tama is a great man. She can become his wife with her. Tama is her property. He is her very own knight. Sometime later, after the bath, the allies sat down at the table to snack. Stella, seeing a large piece of meat, said, very delicious. She had never eaten such delicious food. Alicia laughed and said it was an otherworldly dish called hamburger steak. The owner had taught her the recipe long ago, so she'd mastered it. Volcana, observing the prince's good appetite, said with a smile, His Highness Julius loves hamburgers, doesn't he? The prince, his mouth full, mumbled in response, of course, because Alicia makes this dish better than anyone. Only she can make it so delicious. Stella greedily noted. She could eat them every day. That evening, when everyone had gone to bed, the protagonist thought a lot has happened today. He crawled out of bed, thinking he couldn't sleep. Leaving the palace, he went out into the garden. At that moment, Alicia called out to him, and he jumped in surprise. She wondered if he was out for a walk at this hour. He really did look like a kitten. The girl squatted in front of him, petted him, and suddenly told him not to let anyone know he is a behemoth. The protagonist was astonished by this statement. How did she know that? Alicia smiled at him and left. He watched her go, surprised. The next day, during breakfast, MC looked at her and wondered if she knew about his nature, but didn't tell the master. He couldn't understand what that meant. What was the reason for this? After breakfast, everyone went to their training. Lily wished everyone good luck. Suddenly, a painting hanging on the wall caught Arya's attention. She exclaimed in amazement, it's simply fantastic. Alicia asked her if this interested her. The painting depicted a ferocious creature, next to which stood a female hero. The Saint of the Sword told her student that it was a painting of the first hero and the sacred beast. Arya admiringly exclaimed, it's simply amazing. The protagonist thought, the first hero and a sacred beast. Legendary warriors and monsters who combined their powers and sealed the demon god before the twilight of the gods. Or rather, no, not monsters, just beasts who collaborated with humans. Arya said with admiration, let them all just look at them. They are role models. Beelzebub sadly watched her allies training from the palace window. A short time later, Volcana joined them and joyfully informed them that the artifact had been successfully activated. The protagonist thought in surprise, she really is a master of artifact handling. This agonizing anticipation, a wonderful feeling. Stella exclaimed in delight. Finally, then perhaps they should test it out? The Holy Demon King joined them. Everyone looked at Vulcan with interest. Beelzebub told them she was very sorry, but she didn't think they had time for that. First, they need to deal with the resurrection of the 4 demons. They know where they are. But there's one problem. They don't seem to be resurrecting in the same place. Everyone gasped in alarm. How could that be? Aren't they together? The Holy Demon King continued. The place of resurrection is the ruins near the capital of the kingdom of Arhus. Arya thought in surprise, that's a country across the sea. Beelzebub added, and also the labyrinth city. They need to go to the ruins. The allies were perplexed. No, that can't be. Of all places, the famine labyrinth? The protagonist wondered, surprised. Why were they so worried? Julius turned to Alicia and told her he had one request of her. The Saint of the Sword understood. He wanted to send her to the kingdom of Arhus. Fine, she would do it. The prince thanked her and added that he understood that she had stopped fighting, but he had no one else to turn to. Arya exclaimed in surprise. Alicia would go there alone? The protagonist thought that even though she was a legendary sword saint, fighting one of the 4 demons alone was a bit much. The prince told the group's leader not to worry about it. It wasn't a problem for Alicia. She was, after all, the 3rd most powerful person in this world. MC and Arya were surprised by this. The sword saint turned to Arya and her allies and asked them if they had taken charge of the labyrinth. Right? Volcana told Arya she understood that she was worried about her savior, but first, she needed to think about herself. Beelzebub also tried to reassure the girl, telling her that even if they all tried to attack Alicia together, she would defeat them all. And besides, she hadn't yet learned the derivative skills to go with her. The protagonist thought so, but as her master, he simply wanted more time. Stella had mastered the derivative skills without any problem. Arya finally answered her allies. She understood everything. For now, she would focus on herself. She went with the Holy Demon King, and her allies shouted after her that she could handle it. When the comrades returned to the city, they were met by Arnold and Howard. Julius turned to them and said he begged their forgiveness, but he was forced to turn to them for help. He had great hopes for them. Arnold assured him that they would be only too happy to help him. Arya told Kenny they had something in common. The girl replied that she was looking forward to working with them again. Danny noted, by the way, they all had excellent new equipment. Julius said Volcana had to use all her skills as an artifact smith. Volcana irritably said, enough already, they need to get out of here. The prince noticed, that's for sure. After some time, the allies crossed the square in front of the labyrinth and descended into the dungeon. Goblins came out to meet them. Arya said, this is just the place to practice with your new weapons. She'll take them on. The prince told her he was counting on her. Stella turned to his highness and exclaimed that she too wanted to try out her new weapon. The prince told her her artifacts were only as good as their enemies. She needed to be patient. Stella sighed heavily and said she understood. Lily exclaimed, she wanted it too. She couldn't wait to use her artifact. Fairy told her that until Julius gave them other instructions, they should be patient. Arya prepared to engage her opponents. The protagonist asked his mistress to be careful. She looked at him with a smile. The girl engaged in a fierce battle with the goblins, crushing them left and right, skillfully dodging their counterattacks. Danny exclaimed in admiration, she was simply amazing. Howard remarked, she had become much faster than before. When Arya had successfully dispatched all the monsters, the allies descended to the 5th floor, where they were met by minotaurs. The prince told Stella, now it's her turn. The girl responded with anticipation, she'll do it. She rushed at the enemy, declaring, finally she can test her armor. Stella summoned the large shield, Kalidborg, and a knockback blow. Deftly parrying their attacks with her shield and sword, dodging their oncoming attacks, she finished them off in the blink of an eye. The protagonist thought with admiration, she's mastered the artifact. The girl rejoiced, and Tama praised her. He added, she absorbed the blow with her shield and released it from her greatsword, Crasius. At that moment, Howard noted with puzzlement that they seemed to have reinforcements. The allies saw several newly arrived minotaurs. The prince declared, it's time for them to have a little fight. Lily exclaimed, good, they're coordinating with the others. Fairy shouted joyfully, hooray, now they'll show them the fruits of their training. The protagonist thought, looking at the prince, his body severely exhausted from the inactivity he'd endured in his prime. They must protect him before the battle with the 4 demons. The allies rushed into battle. Stella shouted, no matter how many there are, they're no match for her. The allies, having caught up with the monsters, took a fighting stance. Fairy shouted to them, here they come. She commanded them forward and was the first to attack. Lily activated a fireball and also attacked the enemies. Fairy looked at her comrade in amazement and said, so that's what it is. Wow. Volcana thought with a smile, a ring that increases mana consumption and enhances the power of magical abilities. Lily and Fairy's mana reserves shouldn't be a problem. The good spirit remarked in surprise, what's that? This is a strike from a fairy who can't be defeated so easily. This is an ability that regulates the activation position. It's over. After a short time, the allies looked at the defeated monsters. The protagonist thought he didn't know he'd done something so remarkable. Volcana summarized, this is their first real battle, and they work well together. On the 13th floor of the labyrinth, Howard noticed that the enemy numbers were only growing. Kenny turned to the prince and told him she seemed to have bad news. She found 4 trolls, Marietta added, and they were all mutants. Danny clutched his head, Howard cursed, and said, it looks like they're in trouble. Danny turned to Julius and told him to leave it to them. 4 demons should be close. The protagonist apprehensively thought, these are a higher species of troll. Howard, Kenny, and Marietta all exclaimed that they were ready to go to battle. The prince addressed each of them by name and told them that he was counting on them. Danny urged his allies to hurry. He could already hear them. Danny's team was engaged in a fierce battle. The protagonist thought the Holy Demon King Beelzebuto had detected the resurrection of 4 demons. In response, Arya and her group decided to join the Imperial Guard, a strike force led by Prince Julius. 4 demons were resurrecting in different directions. The group split up, and each headed to their respective locations. Alicia and Cedric, Arya's benefactors, implored the prince to go alone to defeat the demons. Meanwhile, the Imperial Order of Brave Knights conquered the underground labyrinth of ruins, one of the places where the demons were destined to resurrect. The prince told his comrades that thanks to all of them, he had managed to preserve his strength until this moment. He was grateful for that. Volcana noted that everyone had used their artifacts perfectly. Arya declared that her work perfectly suited everyone's fighting style. She continued fighting the goblins. Volcana said admiringly, her dual Tempest Bling daggers create a gale as she deftly wields them in battle against the goblins. Activating her acceleration skill, her speed becomes incredible. She even performs maneuvers in real time. She didn't expect such a thing from her. Stella said her armor was also prepared by Volcana. She offered to show it to Tama. The girl activated her magnificent shield, Kalidborg, which absorbed damage, and her greatsword, Clausurus, deflected enemy damage. The protagonist explained to her, defense, attack power, number of turns, range. She significantly increased her capabilities as a tank and attacker. Stella was pleased to hear his praise. Arya looked at them jealously. Fairy said, "And she has electricity." Lily exclaimed, "Beautiful ring fever." The protagonist thought, Fairy's artifact is Defion's ring, activated at will and in a straight line. The two fairies had improved their magical skills thanks to their classroom training and practice. Lily's fairy palette could now be removed and bent, and Blanchewipe could now be launched at a specific location. Furthermore, the artifact created by Volcana consumes more mana and is many times more powerful. Sometime later, on the 15th floor of the labyrinth, Stella said, "There's an incredibly ominous atmosphere ahead." Volcana had spoken. Finally, the protagonist thought, a powerful evil spirit, one that makes you want to run away as quickly as possible. The prince asked his team if they were all ready. The allies answered in unison that they were ready. He called for them to advance. Visago, sitting on his throne, exclaimed, thinking he heard a noise. "Could it be that the heroes are coming?" The prince answered, "Yes, it is them. And he is one of the 4 demons, isn't he?" Visago said, "Yes, it is." He told them his name and added that he was one of 4 demons in service to the demon king Mammon. Julius raised his sword and told him he would strike him down. His allies also assumed a fighting stance, ready to engage in combat at a moment's notice. The demons snorted and said he had no intention of fighting heroes weakened to such a degree. They should forgive him, but he had no time to bother with them. He had a task. He needed to revive Master Mammon. Volcana warned her companions to be careful. The summoning was approaching. At that moment, the demon summoned Orthros and Cyclops, ordering them to destroy the opponents. He added that their visitors were heroes, so they must taste good. Let them eat them. The assistants thanked their master for everything he had done for them. Arya was wary. Were these words a farewell to him? Visago indeed turned to the heroes and bid them farewell. Julius exclaimed, "Make him stop. Is he going to the demon realm?" At that moment, Volcana shouted at Cyclops that she wouldn't let him go. The girl swung her weapon, but the enemy struck her with a swift blow. The master flew to the side, shaking her head in amazement. Visago laughed, saying he'd forgotten to tell them that with their resurrection, the 4 demons had received the demon lord's blessing. Naturally, they were stronger than before. Volcana tried to attack Cyclops again, but the monster knocked her aside again. The demon continued, and their summoned beasts had also grown stronger. It was their time to die. With those words, he vanished. Arya cried out in alarm. No, if that demon appeared in the city, it would be very bad. Julius told her he'd crossed over to the demon realm, and she and Tama needed to deal with those beasts. Let Volcana and Stella take care of Cyclops, and let Lily and Fairy cover Vulcan. The prince summoned Caliburn and attacked Orthros. The enemy activated his infernal sword and launched a counterattack. Arya leaped at the monster's side to strike, the protagonist actively maintaining her power. But the enemy activated his evasion ability and avoided her blow, attacking her in return. Arya wasn't expecting such a turn of events. The protagonist attacked him with his magical power. One of the monster's heads roared in pain and shouted, "It's hurt." The second head rudely told him to shut his mouth. Meanwhile, Stella and Volcana attacked the Cyclops. He exclaimed in surprise, "They're more powerful than last time." Fairy said she'd deal with him. Lily urged her to do it. The Cyclops laughed and said, "Too slow." Stella shouted, "She'll show him now. She won't let him touch her friends." The protagonist fired his magic projectile at him, and the Cyclops fell, letting out a deafening roar. He returned to his mistress's aid, and they began attacking Orthros again. An ally asked the Cyclops why he was playing with them. The monster jumped up and prepared for a devastating attack. The allies attempted to attack them again, but again, to no avail. The protagonist thought things were bad. The girls rushed at the Cyclops, raining blows upon him. He merely cried out that it hurt, but remained standing. Stella remarked, "This guy is a tough cookie." The protagonist helped his allies as best he could. The Cyclops swung at him and growled that he was in the way. MC realized this would take some time. Meanwhile, Orthros activated his demonic blade and summoned a triple strike, attacking the prince. Arya summoned her sacred blade, Tamawater Howl, and together they attacked the enemy. The monster shouted at them. Their attack is weak. He rushed at the protagonist, and Arya called out anxiously for her pet. Julius was kneeling, panting. The group leader called out to him, telling her to restore their mana while the protagonist distracted the enemy. Orthros unleashed a fiery blow from his mouth. The protagonist, activating a water roar against him, thought, "This is not good. His mistress and prince are running out of stamina." The monster looked at him and declared, "He's next." Volcana shouted to Arya that they had to attack the Cyclops. The prince despaired. "There's no way to recover, is there?" Arya saw the enemy aiming at him and warned Julius of the danger. The prince barely managed to defend himself with the last of his strength, activating his stone axe. The protagonist, meanwhile, attacked one monster after another. Arya noted, "At this rate, they won't defeat them." Meanwhile, the enemies intensified their attack on the protagonist, and Arya rushed to his aid. He looked at her and thought, his mistress is afraid for him. In that case, no matter the cost, they must win. While the heroes were struggling to fight the monsters, in the kingdom of Arhus, in the city of Ruin, where the resurrection of one of the 4 demons had been recorded, Alicia looked at the monsters she had defeated and said, "Excellent," one after another. And yet, she sensed the demon's presence. Where was it? A large door caught her attention. She approached it and opened it. Levi, seeing it, exclaimed, "What is this? It can't be." Alicia said, "I understand," and she was wondering where such familiar sensations came from. So, she was one of the 4 resurrected demons, and how could she kill her this time? The demon uttered her name in fear. She continued in a trembling voice, "Don't let her think she's the same." The moment she was resurrected, she was gifted with great power by the demon king Mammon's blessing. Now even she couldn't defeat her. Alicia said in surprise, but she really had been blessed. Levi assumed her demonic form, and Alicia shouted, "Time to pay the price." "How does she like her new form?" The girl calmly replied, "Almost demon lord class." Levi attacked the sword saint, but Alicia easily repelled all her blows and summons. She told her that her strength didn't matter, she still couldn't keep up. Just as she was blessed by her demon, she too had received a blessing from her master. Alicia dealt her a powerful blow, using all her magical power. After Levi collapsed lifelessly in her new form, the sword saint declared, "That's it, she's definitely finished here." She thought that with such power, Cedric would likely have no problems. However, she was a little worried about Arya and the others. She thought about the protagonist and said, if he's in that special state, then everything will be fine. Meanwhile, the prince exclaimed in surprise, "What was that bright light?" Arya answered him. She didn't know. Suddenly, she said in surprise, "Tama is glowing?" The protagonist was undergoing a transformation. Arya watched in horror, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist summoned the 3rd form of the behemoth and became a huge beast. Julia said in amazement, "That's impossible. He's a sacred beast?" The group leader couldn't believe it. She looked into the beast's golden eyes and asked, "Is this it? Her favorite?" MC mentally said, "He triggered the evolution, expecting everyone to recognize him as a behemoth. But that's how it turned out." He ordered himself to pull himself together. First, he needed to deal with this enemy. It seemed they thought he was some kind of sacred beast. The Cyclops turned to his partner in surprise, and Orthros replied, "He knows the enemy is very dangerous." MC activated his flaming roar and launched a powerful blow at the enemy. Orthros exclaimed in bewilderment, "Is he burning?" Having dealt with him, the protagonist turned his attention to the Cyclops. The monster uttered in fear, "Vasago, may he forgive them. They cannot stand against this beast." Stella rejoiced as expected of the protagonist. At that moment, Orthros rose again, half of him burned away, and said, "That was weak. Humans are weak." The protagonist again summoned evolution, this time taking the form of an incomprehensible beast. He activated his flaming roar again and attacked Orthros. The Cyclops called out to his comrade and asked what kind of monster this was. He summoned his next skill and activated his sacrificial spear. The Cyclops told the protagonist that he would take him with him to hell. The protagonist thought it seemed he couldn't fight anymore. He said he'd take it with him, meaning his attack could seriously damage him, but if he continued to fry Orthros, his mistress would win. Arya sternly asked the enemy, "Will he take it with him?" Stella asked Tama, "What should we do about Vasago?" Arya warned Stella to be careful. The tank girl turned to the activated Cyclops projectile and shouted at him, "Don't even think about it!" Arya thought with horror that even with the artifact, she couldn't withstand such a blow. Volcana asked the prince to stay away, and Stella ran to help. She shouted that this was a high-level attack, guaranteed to destroy its target. Stella answered with all her determination, "Let them leave this to her." She wondered if she might die from this. She'd been alone her whole life, died at Tama's hands, and became human. She was needed. She needed to be with the protagonist. For her friends, for the protagonist. She didn't care if it was a monster or the demon lord himself. She thanked Vulcan for the artifacts and asked her to take care of Tama. Volcana responded with horror, saying that the artifact couldn't block this attack. Stella fearlessly stood before the enemy's attacking force. Arya recalled her training, how Alicia had told her the exercises were going well. Even if she still hadn't mastered the creation skills, she thought Arya was missing a trigger. And now, the group leader decided decisively she wouldn't let her friends be taken. She activated the Excalibur creation skill, gaining lethal power for the enemy. Throwing Stella away from the monster, she fearlessly stood before it and attacked. While the protagonists dealt with Orthros, Arya took on Cyclops. She let out a loud scream, and with it, a powerful stream of light erupted from her mouth, finishing off the monster. The prince said in surprise, "She did it?" Volcana exclaimed in admiration, "That's amazing. She managed to take out such a strong opponent with one blow." Stella was perplexed. "What was that?" she screamed, and then a beam of light incinerated the monster. Fairy and Lily also rejoiced in their victory. They expressed their admiration for both the protagonist and Arya. The girl thanked them and said how well they did. The protagonist also exhaled heavily. Suddenly, he felt a wave of panic, and he thought in surprise, magic power within him. This feeling was driving him crazy. What could it be? Stella screamed in amazement. His body was glowing again. Everyone cried out his name in confusion, wondering what was happening to him. When the light faded, the familiar Tama was sitting on the floor again, in the form of an ordinary cat. Arya grabbed him and, with tears in her eyes, hugged him. Stella looked at them with irritation, jumped up to them, and shouted to the leader, "What is she doing?" Arya burst into tears. Stella hugged her, asking her not to cry. She, too, was scared. The protagonist, sandwiched between the girls, let out a heart-rending meow. A short time later, Danny's team approached the prince and told him it looked like they were finished. He replied that, as he could see, they had also managed without any losses. Howard chuckled and said, "It's been a while since they've had such a serious battle." Kenny remarked, "Yeah, it was intense." Marietta confirmed that it was. Julia said, "Okay, they should go home." Danny exclaimed, "They'll throw a party when they get back." After a fierce battle with the demon demons summoned beasts, Arya and her group returned to the city, came to the guild and threw a party to celebrate their victory and their return. Volcana commented she realized Arya's final attack was a derivative skill. The girl confirmed this, adding, "A derivative skill is creating a sacred blade and Excalibur." Danny remarked, he'd seen it too. Volcana continued, "It's a good thing she trained with Alicia." Arya spoke up, never expecting to awaken the skill at such a moment. It happened so unconsciously. Julius said that to awaken a derivative skill, one must first master the original one, and also experience a storm of emotions at the right moment. Alicia told them that with such high mastery, there was a good chance Arya would be able to awaken it in a desperate and dangerous situation. Arya said in surprise, so she predicted she would use the derivative skill in this battle? The prince replied that she was the wife of a wizard, so anything could be expected from her. The protagonist thought Alicia is a scary person. Arya turned to him and said, "He's not an elemental cat, so that means he's a sacred beast?" The protagonist meowed in confusion at her question. The prince summarized, so it was quite a battle, but everyone returned safe and sound. He offers them a toast. As a hero, he felt ashamed to be so dependent on the girls and his cat. Arya sheepishly asked him not to say that. Lily exclaimed, "He can always count on them." Volcana declared, "They wouldn't have made it if he weren't their commander." Julius was embarrassed by their sincere support. Volcana poured him more wine and told him to drink it down. Volcana downed the full glass to the approving cheers of her allies. Julius considered it a shame they'd allowed Visago to escape to the demon world. However, he'd need some time to summon his minions and regain his former strength. Until Beelzebuto sent another warning, he could relax and enjoy their time together. Meanwhile, Visago's henchmen reported that there had been no news from Cyclops and Orthros. Visago irritably remarked, "This can't be. Did those little parasites really kill them?" After a brief silence, he said, "So be it. Even if he alone survives, but manages to obtain that very object, he will still be able to revive the Demon King Mammon. Mortals can only watch him." Sometime later, the protagonist, walking down the street, thought that there was still time to fulfill his nightly duties before their next battle with demons. He leisurely strolled down the street, climbed onto the railing, rolled his body along the pavement, stretched, and said, "So let's go." The protagonist activated his attributes. His race was a behemoth, cub form. His innate skills were Elemental Roar, Skill Absorption, Elemental Tailblade, Divine Lion Defense, and Elemental Bullet. The acquired skills were Storage, Poison Fang, Flight, Fireball, Icicle Sphere, Iron Body, Tentacle Summoning, Infinite Slime Burst, Crossbreeding, Dragon Fang, and Dragon Claw. He thought the potential for evolution was still hidden. However, he figured out how to unlock it. When he was fighting non-stop that time, he accidentally unlocked his second form, and the potential for evolution disappeared as soon as he returned to cat form. After slaying the dragon and the undead army, he gained enough experience to reach his third form, but it disappeared again after use. So if he continued fighting monsters, would he gain enough experience to maintain his evolved form permanently? There was no one here, so he didn't have to hold back. Class E goblins came out to meet him and stared at him in surprise. The protagonist summoned a flame edge and shouted at the goblins in a terrifying voice. He would fight them all. Let them all come here. Let them feed his evolution. After the goblins came orcs, minotaurs, ropers, wasteland serpents, wyverns, and golems. Finally, on the 15th floor, he encountered a troll. The protagonist happily thought, this one will definitely come in handy for gaining experience. The protagonist summoned a water missile and attacked the enemy, sealing him in a dome of water. But the troll broke the attack. Tama thought, so he can escape the water cage, and he is quite strong. MC activated a water roar, again imprisoned the enemy in a water cage, and said he begs him to let him sit there until he suffocates. Everything went as he wanted. The enemy was defeated. The protagonist decided to check his status. Everything remained exactly the same as before. The protagonist thought with disappointment. Even the troll hadn't gotten things going. Then he needed to continue hunting strong monsters. On the 20th floor, he encountered a Class A+ dragon lizard. The monster, upon seeing him, let out its roar and attempted to attack him. The protagonist told it to forget about it. Tama activated his physical enhancement, rose into the air, and shouted at the dragon to take off. The lizard attempted to do so, but failed, and let out its insane roar again. MC chuckled. Even though he was a dragon, he couldn't fly. So be it. He rose even higher above the enemy and aimed his stone roar at it. The dragon began to dodge his attack and run away. The protagonist shouted at it to stop running. Suddenly, the enemy collapsed to the floor. The protagonist wondered if he'd lost consciousness. Tama descended, summoned an ethereal edge, and told the dragon to let it die. After checking his status, he exclaimed in delight. He'd succeeded. Now he could display both abilities. His second and third behemoth forms were now available. He thought the second form possessed pure destructive power, while the third form granted him defensive abilities and a sacred attribute. But they would know he was a behemoth if he used his second form. He had only one option left. He would hope no one suspected anything when he evolved into his third form. He had everything he wanted, so he might as well return. Returning home, he climbed onto his mistress and fell into a deep sleep. A knock on the door awakened everyone. Arya, opening her eyes, scratched the protagonist's neck and wished him good morning. Stella grumbled, "Who comes to visit so early?" Fairy noticed she was still half asleep. Arya called out that she was coming and went to open the door. The protagonist protested. No way, he hadn't gotten enough sleep yet. The girl, noticing his displeasure, told him he could sleep on her. Opening the door, Arya was delighted to see Alicia standing there. The Sword Saint smiled at her and wished her good morning. She added with a laugh that she had heard of their adventures. Even though Visago had escaped, they had managed to defeat the monsters he had summoned. They had done a great job. Arya replied that she was so flattered by her high praise. All thanks to Tama and His Highness Julius. Still, she hadn't expected Alicia to go to such lengths to praise her personally. The protagonist thought of his mistress. Well done, keep it up. Arya continued, and now she was back. So everything ended well, then? Alicia replied that it did. She defeated the demon Levi, one of the 4 resurrected. The group's leader remarked admiringly, as expected of her. The protagonist instantly woke up and thought in amazement. She could defeat a demon all by herself? What a woman. Alicia added, by the way, Cedric also subdued one of the resurrected, Valak. Arya exclaimed in admiration. That's simply amazing. The Saint of the Sword said, he's powerful enough on his own, plus his sword was made by her master, so naturally he could defeat the demon. The protagonist thought, Cedric's sword must be the darkest sword. Suddenly, he noticed a basket of groceries standing near the threshold, and noted that it contained bread, milk, and cheese. The protagonist became agitated, and Arya told him to stay calm. Alicia told his mistress that she wanted to discuss the escaped Visago. He would likely lead an army to attack the elven village of Lumilis. MC realized that this village was located deep in the forest, populated by elves, and it was his mistress's homeland. He supposed demons had appeared there before, but Alicia's holy sword had driven them away. Arya exclaimed in horror, no way. The holy sword reassured her. Julius was already on his way to the village, so everything was fine. Alicia entered, and Stella and Lily looked at her in surprise. Arya turned piteously to her pet, and the protagonist purred that everything would be fine and rubbed himself against her neck. She thanked him. She wondered why a demon would attack her village. Alicia said, let her try to figure it out. The group leader exclaimed in surprise. He wants the Philosopher's Stone? Everyone immediately fell silent, looking at Alicia with concern. The protagonist thought in bewilderment. A Philosopher's Stone? Stella asked Arya what it was. The protagonist was indignant at her question. She should know at least something about it. The tank girl snapped back. Why would she? Arya told her that she would tell her now. The Philosopher's Stone is a special magical item kept in the elven village. It creates a special barrier that repels monsters. Monsters below Class A stay away from the stone's effective area. The protagonist thought, sounds convenient. Lily exclaimed. So what? Barry remarked. Visago wants to grab such a valuable object, Alicia said. The Philosopher's Stone has an incredible amount of mana. The demons want to use it to resurrect the Demon King. The protagonist, sipping milk, thought, I see. So it turns out that the demons attacked the village a few years ago for the same reason Visago is planning an attack now. He looked at the cheese and thought, if milk is this good, then the cheese must be absolutely delicious. He tried it and came to the conclusion that he was right. Alicia noted that Belle had predicted this too, so there was no doubt about it. If Visago attacks the village, then, unlike the previous battle, this will be a defensive battle to protect the village and the Philosopher's Stone. They need as many people as possible. Arya exclaimed, of course. She will fight for her home village. Besides, she was the one who let Visago get away, so she needs to make up for it. Stella said, in that case, she will pay him back for the damage his summoned beasts did to her. Lily exclaimed decisively, and she will go. She will not allow the Demon King to be reborn. Fairy also said that she is in action. The protagonist thought, he'll follow his mistress anywhere. Arya told them, excellent, they'll all try their best together. After some time, the allies set off on a ship to their destination. Volcana said happily, it had been a long time since she'd traveled by sea. Arya, gazing into the distance, thought, their destination is her village, which is located in the country of Shihat. Thanks to the currents at this time of year, the fastest way to get there would be by ship. Fairy said, there's water everywhere. Lily said it's the first time she's seen the ocean. Stella noticed that it smelled strange. Arya looked at the prince. He was pale. She asked him if everything was all right. Julius assured her that it was. He thanked her for preparing that elixir for him. He probably wouldn't be able to fight much, but at least he'd be able to command an army. The ship was currently manned by Arya, Alicia, the prince's son, Danny, the knights, and a few other adventurers. The knights were on a mission, while the heroes had volunteered to fight. Arnold said that he might be retired, but they would see he still had some fire in his flasks. They needed to do everything they could. Arya was grateful to him. He noticed her anxiety and tried to reassure her everything would be fine. After all, they had Tama. The group's leader thought their enemies were Visago, one of the 4 demons, and his army. But they had gathered so many people. There were knights in the village too, and they would soon meet Cedric. Her home village wouldn't give up so easily. Alicia suspected that when Visago gathered his forces, he would use his teleportation skill and transport a massive army to attack the village. The protagonist thought that Lumilis was protected by the Philosopher's Stone barrier, so he couldn't teleport them inside the village. In other words, he would appear near the village and try to destroy the barrier. Kenny turned to Arya and asked her if she could hug Tama. It had been 100 years since she had done that. Marietta said she wanted to too. The girl didn't mind, so she turned to the protagonist and asked him if he would be okay with it. MC thought sadly there was nothing he could do. The girls petted him, admiring how fluffy and soft he was. Tama thought, these are his mistress's orders, he'll have to endure it. Stella exclaimed, that's unfair, she wants to play with him too. The good spirits wanted the same thing. Kenny laughed and suggested they all hug him together. Arya objected. Stella, she can't do that. Stella wouldn't tolerate this and began to take the protagonist. Ultimately, he fled, leaving the girls to sort things out. They stood face to face, each unwilling to give in. Volcana, enjoying the sea air, recalled the battle with the demon-summoned beasts and thought admiringly, the protagonist was so cool. Arya and Stella continued to battle each other. Everyone watched with interest. Arya looked at the protagonist and thought, he's become so much stronger. Their long journey was coming to an end. Their destination was very close. Finally, Arya said, here it is, the elven village of Lumulus. Lily exclaimed in surprise, an iron wall? Arya answered, there weren't any walls before. They were built after the previous demon attack. The prince said, first, they will join forces with the village army. The emperor was supposed to send a letter, so they were expecting them. Fiona appeared before them with her cat, Leo, and told them that they had been waiting for them. Suddenly, the girl called out to Arya in surprise and asked if it was her. The group's leader happily recited their names and rushed to greet them. The girls were delighted to see each other, and Leo happily rubbed against Arya's legs. Fiona remarked, she'd grown so much. And who is that? An elemental kitten. The girl replied that it was her cat. His name was Tama, and he was her companion. Fiona was touched. He was so cute. Lily told Fairy to look at how big Fiona's cat was. The villager exclaimed, it's time for her to get back to work. The prince told her not to worry. They were guests, so thank her for welcoming them. He introduced himself and added that he had warriors with him who had come of their own free will to fight in the upcoming battle. Fiona bowed her head politely to His Highness and said that they had been expecting them. She told him her name in response and added that she was the vice captain of the village knights. The protagonist, looking at Leo, realized he was also an elemental cat. Leo looked at him with a decidedly unfriendly expression. He fell on his back and raised his paws. Fiona exclaimed in surprise, how could this be? Proudly, Leo showing off his belly? Stella approached the girls and asked Arya if they knew each other. The group leader apologized to her and said that she, Fiona, and Leo often played together when she was little. Fiona smiled at Stella and said she was glad to meet him. Meanwhile, the protagonist, looking at Leo lying on his back, wondered what was going on. Arya continued, if Leo hadn't saved her skin, she would have definitely been kidnapped and sold into slavery. Fiona asked in bewilderment, and yet, what's going on with Leo? The MC was surprised. So Leo is his mistress's savior? Then he should be treated with due respect. He landed next to Leo, began to rub against him, and told him he wouldn't forget his deed. Leo sat up on his hind legs, leaned over the protagonist, and allowed him to lick his face. The protagonist thought, it seems he understood his message correctly. The good spirits exclaimed in delight, they want to do the same, and rushed at Leo. Meanwhile, Fiona asked Arya in surprise, she's a member of the Imperial Hero Team? The group's leader smiled and said sheepishly, shocked by this. Alicia told her that Arya was an A-class adventurer. She had also fought against the undead and a dragon, and defeated the magic caster who controlled them. Fiona asked her in amazement, she's the Sword Saint, Alicia? Fiona exclaimed in amazement, what does that mean? It seems they're quite close too. The Saint of the Sword told her she would also be participating in this battle. Arya was something like her apprentice. The group's leader, seeing her old friend's confusion, suggested they continue the conversation inside. Fiona suddenly caught herself and exclaimed, she'll take them all to the village chief. She asked everyone to follow her. They passed through the village's inner wall and entered the settlement itself. Fiona informed them that the chief's estate was in the center of the village. The good spirits, riding Leo, remarked how peaceful it was here. Alicia looked around and said the village had changed greatly for the better since the previous demon raid. A feeling of nostalgia washed over her. On the way to the chief, Arnold remarked, so this is Arius's home village. What a beautiful place. The girl thanked him. When the allies finally reached the chief, Elvin greeted his guests warmly. He thanked them for coming, the prince and everyone else. He added that it was a pleasure to meet them and told them his name, adding that he was the chief of the settlement. The protagonist thought he must be old, but he looked young. The chief looked at Arius and her pet in surprise, and the girl smiled shyly at him. Elvin invited them to sit. The prince said they should get straight to the point. He would like to combine their forces. The chief pointed to a diagram on the wall and invited them to look at it. The man added that he had compiled a table for organizing the unification of forces based on the letter he had received. Since the demon attack, they've built an outer wall and grown stronger. He's confident they won't lose, if we're talking about sheer strength. Julius said, as far as he remembers, they've united with other villages and increased their military might, right? The chief told him that was correct. They were developing a special Amazon unit. They're incredibly strong, so integrating them into the army shouldn't be difficult. The prince remarked that it sounded promising. Elvin continued, so in addition to integrating their forces, they could also share a map of the area and security measures. The chief gave His Highness his plan. The protagonist sighed, thinking it would have been better if the battle to prevent the Demon King's revival hadn't happened at all. Arya patted his head and remarked that he must understand what they were talking about. Since he was so smart, they'll work together to stop the demons, okay? He replied to his mistress, of course. After some time, one of the girls told Leon that the Imperial soldiers had arrived. She wondered where they would be assigned. Leona, Arius's mother, said, don't worry about that. Wherever they're sent, they'll manage with all their strength combined. When the allies left the village chief, the villagers greeted Arius warmly and joyfully. The girl was glad to see everyone. Lily said, "This is what Arius's home village is like." Volcana said with admiration, "She's met so many people here." The villagers were surprised to recognize Alicia as the Sword Saint and couldn't believe she was here. Leona, seeing her daughter, exclaimed, "Really?" Arya rushed to her mother and hugged her tightly. The protagonist meowed, finding himself sandwiched between the two women. Leona clasped her hands and exclaimed, "What a cute cat! May he forgive her." She petted him, and the protagonist wondered what kind of petting technique was. It was so calming. Arya laughed, noting that it was excellent. The woman suddenly realized what had happened and greeted her daughter's team. Upon seeing Alicia, she exclaimed in surprise that she was so glad to see her. The girl addressed her by name with a smile and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. The woman, confused, said she remembers her name. Alicia said with a smile that Arya had made a lasting impression on her back then, and her mother had the same name. Arya smiled, noticing what a coincidence. Leona was touched. What a coincidence, the protagonist thought. So not only do they look alike, but their mothers also have the same name. Lily asked them in surprise, "So she's Arya's mother?" Fairy remarked, "She's so beautiful." Leona was touched. What a sweet fairy. She turned to her daughter and asked if she would introduce everyone to her. Arya answered, "Of course." She starts with her pet Tama, her favorite companion and adventuring partner. "He's an elemental cat." The woman smiled at the protagonist and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Volcana told Leon her name and added that she is an adventurer and Arya's friend. Stella introduced herself to the woman and said that Arya had saved her, and now she too was an adventurer. The good fairies stated their names and said they were Arya's friends. Leona smiled and said she was very happy to meet everyone. Speaking of which, she wondered why Alicia was traveling with her daughter. The Saint of the Sword answered that she was Arya's teacher. The woman exclaimed in amazement. The Saint of the Sword herself was her daughter's mentor? The girl explained that Arya had joined the Imperial squad. Volcana continued that she was now a powerful warrior, capable of defeating even summoned monsters. Lily added that she was also their savior. Stella noticed, and Arya was a worthy rival for her. Leona hugged her daughter and lovingly said she'd grown so much in such a short time. Sometime later, over dinner, the allies were chatting. Arya, surprised, asked her mother what she'd just said. Leona smiled and told her that she would fight too. The woman added that, in fact, when she left the village, she awakened her fighting skills and joined the Amazon squad. And now she's the captain of the 7th Division. Arya was astonished. What was she saying? Alicia asked the woman what skills she possessed. Leona told her her skill was a derivative enhancement skill, Shockwave. When she unlocked it, she tested it in the forest. It just so happened that the captain of the Amazon squad was passing by and invited her to join them. One morning, she went out to mow the grass, and something terrible happened. It would be better to throw all her available forces to help, right? The protagonist wondered if she had any muscle enhancements or something. Arya replied that even so, she didn't like the idea of going to the battlefield. Leona told her she understood, but this battle was for the survival of the village she and her father built. Just like her daughter, she had also become stronger and wouldn't go down so easily. Her skill was a powerful thing that boosted her normal attacks and doubled her range. The protagonist thought, let his mistress not worry. He'll look after her mother. Arya asked him if he should tell her. Does he like a mother who can attack twice as hard and from farther away? The girl thought, what an amazing skill. She's simply a supermom. Stella, gnawing on a bone, said she was interested in rare skills. Maybe they should have a mock battle? Leona said with a smile. An A-class adventurer is asking to fight her. It's such an honor. Stella exclaimed joyfully. She couldn't wait. Volcana noted with a smile that she had wanted to say this at the meeting. The fighting power of this village is incredible. The construction of the inner wall, the development of an entire squad, the strengthening of the command system. Only a few years have passed since the attack, and the village has not only recovered but grown stronger. Leona said that since that day, everyone has united and developed as a single entity. Despite this, it won't be easy to defeat an army of monsters with just the strength of one village. Alicia replied that it couldn't be helped. The 4 demons are not only strong, they also possess the power to summon royal-class half-demons. Even the proud leader of the Ashula Empire, Captain Cedric, had difficulty fighting one of them. Volcana thought, this man is so careless despite wielding a greatsword. Alicia continued, even Visago's summoned monsters are very powerful, and although the hero Julius's powers have weakened, he gave them hell. The protagonist thought it was a shame they'd let Visago escape. Stella grimly agreed. The good spirits also looked sad. Lily said dejectedly, she wasn't a master of complex matters, but it was sad that the battle had been so difficult. Barry added that even though Beelzebuto had trained them, they'd only managed to stall for time. Lily exclaimed, really? They did it, didn't they? At that moment, Thomas stretched and meowed loudly, thus diffusing the tension. The girls smiled. Fairy and Lily hugged the protagonist and said it seemed like he was praising them. The protagonist thought they'd done a great job. When everyone went to bed, Arya lay down with her mother. MC thought he'd been planning to go for a night walk but changed his mind. Arya had pinned him down in his sleep, and he'd been indignant, doing something like that to him in his sacred beast form. The girl muttered something. Dreaming. Leona sat up, put her arm around her daughter's shoulders and said, "Oh, her daughter, what kind of dreams is she having?" The protagonist thought, "So mother isn't sleeping." The woman turned to the protagonist and thanked him for protecting her daughter. He should forgive her for asking him, still just a kitten, for such a thing. But she had heard so much about their adventures from Arya, she begged him to continue to care for her. The protagonist meowed, telling her to leave it to him. He would protect his mistress even at the cost of his own life. At that moment, Arya woke up and asked him anxiously, did she wake him? The girl petted him, and he thought, no one but his mistress should be allowed to pet him like that. Leona laughed and said, he's a true knight for the army, and now everyone should go to bed. The main character thought, this is not good. He is a knight, but he never went out on night shift. So soft on both sides. The next morning, Leona, watching Arya and the protagonist wish each other good morning, remarked that they really do get along well. Arya wished her mother good morning, and the woman called them to breakfast. Over breakfast, Leona asked her daughter's friends if they wanted to go to the night training base afterward if they weren't busy. Alicia said, sounds wonderful. Time for them to meet the Amazons. Stella said she really wants to go. If there's anyone worthy there, she wants to fight them. The good spirits also expressed a desire to go along with everyone else. Arya concluded, then they're all coming. When the allies arrived for training, Ira met them on the training grounds. She exclaimed, Holy Sword and the others, she's glad to see them here. Welcome. The girl told them her name and added that she was the captain of the Amazon unit. The allies looked at her in surprise. Stella glared at her. She noticed, and someone interesting had sneaked into their ranks. Ira exclaimed, well then, they can begin. Stella replied, she's always ready. The girls clashed, each lunging at the other. Stella attacked her opponent, but she deftly dodged her blow, blocked it, and asked, how's that for her? Stella remarked, she was quite good with a sword. The tank's allies watched their duel with alarm. The girls attacked each other again. Stella activated all her power and dealt Ira a blow that staggered her and would have fallen if she hadn't supported herself with her weapon. The Amazon said in surprise, not bad. What kind of skill is that? However, that wouldn't happen again. As they sparred, they admitted to each other that each of them was a true opponent. Alicia, smiling, summoned her sword and challenged her allies to a duel. The protagonist jumped out of his mistress's arms, thinking, another fight with wooden swords. He told Arya to use the techniques she'd acquired during the battle with the monsters. She replied, okay, she'll do her best. The good spirits exclaimed with delight. A mock battle. Leona said she'd like that too. After some time, the opponents approached the village. Leona said there were so many of them. Arya turned to her group and asked them if everyone was there. It was true. Stella said, yes. Lily exclaimed, she's eager for battle. Fairy said, finally. Leona came to them and said they needed to hurry to the southern gate. The girls exclaimed that they understood everything and ran to the designated place. Alicia said, they've arrived. Julius turned to his warriors and told them, the time has come. The fate of the world depended on this battle. If they win, it will put an end to all worries. They must stop this invasion at any cost. All participants in the battle were motivated and determined to fight to the end. The enemy leader urged his warriors to strike their opponents with their magic. Let them fire magic. An army of demons and monsters attacked the village. Alicia mentally reached out to her master, asking him for permission to borrow his power. She activated it, and the village was enveloped in a protective barrier. A stream of this power reached the monsters, and they noticed in surprise. Their magical attacks had evaporated. The leader cursed and ordered them to prepare. Let the squad of monsters pass through the barrier. When the opponents reached the barrier, the first goblin touched the barrier and fell dead. Confusion and slight panic were noted among the monsters. The Imperial warriors rejoiced and admired. The goblin died just after touching the barrier. This is so great. As expected of Alicia's holy sword, the protagonist thought, the Black Prison is a dark-type protective field. It drains the life force of anyone who tries to pass through it. The enemy leader grumbled, those idiot monsters are too easily frightened, and activated the enhancement. The monsters broke through the defenses, but Alicia met them with the magical power of her holy sword, halting them for a while. The prince ordered the vanguard unit to advance to the front lines. The vanguard attacked the enemy with all their might. The enemy, unprepared for such an onslaught, retreated. The protagonist looked at Vulcan and Stella, thinking that these two couldn't be broken by the monsters' attacks. It must be thanks to the defensive artifact Vulcana had prepared. Stella activated Cronus and summoned it to absorb the demons and monsters. A magical projectile flew at the enemy, exploding, causing utter chaos. Vulcana looked at her with a smile. The enemy was sent flying into the air. Ira, looking at Stella and Vulcan, said admiringly, these two were clearly hiding their true talents. With these words, the Amazon and her comrades also rushed into the thick of things. Stella heard one of her allies shout, a man is wounded. He needs an elixir. Vulcana, looking at the enemy reinforcements, noted in surprise that there were so many of them. At that moment, Leona began to make her way to the front flank, asking her allies to let her pass. Standing at the front of the squad facing the orcs, she raised her fist, shouted at them that they would get what they deserved, and activated a shockwave. All the enemies scattered. The protagonist thought, Wow, Arya's mother's super skill, Shockwave. It's a skill that boosts the power of a normal attack and doubles its damage radius. Volcana admiringly thanked the woman, adding, her skill is a reliable thing. At that moment, Visago, observing the battle, said, this is a problem. At this rate, his army will only get smaller. He pulled his hand to his chest and added, I'd like to save him, but it seemed he had no choice. He summoned Nidhogg. At that very moment, a summoned monster in the form of a black dragon appeared before him. He decided to first check the situation on the battlefield. Seeing the powerful aura, Visago wondered in surprise, how is this possible? This enormous power signature. It all made sense to him. It was the one who created this barrier, and whoever maintains it must be immobilized. The prince, seeing the black dragon, said, referring to Visago, as he thought, he can attack from the air. Julius struggled to maintain the barrier. Visago, perched on the monster's back, commanded the summoned beast to burn the opponents to ashes with its breath. As the summoned monster approached the barrier, Visago exclaimed with glee, this barrier can't stop them from reviving the Demon King. He ordered all units to prepare. The prince asked Alesha if she could seal the hole in the barrier immediately. The girl told him it was pointless. It was better to deal with the flying monster first. She ordered the archers to shoot down the black dragon. When it became clear the flying monster had dodged the attack, the elves cursed. It was so fast for its size. The orcs shouted, Visago is with them. They had to attack. At that moment, the good spirits anxiously turned to Ira, telling her there was a dragon there. The Amazon looked out the window and exclaimed in surprise, it's Nilhogg. The fairies became worried. Who is he? She told them she would tell them everything, but first they needed to move away from the window. A short time later, Fairy activated her skill and aiming it at the enemy, shouted, he won't get through. Lily said she'll keep shooting until her mana runs out. But the enemy attacked the good spirits, and they weren't able to dodge his attack. Fiona shouted to her cat, they can't lose them. Leo rushed to the good spirits' aid and summoned an ice shield, firing ice arrows at the enemy. Arnold said, ice and snow type magic. It's a wonderful thing, isn't it? The guildmaster activated an ice blade and attacked the enemies. Some monsters were dealt with, the rest retreated. Cedric declared, excellent, now they need to deal with the summoned beasts. Danny also volunteered to attack, and Howard joined his comrades. Fiona exclaimed, this reminds me of a great battle. With incredible effort, the allies dealt with all the summoned beasts, despite their immense strength. Finally, the summoned beasts shouted their leader's name. The prince said that they were finished with these. Only the flying creature and Visago remained. Alicia turned to Arya and Tama, telling them that she was leaving the destruction of Visago to them. The protagonist and his mistress rushed forward. The protagonist thought they would surely deal with him. Meanwhile, Stella continued to smash the monsters. One of them exclaimed, this man is insane. The girl shouted at them, is that all they can do? All her allies joined in. The minions protecting Visago turned to him in amazement, exclaiming, what is that approaching them? The protagonist assumed his third behemoth form, with Arya controlling him from above. The elves gasped in surprise when they saw this. The monsters told Visago to let them go. The leader of the elven settlement activated the divine blessing of the Lion King, strengthening his warriors. The monsters were shocked. Had they become stronger? Had they received some kind of blessing? Elven summoned his warriors to push the enemy back. The monsters were perplexed, not to mention the fact that they would revive if mortally wounded. In fact, there was a reason the village's warriors weren't dying. It was all thanks to a large quantity of a fully restorative elixir, crafted from the fairy fountain of life. It was distributed to all the soldiers. Even before the battle, good spirits had created it at Arya's request. Visago's summoned dragon circled above him. The leader decided to observe what was happening on the battlefield. He wondered if the enemy's army formations were still the same. When he saw the scene, his amazement knew no bounds. What was going on? Were his troops being pushed back? Rage overwhelmed him. If it had come to this, he would personally break into the village. Suddenly, before his very eyes, his summoned black dragon was attacked, and the protagonist and Arya appeared on the horizon. Visago exclaimed in surprise, how did they get here? He recognized them and exclaimed, it's the same elf and the same beast. Visago empowered the dragon and commanded it to attack the enemies. The protagonist, realizing the demon's intentions, became enraged. He wouldn't allow it. The protagonist summoned a fiery roar and attacked Visago and his minions. The elves watched the battle in the sky tensely. What was that? Were those their allies? The monsters, meanwhile, exclaimed that the elf and her beast would be no match for their leader. Arya and Tama attacked the enemy with a flurry of blows. Visago was surprised. What was happening? Was he being pushed back? No way. He called on Nidhogg to use his mana and unleash more power. Arya and the protagonist were amazed at what was happening, barely dodging the black dragon's blows. The protagonist again resorted to a fiery roar, but Visago neutralized his attack. The prince, tense, declared, they're losing. Alicia exclaimed, don't worry. Volcana anxiously shouted the names of the group leader and MC. Stella, watching the battle tensely, said, it's impossible. Visago shouted, let the elves watch. This is the power of one of the 4 great demons. He will spare them if they retreat now. But the elves, laughing, formed a solid wall ready for another attack. Visago, perplexed, asked them what he had said that was so funny. At that moment, Arya appeared out of nowhere, controlling her pet. The protagonist unleashed his magical roar at the opponents. The girl told Visago that the fact that he made such an offer only proves he has no more aces up his sleeve, right? At that moment, a magical eye appeared in the sky, and she declared, This time he won't escape her. The girl and the protagonist attacked the enemy with a series of powerful blows which he was unable to dodge. Fusago exclaimed in surprise. This can't be true. He, the Great One, was defeated by this girl and this beast? His monsters, watching this battle in the sky, exclaimed in amazement. What is this? Fusago lost to them? Arya began to slowly fall from the heights. The protagonist, fearing for her life, called out to her and rushed forward, catching her on his back. The monsters became agitated. They needed to retreat quickly. MC summoned his magic skill and attacked the remaining monsters. His power was epic and devastating. The prince, watching all this, said in amazement that Arya and her cat had done an excellent job. Stella shouted maliciously at the opponents. They're not going anywhere. Volcana joined her, adding, for the sake of the future, we must destroy them all. Alicia, admiring the protagonist and her student, said with a smile, this power is almost like the first hero and sacred beast from legend. After a while, the air cleared, and a bright spot in the sky was visible, emanating from Arya and her pet. Everyone rejoiced in their victory over the hated monsters and demons. A short while later, a celebration was held in the village. Arnold raised his glass and proposed a toast to victory in the Lumulus defense mission and the victory over the demon. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched the roasting meat with longing. Arya picked him up. Arnold turned to them and said they had done an excellent job. Cedric added with a smile that she had surprised him greatly. Even he couldn't do that. The girl, embarrassed, said they were flattering her. The protagonist rubbed against his mistress and told her she had become stronger, and he was very happy for her. She hugged him tighter and laughed. Meanwhile, Stella devoured the roasting meat, greedily tearing off large chunks with her teeth. Volcana, pouring herself glass after glass, said, she can still drink. The elves treated the good spirits to food specially prepared for them, and the fairies thanked them for their care. Beelzebuto praised them. They had done well. Lily happily replied that it was all thanks to her. Julius breathed a sigh of relief and told Arya and the protagonist that they had done a great job. He thanks them again. Beelzebuto said, come to think of it, a girl who hadn't been able to train until recently could achieve such incredible results. Alicia said, perhaps they should assign them titles. Arya exclaimed in surprise. What was she talking about? The girl paused, then said, Arya's sacred blade and Tama's sacred beast. What do the allies think about this? Arya was amazed. The sword saint herself had given her a title. Alicia declared decisively, then it's decided. She called everyone's attention for a moment and announced the titles loudly. Arnold exclaimed, wonderful titles. Cedric admitted it was very cool. The prince addressed everyone and asked if they were ready. He raised his glass and proclaimed, to the sacred blade and the sacred beast, they must drink. Everyone joyfully congratulated Arius and the protagonist. MC thought happily, keep up the good work, mistress. The celebration continued late into the night, after which everyone retired to rest. Wasago, one of the 4 demons who attacked the village, Arya, the elf, and Tama defeated the enemy command. Life in the village is returning to normal. One day, in a certain place, a place that doesn't interact with the rest of the world, on a closed island, a wraith, a skeleton. Imperial asked if she would really go. If Maya and Rin found out she was gone, they would be upset. She happily said she shouldn't worry. She'll be back very soon. As soon as the change occurs, she'll be right back, so she asks her not to worry. Mai Izai Toto. The girl named Imperial is a unique, evolved elf. Ragnarok, the twilight of the demon god Smith's artifact. Vulcan, the holy demon lord. Beelzebub, Imperial, the holy moon. Sierra, the great wizard. Izai Maya, vice captain. Cedric, captain of the ruin knights. Sakura, the summoned saint. Lily. She is also one of the wives of Izai Maya, the great wizard and ruler of the closed island who saved the world from Ragnarok. The holy sword, Alicia, the hero, the leader of the heroes. Prince Julius, the hero. A girl named Mai is the daughter of the great wizard and the heroine Toto Rin, the demon god. The Imperial took off her necklace and told her to take it with her. She can only use it once. Her secret technique is stored inside the primordial necklace. Mai asked her, is she serious? It's a very valuable thing, isn't it? Imperial responded positively and said that she was her beloved child, and she was as important to her as she was to him. It would be terrible if something happened to her. Mai hugged her and said then she wanted her to open the gate. Imperial sighed and said she should tell her. Maybe it would be better for her to go. Mai responded negatively and said that if someone without a hero crest passed through the gate, a paradox would occur. Imperial, upset, said that she believed there was no choice. She sighed, closed her eyes and said that she was looking for the coordinate axis. She was adjusting and setting it. Imperial opened her eyes and said that she was opening the gate. She folded her hands in front of her, and then something like a gate appeared. Mai smiled and told her that they would see each other again. She hugged her and responded positively she should take care of herself. Mai went into the gate. Imperial said that she would how explain this to Maya and Rin. Mai passed through the gate and found herself in another place. She said the jump was successful, as expected, of an Imperial. She looked ahead and said that now, first she needs to find partners. The first candidate is the hero of the sealed island. Then she needs to find out what it means that the entity is trying to revive. It must happen in the kingdom of Erskul. So, she didn't have time to agree because she saw 2 large monsters in front of her. Class C. large fang. Mai was surprised and said, "These are monsters from the outside world of this era." "That's very good. She will be his opponent. She will show him a glimpse of the power of a hero and a great mage." The Labyrinth of Ruin, Arya's residence. Tama, he was supposed to become a knight, but instead he was reincarnated as a behemoth, an S-class monster. He serves as the pet knight of Arya, who saved him. Arya, she is a beautiful elven adventurer with a brilliant mind and outstanding style, wielding the double dagger Tempest bling. Tama adores her. MC thought it was already morning. Arya wished him good morning. After a while she went to wash up. She turned around and said she was wondering who it was so early. She threw on some clothes, went to the door, and then, opening it, thanked for waiting. Cedric greeted her with a smile and apologized for visiting so early. She wished him good morning and asked what was wrong. Two girls were standing behind him. Arya thought he had guests. Mai wished her good morning. Ciel said they were pleased to meet her. Arya said she was too, and then she wished them good morning. They asked if they would come in. Vulcan would be here soon too. Arya stepped aside and said they could come in. Tama looked at them and mentally greeted the girl and the rabbit. And who are these guests early in the morning? MC thought he had a feeling another great battle was approaching. Vulcan looked tired from running so fast. She apologized for being late. Cedric said that was great. They should start with introductions. But first, he would say something. They weren't joking. They would start with Mai. Her name is Mai. Mai Izai Todo. She is the daughter of the great magician Maya and the heroine Rin. She said that she was very pleased. Mai said that she came from the future. They were all surprised. She said with delight, "A great magician." She asked in surprise, "A heroine?" Tama thought, "From the future. A time traveler." In other words, a girl who called herself the daughter of a great magician. From the future? She offered to be her friend. She said that she was incredible. She is strong. MC thought that the great magician is Cedric's brother-in-law, so this is his niece? Mai told him that they succeeded. They believed them. Cedric agreed with her. He said he understood that it might be shocking. He himself was very surprised when she came to him. Vulcan said that she was too, but everything she said was irrefutable facts. Arya said that if that's true, then she's Cedric's niece. Cedric said that's a good question. He finds it hard to believe, but she looks exactly like his brother, Maya. Vulcan said that the eyes are Maya's, and the nose and mouth are exactly like Rin's. Mai said that they should take a look at this. Everyone looked at her eagerly. She was very pleased, and then she used magic. White fire appeared in one of her hands and black in the other. Arya said that the sacred attribute is on her right palm. And what is that on the left? A dark attribute. Lily, a pixie from the fairy tribe. Fairy, a dryad from the fairy tribe. Tama thought, a dark attribute. She activated it without an intermediary item? Even Alicia and Cedric had to use weapons, blessed by a great wizard. Arya told her that after witnessing such a thing, she couldn't help but believe she was the wizard's heir. Cedric agreed, and said that she didn't look like his brother's child at all. Vulcan agreed and said that it somehow didn't fit with Mai's age. They were all a little shocked. She thought, well, that happens. Ciel apologized for saying anything more while they were so confused, but she had to give them a headache. Her name was Ciel Celsius. MC was very surprised and thought, what? Arya was also very surprised. She thought, Ciel Celsius. Tama thought about it. She mentally asked him, does he know her? He mentally answered that it was the name of a famous hero. She thought, that means she's strong. Ciel said she saw they'd heard of her, so they should get down to business. She said a demon lord from the future had appeared in the kingdom where she resided, Erskul. She asked Arya to help subdue him. Arya was very surprised, and then, with horror, sweat broke out on her face. She said, a demon lord from the future? MC got angry and thought, a demon lord. Ciel responded positively and said that, more precisely, the kingdom of Erskul itself had detected the appearance of this new demon lord. Erskul contains a pillar containing one of the 7 great demons that rampage during Ragnarok. The seal is under constant watchful observation, but a few days ago, a presence similar to the sealed demon lord's energy was detected. In other words, in addition to the sealed demon Belphegor, someone else has appeared, with the same signature as Belphegor. She continued, and immediately after, Mai came to her. Mai knew information about the demon that was unknown to the public. She said that the new demon was Belphegor from the future. Ciel said that usually such things were hard to believe. However, given Mai's strength and her words and the current situation, it all made sense. They were speechless. For a while, they were all silent. Then Arya said she had one question. Why had they come to them? Their enemy was the demon lord. Surely there were people more suitable to fight him. Mai awkwardly said that she couldn't ask anyone else for help. Only with them was there the least risk of a paradox. They were perfect for defeating Belphegor. If she told Alicia, or her mother, or anyone else anything about the future, the laws of cause and effect would be violated. Arya couldn't answer that. Cedric turned to Arya and everyone else and said that Belphegor came from the future. History will change if they let him roam free. They understand that, right? And just like that, if the people of this era make a huge leap forward and defeat Belphegor from the future, then the history of the future itself will be changed. Mai, in the future, uses a special calculation method through which she selected the participants who will have the least impact on history. Mai looked at him with delight and thought, as expected of Uncle Cedric. Arya thought she understood. Cedric said, and those participants are everyone present. Mai hugged him and thanked him for clarifying everything for her. Cedric was very concerned about this and told her that didn't he say he was bad with women? Mai pulled away from him and awkwardly apologized. Arya said that she understood. It was all hard for her to comprehend, But if the demon lord had appeared, then she couldn't ignore it. She would help them. Ciel was very grateful to her. She smiled sincerely, and Tama approached Arya and silently said that he would do his best too. She thanked him. The woman said she didn't quite understand it, but if a fight was planned, she was in. Arya always gets special treatment. It's unfair. Lily enthusiastically said that they would help too. Fairy said that she also wanted to be useful to everyone. They all hugged Arya. Arya called Ciel. Ciel asked, "What's wrong?" Arya asked, "Would the journey to the Erskul kingdom take several weeks? Should they hurry?" Ciel said that she shouldn't worry. She has a special method of transportation. MC approached Vulcan. Vulcan, with a wide smile, said that they would do their best. She said that she would explain everything in detail at the port, so they should get ready. Arya called Ciel and asked if she was interested in Tama. Ciel, embarrassed and with a sweet expression on her face, looked at MC, which was in Vulcan's hands. Ciel said she heard that Arya defeated one of the 4 great demons with the help of this little one. She didn't expect him to be so cute. She sweetly asked what his name was. Tama purred in her arms. Vulcan replied that his name was Tama. She thought, Tama? That's illegal cuteness. She laughed. Mai approached MC and said that he was so cute she wanted to pet him too. Tama was very surprised and thought, Mistress? Arya told them that they needed to hurry to the port, so she saved him. The Labyrinth of Ruin. They gather at the port and set off on a journey. She apologized for the delay. Cedric said that this is great. It looks like everything is in place. C thought these are runes. It looks like some kind of magical artifact. What does she want to do? The next moment, Ciel threw the artifact far into the sea. Everyone was a little surprised. However, the artifact did not sink, but turned into a squid. Everyone was surprised. Vulcan asked, "Squid? It looks like a squid, but it looks different." Ciel replied that it was the King Kraken. They both asked at the same time, "King Kraken?" Ciel answered positively and said that it was a monster from another world that she tamed many years ago. Arya said, "A monster from another world?" Tama thought with horror. "Oh my god, she tamed a monster." Arya said she had heard of it. A heroine from the kingdom of Erskul traveled to another world and saved it. She said that this is the story of Ciel. Ciel answered positively and said that she once visited a world called Ark. MC thought he'd heard that their world was somehow connected to another world, but she'd traveled to another world and tamed this monster. Ciel turned to the king and said she was counting on him this time. Vulcan asked her what it was. Ciel replied that it was a magical storage tool created using otherworldly technology. It's called an arc sphere. It can convert a target into quanta and reconstruct it. She threw the sphere at the Kraken, and a white light appeared. Cedric, surprised, said that it could store not only living beings but also objects. Tama thought he understood. So they were going to cross the ocean with a monster instead of an engine. Ciel invited everyone on board and said that on a normal ship, the journey would take a week. But with the king's speed, they would get there in a day. Arya looked at the king and thought it was incredible. Ciel smiled and heard her say that she had been on a ship before, but this one was so different from the usual ones, and it barely wobbled. Cedric told Mai that she should come aboard. She agreed with him. Mai said it was so cool to be on the surface of the sea. She said it was so fast. MC thought he was comfortable. Arya said it was really incredible. They were moving at incredible speeds, but the ship didn't rock at all. She said the technology of another world was amazing. Ciel asked them to get comfortable. Arya asked her to tell about Ark. Ciel said, well, it was an ordinary world where humans and demons coexisted. They studied a lot of magical tools. They were comparable to the objects of this world. Arya said, what an unusual world. Tama thought that the level of technology that allows for the creation of magical tools capable of taming monsters and storing gigantic objects, he couldn't imagine such a world. Vulcan asked if she could ask her a question. Ciel asked her, what is it? She asked how old she was. MC and Arya were very surprised by such a question. She said she looked 18, but she told them that she had been to Ark many years ago. So, Ciel said that she was turning 111 this year, that she had gone to Ark 20 years ago and returned 5 years later. She stands out even among rabbit people. Her lifespan is noticeably longer than the rest, thanks to which she was able to survive her journey to another world. Tama thought that Mai was from the future, and Ciel was a traveler of worlds. Vulcan said that her reputation precedes her. While they sailed on the sea, she slept, and he read a book. They went upstairs. Arya said it was almost noon. They should have lunch on the deck with the king. Ciel looked at her. Vulcan said that was a great idea. They could all enjoy the sea breeze here. They had a lot of food with them. She said, food, eat. As soon as she heard the word food, she immediately became excited. Ciel asked, they didn't seem to have much luggage? Well, they should take a look for themselves. MC mentally told her to leave it to her. Tama jumped and said, storage. When he landed on the ground, many tables with food appeared behind him. Mai was surprised and asked, is this MC's skill? Ciel said that was amazing. She didn't expect someone to be able to store so many objects within themselves. Tama was very pleased as Arya petted him. She said she would call Cedric. Everyone enjoyed the food. She said that they were there. This was her hometown, the port city of the kingdom of Erskul. Alice said it was a port city in the Erskul kingdom. She needed to take the ship away. This was the city of Pekel. She said they all needed to see. It was Ciel. She said she looked as beautiful as ever today. She said she had brought guests. Ciel greeted everyone silently. She said they needed to have lunch and rest in this city, and then they would head to the royal capital. capital. The labyrinth where the demon lord Belphegor resided was in that vicinity. Arya replied that they understood. MC thought they should protect this world. She thought lunch. She thought it smelled delicious. They needed to go there. Arya said they needed to be quiet. Tama was sleeping again. She thought Arya was protecting him. It was so unfair. Mai thought they could really work out. No one seemed worried. Cedric asked her if she thought so too. He thought they were both thinking the same thing. This whole atmosphere and her caring nature really reminded her of Maya. Everyone was happy because of the delicious food. The hotel. MC sat on the windowsill and thought that since they arrived early, everyone had taken a nap. Mistress and the others were sleeping so loudly, he thought he might as well explore the new place for now. He jumped down to the street and walked along it. He figured CL had booked this hotel. He thought they'd be fine. CL came up behind him and greeted him. She decided to go for a walk too. Tama was very scared by her unexpected appearance. She said that her monster minions were cute, but this little kitten was so adorable too. MC thought she'd caught him off guard. She looked around and said that was great, they should take a walk together. Tama thought CL was pretty scary. They reached the shore. CL apologized to him for dragging him into all this. MC thought it was okay. CL said that in theory, her kingdom should have dealt with this on its own. Tama looked at her and thought, so she's talking about submission. CL continued, but the power of this demon lord from the future was unfamiliar to them. If what Mai said was true, then it wouldn't be easy for her to fight him. MC sat next to her and thought that, according to Mai, the participants in this mission were strictly selected according to the laws of cause and effect. CL told him that he was a very smart cat. Tama didn't respond as he noticed the crab. CL said that even though Arya had already become a hero, she was still so young. Frankly, it really hurt her to have to ask Arya and the others for help, which included this. Mai said that everything would be fine, but in the worst-case scenario, MC thought she was worried about that. He jumped up next to her and started rubbing her face. He thought that he was a knight. He would definitely come in handy. CL said that was surprising. She didn't expect their little conversation to be so calming. They returned back to the inn. Arya called out to Tama. She looked out and said that's why she couldn't find him anywhere. He was with CL. CL apologized. They ran into each other on the street, so she took him for a walk. Arya said she understood. MC told her in his mind that he was back. She said she was about to lose her mind. The outskirts of the city. CL said they needed to show up. Her friends from another world. 2 dinosaurs appeared. Arya said, "Are they lizards?" Vulcan thought they were a bit big for normal lizards. T-Rex Null, T-Rex Freya. CL said that this species is called T-Rex. She tamed them just like the king. Vulcan said, "Oh, so she has a lot of them." CL said the one on the right is Null and the one on the left is Freya. She said she doesn't really understand, but they look impressive. CL said, however, their job is to help with transportation, just like the king. She summoned the carriage to which she tied them. She said that was all. Now they could go to the royal capital. Tama thought it was clear to him they would pull the car, as did the king. Everyone started to climb into the car. They were driving down the road. CL said that there seemed to be an enemy ahead. Mai told him that he needed to wait. He asked her what it was. She said that it was possible for her to show her power. Arya called her and said that it was dangerous. MC thought that the lady was worried about her. But the girl was still the daughter of the great mage. They should see how strong she was. There were many monsters ahead. They were all growling. Mai said, 7 enemies. She will take advantage of this. She needs to go forward, she said. Dark magic. 7 stars of swords of dark magic. Everyone looked at her expectantly. A white light appeared in the sky, engulfing the monsters. Cedric asked, the 7 stars of dark magic swords? Vulcan said Mai had used dark magic. Mai was delighted and laughed. She said her power was different from her father's. Cedric asked her what she meant. Mai said her father calculates the amount of mana needed himself. It's a purely magical technique. Maya's father begins creating mana. She continued, in her case, it's not a technique, but an inherited fixed form. She said that in any case, it's from the head, and, with these, he said, so be it. But it seems to him that some special attributes of dark magic, like taking the life of a defeated enemy, have remained the same. Tama thought, daughter of the great mage Mai, she used so much power, but she didn't tire at all. This is the power of dark magic. Arya spoke as expected of the daughter of the great mage. She said she wouldn't mind fighting her. Lily said she needed to stop. She said they wouldn't lose. They would try their best too. She said they were there. This was the capital of the kingdom, the city of Ur, the capital of the Erskine kingdom, Ur. Arya looked at it with a smile and said, what a beautiful city. She said there were so many flowers here. Shield took out the artifacts again. Mai asked her what the name of this flower was. Ciel replied that it was root, that it was just a beautiful flower now, but when night fell, it would glow with a dull color. Mai said she had never heard of such a flower. She wished it would get dark soon. She agreed with her. Ciel's mansion. Lily looked ahead and flew around. She thought there was a pond and flowers here. Vulcan said what an elegant garden. Arya said it was truly wonderful. Ciel thanked the king, Noel, and Freya for their work. Her tamed pets disappeared again. MC thought the king, Noel, and Freya were resting. He never thought monsters and humans could coexist so peacefully. Mary peeked out. Ciel told her she was home. Mary greeted her. Welcome back. Ciel said that Mary was her servant who constantly took care of her. Mary said she was glad to meet everyone. Vulcan said they were completely at her disposal. Mary said she would show them to their rooms. It was a room for 2. but everyone could use it for themselves. Mai said she didn't need much, she wanted to share a room with Cedric. Mai made a very sweet face. They looked awkward. Cedric hesitantly answered yes and agreed with her. He said that even though they were from different eras, they were still family and would sleep in the same room. Mai was very happy about this. Arya said he doesn't seem to be very good with women. Vulcan said maybe his fatherly love has awakened. He didn't answer. Mary said she was done. Ciel told her it was great work, she needed to rub her back. They were taking a bath. Fairy said there were so many bubbles. Mai said it smelled like flowers. Arya asked Tama if he was okay. She thanked Mary so she could rest well and prepare for tomorrow. Mary rubbed her back and said, was this enemy too much for her? Ciel said it seemed so, but with the others' help, it would work out. Mai said they should rub each other's backs. She thanked her. Arya said she felt good. She asked, isn't it too hot in here? Vulcan replied that she could cool off in an ice bath. She looked and asked, is that it? She jumped in and said it was too cold. Ciel said she was worried about something. Mary replied that she hadn't said anything. Ciel agreed with her, saying she hadn't said anything. By the way, why is she dressed? Mary said it seemed she had no choice. Ciel thanked her while rubbing her back. She said they would definitely return safe and sound. After that, they all sat at the table and ate. Then everyone went to bed. And MC sat on the window again. He thought that he couldn't sleep. After the battle with Wasago and other battles, a new power had awakened within him, but it was unclear how effective it would be against this demon lord. Name: Tama. Race: Behemoth. Innate skills: Elemental Roar. Skill absorption: Elemental Tailblade. Divine Lion Defense. Elemental Bullet. Mental Cannon. Acquired skills: Storage Poison Fang, Flight, Fireball, Icicle Spear, Iron Body, Tentacle Summoning, Endless Slime Burst, Crossbreeding, Dragon Fang, Dragon Claw. Evolutionary skills: Behemoth Second Form, Behemoth Third Form. Tama thought that it seemed like he gained a lot of experience when he defeated demons. Still, if he could choose his form, he'd have to be prepared for his identity to be revealed, forcing him to use his second form, which had far greater combat power. Morning arrived, and everyone began to board the carriage again. Mary told her to be careful. Ciel told her not to worry but to wait for their triumphant return. The Seal Labyrinth. Arya said, so, this is the labyrinth where the demon lord is sealed. Vulcan explained that it seemed like a labyrinth-like ruin, just as they'd heard. She said that although the labyrinth only had a couple of floors, monsters would appear quite frequently, most of them living armor and other B-class monsters. MC thought that in a labyrinth with the demon lord, he could indulge himself in anything. He used the Divine Lion defense skill. Ciel looked at her hands and asked if all her statuses had improved. Mai said that not only them, but also poisons, paralyzers, sleep, and resistance to various other things had also increased. Ciel said that the fact that this little elemental kitten had such an incredible skill. Mai said that he definitely deserved the title of a sacred beast. Cedric asked them, well, should they go? Is everyone ready? She replied that they were ready. The first floor of the labyrinth. She said that she had been here several times. She would go in first. Ciel looked around and said that the enemy ahead was living armor. Everyone needed to get ready. A monster in the form of a knight appeared. Living armor class B. Tama rushed to attack. She said that they should leave it to them. She was counting on him. MC thought he understood her there. He used the skill Elemental Roar. With his skill, he attacked the monsters. Ciel, surprised, said that it was amazing, easy to use, and incredibly powerful technique. Tama ran up to Arya. She thanked him. Mai said that MC's mana wasn't even used up that much. She said that Tama was in perfect shape. Arya said she could talk to her. Mai replied, what's wrong? Arya said that she just said that MC's mana hadn't decreased at all. So does that mean she can see other people's mana? Mai was very surprised and covered her mouth with her hands. Cedric said that it must be a sensitive issue related to the future. Arya apologized to her. Mai said that she should forgive her for not being able to answer. Cedric thought that was right, and his brother was just doing some research on mana. Ciel said that it must be the influence of the presence of the demon lord from the future. B-class living armor. Their numbers are growing. There are already twice as many of them, including wolves. The wolves are wearing B-plus class armor. Ciel said that it was her turn to show her power. She took off her cape and rushed to attack. Arya said, a bunny girl costume? Ciel commanded, appear. Blade Celsius. A beautiful sword appeared in her hand. With it, she dealt with the monsters. She used the skill Celsius Ring. A white light appeared in its place, and then an explosion occurred, causing the monsters to fly apart. Arya said, this is it, Ciel's power. She said it was fast, as always. He thought that the heroine of the Earthschool Kingdom, who played an active role during Ragnarok, so the heroine capable of manipulating the power of ice, that was Ciel. She said that she froze such a large area just by swiping her blade across the ground. It's incredible. Cedric said that this bluish glow is not only the ice power in the sword, he senses some kind of divine attributes. Ciel said that he was right. Everything is as he said. As expected of the brother of a great mage, he noticed everything. Tama thought he understood now. The sword's glow was proof that it contained divine attributes, meaning it wasn't just an ice blade, but a divine ice blade. Arya said, by the way, why is she wearing a bunny suit? Is that a battle suit? Ciel said it was her tribe's battle outfit. It made it much easier for her to move around. They were going down. She said, so now they were going down. Ciel said she was right. The demon lord Belphegor was sealed in the very depths of the labyrinth. Mai said there was no doubt about it. The Belphegor from the future was definitely here. He thought he could sense his presence. She said she had a bad feeling about it. Synopsis. Arya and her friends set out on a mission to destroy the new demon lord from the future. The team entered the seal labyrinth. She said it was an army of goblins. There were a large number of monsters in the room. She said that was all that mattered. And what about that thing in the center? He said it was the Goblin King. Vulcan, a skilled adventurer who wields a hammer, is taking care of Arya. Tama, who was supposed to be a knight, was instead reincarnated as a behemoth, an S-class monster, and serves as the pet knight of Arya, who saved him. The Goblin King is an A-class. MC approached her and asked in his mind, what do they need? Stella was overjoyed and asked, what is it? She wanted him to talk to her more. Tama mentally said that this was a great opportunity. They needed to show everyone the strength of their alliance. Stella said they needed to see how great she and MC were working together. They needed to demonstrate the results of their secret training. She knew what to do. Arya agreed with them. The two of them rushed to attack, jumped right into a crowd of monsters. One of the monsters said that this was a human girl. They need to catch them and imprison them. Stella used the fire missile skill. Then she quickly headed towards the goblin. He said that she was a jumpy one. She struck him with her sword, but he tried to block her attack. He thought, what the hell? Stella was smiling madly. She was striking him. Tama quickly ran up to her and thought, now it's his turn. He used the fire manipulation skill. He meowed loudly and said that he needs to do it. Stella fought the goblin. The rest of the goblins stood behind her with crazy faces. He used a water strike. MC thought, this isn't over yet. They need to get it. A magical attack in the form of a lion's head appeared behind the goblin. Stella thought that it was as expected of Tama. Thanks to him, she could focus on the enemies in front of her. Stella attacked the goblin with rapid strikes. The goblin said, how stupid. Stella covered herself with her shield. The other goblins shot at her with their bows. Many arrows flew at her. MC thought it was a waste. He used the ethereal strike skill. He thought, goblin magic? Unlike the archers, these ones survived his attack. Then he would use physical force. He used the stone strike skill. Stella pounced on the goblin and said that all that was left was to deal with one small fry. She knocked the goblin down and chopped off his head. Tama mentally said that it was excellent work. Stella mentally replied that she had been praised. The small goblins took the head of their king. Stella was a little surprised. She said it was good. They did it, figured it out. Arya said, wow, the way they combine forces, it's incredible. She didn't expect that. Vulcan said MC was using his incredible powers again. Ciel said that the ability to masterfully maneuver 4 different elements, she had never seen anything like it. Arya turned to Tama and asked why he kept hiding his superpowers from them. MC meowed in response. Stella called out to her and asked what she thought of her and Tama's teamwork. Arya said nothing. MC jumped into Fairy's arms. She told him he was awesome. Stella said it looked like they would have to postpone today's round. Arya said it looked like it. Cedric said that since they were able to incapacitate the enemy, they could rest for a while. Ciel sat there upset. Mai said Tama was so cute, she stroked him in her arms. Arya said that MC was so kind. Stella said that he was a knight, it was his duty to be so. Ciel said that she was next in line for hugs. Arya laughed and said, what a sight. Vulcan said that the daughter of the great mage and the heroine was going crazy over a kitten. Ciel and Mai couldn't let go of Tama. After they rested, they headed even deeper. Cedric thought he felt that even more danger awaited them ahead than before. Ciel looked up and saw something similar to a snake, but with 3 heads. Arya asked, is that a hydra? Hydra. S-Class. MC thought it was a Hydra. There are several S-Class monsters, and this is one of them. Arya said it was a large snake with 3 heads. Very scary. Let him not leave her, and everything will be fine. Cedric said he didn't expect to encounter such a powerful monster on their way to the Demon Lord. Could this be a prank on Belphegor? Ciel said it was entirely possible because the energy released by the Demon Lord could activate the labyrinth and the creatures within it. Tama thought that while fighting the other 4 demons he would only encounter trolls at most, meaning the Demon Lord could spawn S-Class monsters. Cedric said she should leave it to him. He called them over and said that the team members wielding sacred attributes should conserve their strength for the battle with Belphegor, so they should move forward while he stayed behind. She said that was an unnecessary measure. He picked up his sword. She said it was fine. It was Cedric. Vulcan said that then she was next in line. Mai approached Cedric and told him to be very careful. Cedric patted her head and said everything would be fine. He would handle it. The monster attacked them. They started to run, and she wished him luck. They entered the room with the cubes. Arya said it was another S-Class monster. Ciel said it was an ancient golem. It wasn't easy to deal with. An ancient golem, S-Class. Stella told them to go ahead. She wanted to fight the Demon Lord as soon as possible. But first, they needed to deal with this guy. Lily said they would defeat him and hurry to you. Fairy said they would show what they were made of now. Arya was very scared for them. MC mentally called out to her. Vulcan told her that if they went through the doors behind the golem, they would go straight to the Demon Lord. They looked at the doors, which were sealed with chains. Arya said she understood. She said they all needed to gather their strength. Well, they needed to attack. The monster, which had been sitting motionless until then, suddenly woke up and attacked them. Tama ran, thinking this magical power was incredible. She said, she wondered what all this commotion upstairs was about. But it turns out she had guests. MC thought it was the Demon Lord. Arya was terrified. The Demon Lord, Belphegor. She said, and indeed, the Demon Lord, coming from the future. Belphegor said, what's going on? Do they even know she's from the future? Has the heroine really graced her with her presence? Shiel said she had no desire to chat with her. She came to defeat her again. Belphegor said Shiel was brave. She and Julius defeated her in the last battle, but it wouldn't happen again. She got angry. She pointed flying swords at them and said they should die. Ciel used Celsius's defense skill. Arya called out to her. Angrily, she said it wouldn't help her. The swords that Belphegor threw at them pierced right through the wall that Ciel used. She said she had become even stronger since the war. Ciel used the Star family's dark magic sword skill. She spoke with a stone roar. The wall collapsed. Belphegor watched it all with interest. Ciel, Mai, and Tama, they really helped. She said it was great work. MC was in the sky. Belphegor said they were able to repel such an attack. Looks like it will be fun. A girl using strange magic? Their gazes met. Mai launched a spear of dark magic at her. Belphegor said it was a waste of effort. The spear almost reached Belphegor. There was an explosion, but she wasn't injured. Ciel asked how she could dispel such powerful dark magic so easily. Mai said that the barrier would be a problem. Belphegor said she was surprised. She didn't think anyone other than a great mage could use the attributes of dark magic. Mai didn't respond to that either. Then Belphegor continued. Although she thought this magic was only a weaker version of a great mage's spell. She said, I see. Belphegor said she saw that she understood. Mai responded positively and said that she had figured out the trick she was using to enhance her magic. She was using the power of her own sealed mana. Ciel said she understood, so she was using the enormous amount of mana her doppelganger possessed, which is why she seemed stronger than before. Belphegor said, it's amazing, right? And she could also create a barrier that neutralized all attacks. Everyone was surprised by this, and Ciel said that since that's the case, she has no choice but to use only hand-to-hand combat techniques. Mai told her to stop. Ciel said, what was she thinking? Mai took off her pendant and said that she should use this. Meanwhile, Cedric fought the snake. He said, as expected of an S-class monster. However, the characteristic of this dark attribute is absorption. He believes that now it's his turn. He attacked the lizard. He laughed, twirled the sword in his hand and said, and yet dark magic is wonderful, doesn't it think so? He pointed the sword towards the lizard. He said it looked like it couldn't defeat him at this speed. One of the heads used a breath. Cedric said, was that a numbing breath? It saved the best for last. They locked eyes, and Cedric said, well, now he knows its entire arsenal. Once he knows all the attributes the enemy possesses, all that remains is to wait for the right moment. Cedric waited for that moment and attacked the lizard. However, the lizard attacked him again. He raised his sword, and a beam of light appeared. The monster fell, exhausted. Cedric said, come on, this one should let him enjoy its wonderful voice. The golem growled. Stella pounced on it with her sword and said it was a contest of strength. She used the dragon fist skill. The golem punched her. Vulcan said it should eat it. She punched it. Stella asked angrily, does it think its strength will lose to some monster? Fairy used magic and said, like this, go. She used a thick rope. The rope wrapped around the monster's body. It growled. Stella said, great job, he should get it. Vulcan said, now, he used an ancient shield. The girls were very surprised by this. She said that 2 huge shields, they blocked their attack. Stella said that they will have to change tactics a little. She slammed her shield into the monster's shield. The force threw her back, but she slammed her shield into his shield again and again. She said that the fairies need to help everyone together, Stella. Vulcan said that she understood her. Lily answered, now. Barry said that she was attacking. Vulcan rushed to help with her hammer. Together they attacked the golem. Stella kicked him hard and smiled madly. She said that just a little more, he should get it. The golem was receiving blows more and more often. Vulcan said, what if they hit with all their might? She used the skill Vip Blanche. From her blow, the golem fell down. Lily flew to them and said that they should leave him to her. She used the skill Fairy Ballet. A white beam appeared, with which she attacked the golem. They managed to defeat him. She said that everyone tried great. She said that they did it. They made an S-class monster. Mai stood, holding out her hand with her pendant. Belphegor asked, what kind of magical artifact is this? She doesn't know what she's going to do, but attacking with mana is pointless, right? Mai said that's all. Belphegor didn't quite understand. She told the Imperial that she would borrow her power. She opened a portal, just like the Imperial had once opened for her. Belphegor thought, this is it. She's in trouble. Belphegor thought, this is not good. Belphegor used the evil Cert skill. Many swords were aimed at the guys again. Arya shouted at her not to even think. She used the Circle Blade skill. Tama used Elemental Roar. The barrier that was in front of Belphegor was reflected again, just like that. Mai shouted that they needed to move forward. She used her Atomic Breath skill. All their attacks were repelled by Belphegor's barrier. After a few attacks, the barrier finally broke. Mai looked at it but didn't answer. Belphegor asked how she did it. Her barrier of mana, nullifying any attacks. Mai said it was easy and simple. Atomic breath is a technique based on magical power, not mana. MC looked at her and wondered, what? He thought that he, his mistress, and other adventurers in this world used mana to use skills, but he'd heard there were exceptions, like great mages. Mana, skills, attack skills, magical power. Belphegor said magical power, she didn't know how to handle it. Mai smiled and said that, as expected, the power of those blood related to great mages was immeasurable. Belphegor thought, great mage? Mai told her that her barrier required a lot of time and mana, she wouldn't be able to use it again easily. Belphegor was upset. Her gaze met Ciel's. Arya said she no longer had the strength to defend herself. Tama thought they should prepare. Ciel said everyone needed to be on guard. Belphegor said it seemed she had no other choice. She would show them her other form. Form change, Arya said in surprise. She had indeed transformed. Belphegor transformed into a large winged monster. Belphegor said she hadn't used that form in a long time. Ciel used the Celsius spear skill. She launched spears at Belphegor. She laughed and said it was all in vain. Ciel said her body had become much stronger. Belphegor said that was true. When she was reborn in the future world, her dragon form and skills had evolved into those of a high dragon. MC wondered if she meant to say that Ciel's magic skills had been reset. Then he would have to attack with something other than magic. He used the elemental missile skill. She blocked his attack and then said it hurt. Tama was surprised to think that those blows weren't hurting her either. She saw her attacking. She used the circular blade skill. Belphegor dodged the attack. MC thought she had dodged Arya's attack. Belphegor shouted, she will answer for this. Arya used the Tempest Bling skill. A strong wind blew, causing Arya to retreat to a safe distance. Mai asked, is that the wind? Belphegor thought it was a girl. What was that movement? Tama thought there was nothing surprising about it. His mistress's middle name was Sacred Blade. She was an experienced warrior. Arya looked at MC. Mai said he needed to come here. She used magic and a sword appeared in her hands. She said she should get her dark magic. Belphegor was a little surprised by this. Then Mai pounced on her. Belphegor thought that was excellent. She wanted to attack Mai, but she dodged her attack and jumped high into the air. Belphegor was puzzled by this. Mai landed back down. She said she had tremendous power, however. Tama looked at her and thought she noticed. She asked if Belphegor was any good at fighting. Ciel said she had a lot of mana, but Mai said that was all. Belphegor was confused. She said she didn't want to use that technique, but it seems she had no choice. He had to appear. The Legion of Evil. Mai looked at her and said, is she serious? Arya was a little surprised. Arya asked, Belphegor can't fight? MC thought she was right. A demon lord's true strength isn't in combat skills, but in the ability to summon an entire army. They seem to be in trouble. Her power is terrifying, but they still have to hold out. Belphegor shouted to the army that they must advance. Tama leaped to the attack. MC used the skill Flame Roar. He thought he needed to kill the leader. Belphegor said it was useless. Ciel used the skill 8 Jumps, Blade Celsius. Tama thought her speed was even faster than Arya's acceleration. She used the skill Evil Cert. To defend herself, Ciel used the skill Defense Celsius. She said an army of monsters, magical attacks. It was a difficult situation. Arya told MC that it was time for them to use their trump card. Tama thought with a smile that he understood. Belphegor asked, what could their kitten do against her? MC looked at her and thought it was his turn now. Tama began to transform, and then he transformed into another form. Belphegor looked at it and thought, Sacred Beast, Flame Roar, Super Roar, an S-class monster, a behemoth in its third form. Belphegor thought, oh shit, she clearly didn't expect this. Belphegor said that then she had only one choice. She shouted that it was fitting. They needed to repel her with all their might. MC used the skill Flame Roar. Mai asked for power from her mother and father. Ciel said it was time for her trump card. They must open the gate to another world. Together, they directed their attacks at Belphegor. Mai used the skill Chaos Caliburn. Ciel used the skill Destroyer Celsius. A gate to another world appeared just above them. Belphegor shouted that they must receive it. They launched their attacks simultaneously. When their attacks met, a large explosion erupted at the site. He thought that, as expected of a demon lord, even with Arya's combined forces, they were only equal in strength. He used the skill Attribute Manipulation. Belphegor was a little confused. She saw the skill Tama above her. Ether, Flame, Stone, Water. Belphegor fell from their combined attack. Arya said they did it. Mai said she was powerless. Ciel said, that's right, they did it. MC looked at them. They heard someone laugh and turned towards the sound. They saw a figure in her normal form. She said that she was finally able to free herself, thanks to her from the future, and now she would say goodbye to everyone. Mai immediately used a black spear against her. However, Belphegor managed to dodge this attack and entered the portal. Ciel said that this couldn't be. How could she? Arya said that the Belphegor from the present was reborn. What kind of gate is this? Ciel said they were with another world. Now Belphegor was transported there. Damn. Cedric said that something bad happened. Ciel told him that the Belphegor from the future was successfully defeated, but the Belphegor from the present was reborn. She will go after her. Arya said that she is with her. Tama mentally said that he did too, of course. Ciel told them that normally, humans and animals can't pass through this barrier. Their bodies will be destroyed unless they have some special power. Belphegor, one of the 7 great demons, has moved to another world. CL said that normal humans and animals can't pass through this barrier. Their bodies will be destroyed unless they have some special power. She told MC that he needs to cast a skill boost for them. Tama mentally replied that he understood. With his skill in this form, the blessing of the divine lion. CL said that it is. Vulcan said that they need to wait. Stella replied that they are coming too. Mai said that she is with them. The center said that since his sweet niece was coming, so was he. Mai hugged him, thanked him, and said she was so glad. They would do their best. CL thanked them all and said that they need to defeat her together. Well, they should move on. They all teleported through portals to another dimension. After that, they all landed. She said it was hard. She said she felt a little sick. Arya said, "What kind of place is this? Is this a step?" They looked and simultaneously asked, "What is it?" CL said it was a plesiosaur-class monster. It seemed the teleportation was successful. She welcomed them to another world. Cedric said, "Another world. It really does exist." Arya thinks they should get out of here as soon as possible. CL said that most of the monsters here are herbivores. They won't attack if left alone. MC thought, a monster that doesn't attack people. What an interesting world. Mai said that wasn't good. She couldn't detect it in the presence of a demon. CL said, "Okay, they can go for now." She has friends in a nearby village, so they'll start by gathering information. Cedric said that's right. She knows this world, so they listen and obey her. They walked through the forest, and Arya said they were so big. Stella said she needed to be quiet. CL said that she was asking them to be on guard. She could smell blood on this monster. She said he understood. Great job. CL said that from what they saw, it was a carnivorous monster called an acrocanth. She jumped forward and said she'd deal with it. Vulcan told her to be careful. The monster noticed her and started to attack. CL dodged. The monster decided to attack her with its tail. However, CL dodged this attack, and jumping off his tail, hit him on the head with her 8 jump skill. She managed to defeat him. She looked at him and said that his name was now Natsu. She had tamed him. Tama thought she had tamed a monster, so there's peace. Mai said it was incredible. Cedric said it was impressive. CL called out to her pets and said that from now on, they would be riding these cute monsters. Her pet monsters found common ground. They mounted them and rode on. As they rode, they looked around at the sights and were amazed. Ibra Village. CL said they were there. This was Ibra Village. She said, "Could it really be her, CL?" She said that it couldn't be. "Could it really be CL?" CL replied, "Isn't it Hana?" Hana replied that it was her, right? It was her. She remembered her. Why was she here? She thought she lived in another world. CL said, "What about it? Could she take them to the village chief?" Hana answered affirmatively. CL said that there, she would tell them what exactly led to their appearance here. The village chief called her. CL said that she was glad to meet her. She called her name and said she could pass. She thanked her. The leader said that since they had come to this world, something problematic must have happened. Synapsis, Arya, and her friends had defeated Belphegor, the demon lord, but she had been transported to another world? What should they do now? CL said they were pursuing the demon lord. The leader asked, "The demon lord?" CL agreed and said she had been transported from the world she lived in to them. The leader didn't respond. CL continued that the demon lord was far more dangerous than a flock of T-Rexes, a real disaster, but they would definitely eliminate her. The leader asked, "Was she that dangerous?" Something was bothering her. CL asked if she had heard of any incidents. The leader replied that, come to think of it, the youth in the Western Valley reported a meteor shower a few hours ago. They saw one large star and many smaller ones behind it. CL replied that she understood. Given the time, the first star should be Belphegor, and the rest are them. She believed that was the case. Arya said that if that was the case, then it was time for them to go. CL agreed with her and said that there was a labyrinth in that place. If they couldn't find her in the valley, then they would go looking there. Arya answered positively. Mai said that she had listened carefully. They were going to the western labyrinths. CL told her that they needed to rest a little. The leader agreed with her, said that it would be better that way. They needed to catch their breath. CL said that they couldn't just go back to her house. They needed to set up camp outside. The leader asked, "Even the children?" CL called her. The leader said that there was no need to rush in such a hurry. She called Hana. Hana answered positively and asked CL to tell her about all her adventures. CL agreed with her. Hana asked the others if they wanted to take a bath first, or should they eat first? MC thought he liked the idea of food. She said they should take them up on their offer and take a break. They all took a bath together. Arya asked Tama, "It's good, right?" Vulcan thought it was wonderful, and Stella grabbed her and said she wanted to hug MC too. Stella's sudden grab scared Vulcan, then pretended to drown her. Fairy said she felt great, and Ciel said it was a natural hot spring. Mai wanted to bathe with Cedric, but where was he? Tama thought someone seemed to be lacking some fatherly attention. Arya said she hoped they could take down Belphegor. Ciel said she was sure they would succeed. Belphegor had just arrived, and she was still weak. Arya said she should be unable to act for a while. MC repositioned himself on her chest and thought that was it. Arya thanked them. Ciel called her. She didn't have time to finish, because Arya interrupted her and said that she can't help it. She doesn't allow anyone to touch him until they bathe. Ciel said that she wants to hug him too. Hana told them to be careful on the way. Western Valley. Ciel said that Belphegor doesn't seem to be nearby. Mai said that it's very weak, but there is a reaction to something similar to the Demon Lord. Arya asked her what the weak reaction was. Mai said that she thinks it's because Belphegor is weak due to her recent awakening, so something is preventing them from detecting her presence. Cedric said that it is, so Belphegor is inside the labyrinth. Ciel said that's most likely true. They need to move towards the labyrinth, exploring the surroundings along the way. Arya said that she is nowhere to be found. Vulcan said she thought she was really in the labyrinth. Ciel said they needed lunch. She asked Tama what he thought. MC mentally replied, "It's about to happen." They cooked food with Tama's skill and ate. While they were sitting and eating, they heard someone growling. Ciel said it was raptors. Since they ran out of the labyrinth, that meant something unusual was happening inside. Raptors. Ciel used Celsius's claw skill. She said it was time for lunch and they needed to enter the labyrinth. The Western Valley Labyrinth. Arya used acceleration. Vulcan said that was great work. Stella said she only used acceleration, she won't lose. Second floor. Ciel said there were too many monsters for the first floor. A Cybertech Rex appeared in front of them. Ciel said there were 2 Cybertechs. She asked everyone to be careful. Vulcan told Stella she was with her. The 2 of them attacked the monsters. However, their attacks had no effect. Stella asked what was wrong. Vulcan replied that it was the armor. It was shining. Ciel said they needed to be careful. They were about to release plasma breath. Vulcan asked if she could do anything about it. Stella was surprised and asked if a shield would even help. Ciel said they were about to breathe plasma. Fairy said she wouldn't let them. He asked if they should run to them from behind. She said that was a good idea. Fairy used her skill, Branch Whip. Lily used the Fairy Bullet skill. Vulcan said it was a very good support. Stella said they were simply great. With their support, they managed to defeat the monsters. Stella said they did it. MC thought Lily and Fairy had grown. Third floor. Cedric asked her what happened. Mai replied that she felt like Belphegor was getting further and further away from them. Ciel said that this was the bottom floor of the labyrinth, so why was she moving away from them? Vulcan said that they just needed to move forward. Maybe they would learn something there. Ciel said she was right, and here are the enemies. A Scorpiodon, a Cybertech Chimera. That's a problem. Arya asked what exactly the problem was. Ciel replied that these monsters sting with deadly poison. They all needed to be careful. Arya told Tama that she was counting on him. MC rushed to attack and told her that he wouldn't let her down. He used the skill Divine Protection of the Lion King. Ciel said how powerful it was. She knew it was a great skill. Arya said she'd deal with the one on the left. Ciel used the skill Celsius Nail. A white light appeared, blocking Scorpiodon's path. Ciel said it cut off the frozen body part. She expected nothing less from an A-rank monster. She jumped up and headed straight for the monster. Tama said he wouldn't let him. He ran forward and used the skill Water Balloons. Arya told him he did well. She landed right in front of the monster and then used the skill, putting herself at a safe distance. Ciel said she handled the A-rank monster well, even though it was her first time fighting him. Arya called out to her. MC thought his Arya senses were truly on a whole new level now. She fought so well against an opponent she'd never seen before. They returned back. Mai said she thought she understood. Ciel said, so that's why. There was a high wall in front of them. Cedric said that Belphegor felt further and further away from them because she left the labyrinth through this hole. Vulcan said that they shouldn't give up yet. Arya said that they need to move on. Stella agreed with her. Arya said, but how can they do that? Fairy used her abilities, and a huge plant grew from the ground, climbing upward. Cedric was on this plant too. He told her that it was dangerous, she needed to climb slowly. Vulcan said that they could do it. Arya agreed with her. Stella said that Fairy was so wonderful. They all rose with the help of this plant. And then they found themselves at the top. Mai said that she couldn't feel her at all anymore. Ciel said that there was another way to find her. A little further from here in a village called Holo. This is the central place where all roads converge, where they can get any information. Cedric agreed with her and said that they should follow her. After all, they knew nothing about this world. Ciel said it was settled then. They should go. She wanted to say it, but the sun was already setting. They should set up camp here. They lit a fire and set up camp. Arya petted Tama and said that they had come a long way together. Tama said that was true. So much had happened. She said it was true. He thought they couldn't defeat Belphegor. MC told her that no matter what, he would protect her. Arya said he really was that good. And then she kissed him. Stella saw this and was very surprised. Then she sighed sadly and looked away. Morning came. Cedric said he wasn't feeling well. Mai was afraid for him. Mai fearfully asked him what was wrong. He told her not to approach him. Cedric apologized to Ciel for having such a poor physical constitution. Ciel said it was a curse. Was he really that bad with women? Early in the morning, Cedric was walking in the forest and said everything seemed fine. Suddenly he saw the girls swimming in the pond. He couldn't stand it and threw up. Mai said it was rude. Cedric said he should pull himself together. Mai said she was worried about his future. Vulcan said they had to go now. Stella said she didn't really understand what had happened, but they could trust them to guard him. They would go to the village of Holo that Ciel had mentioned, and Cedric should rest a bit on the way. The map indicated Ibra village, a valley, a labyrinth, a camp, and then to the village of Holo. They all set off. Suddenly, Ciel noticed something and said that everyone should be careful. Large, bird-like monsters were flying in the sky. A pterosaur-like monster, Ptera, rank unknown. Arya asked, what are they? Ciel said that these were Pteras, monsters similar to pterosaurs. They were carnivores. They swooped down to attack them. However, as soon as she protected everyone, the monsters hit her shield. Arya asked her if these monsters could be tamed. Ciel said that they could, but there was no point in it, since they were flying creatures, so they couldn't ride them. Ciel agreed and said that she would tame these pteras. She asked that they not kill them. Mai said that they should leave everything to her. Mei shouted, "Take it!" She used the dark bullet skill. Her attack caused the monsters to fall from the sky. They ended up on the ground. Ciel approached them, opened the bottle, and then splashed the entire contents on them. Tama used the Lion King's divine protection. Vulcan said that she understood now, so that's what it was. Lily asked what it meant. Stella asked what Arya and Tama were doing. Mai replied that it was true. Cedric asked if it was a blessing to protect them from the long hours of being in the air. Ciel said she had never ridden a Ptera before, but they should try. Stella said it looked like it would be fun. They all climbed onto the monsters. Then they took off, and Mai said it was her first time flying in the sky. She was very happy and said it was great. Cedric said he finally regained his composure. After a while, they were flying over a village. Someone asked where this group of Pteras came from. He said, but they didn't seem to be planning to attack. Ciel said they should land behind the village and then they would go there on foot. They began to slowly descend. The boy noticed that there were people there. They landed and decided to feed their monsters. MC shook himself and thought that Hollow Village looked more like a city. Stella said she had fun riding. Vulcan laughed and said that now they could go anywhere on Terra. Ciel said that now they needed to go inside. They would explain the situation to the village chief. Hollow Village. As they walked through the village, he asked, "Isn't that it?" He continued, "Could that really be Mrs. Ciel?" Arya looked at her. The villagers were surprised. She said that it really was Mrs. Ciel. She said that he was right. She said how long it had been since she had visited. Arya said that everyone had such beautiful necklaces. Ciel said that the Holo tribe worshipped 6 spirits. The necklace was proof of this. Vulcan asked with interest, "Spirits?" Ciel continued that in this world there are higher beings with special powers. Everyone calls them spirits. The Holo tribe worships 6 of them. Vulcan asked, 6? She said, "What do you mean there are other spirits?" Ciel replied that the Holo tribe worships the spirits of fire, water, wind, earth, ice, and light, the 6 pillars. There's also another pillar, the spirit of thunder. The fire spirit is Ifrit, the water spirit is Undine, the light spirit is Firefly, the wind spirit is Sylph, the ice spirit is Celsius, and the earth spirit is Gnome. The thunder spirit is Lightning. Arya said she now understands, so the 7th pillar is the thunder spirit. But why doesn't the Holo tribe worship it? Ciel explained that it's because in the past, there was a great war between the 6 spirits and lightning, the spirit of thunder, which involved the human race. The Holo tribe fought on the side of the 6 spirits, and the Elbor tribe on the side of lightning. After the battle, the spirit was sealed in a shrine, and only the Elbor tribe continues to worship it. Arya said it was a little different, but very similar to their 6 great demon lords and Supreme Lord Beelzebub. Cedric said, and the ice power she uses. Ciel turned and said, so he noticed, as he guessed, it was a blessing from Celsius. Cedric said that receiving the blessing of the spirit of this world must have been very difficult. Ciel said that she would share this story with them someday. MC thought that it looked like they had arrived. The guard glared at them. Ciel glared back. He saw her and asked, "Is it her?" Ciel answered positively and asked if she could meet the village chief. The guard answered positively and said that she needed to wait a little. MC thought, the chief of a town village? I wonder what kind of person he is. She apologized for the wait and said that the chief was ready to see them. She thought, are these office hours finally over? The chief said they hadn't seen each other in a while. Ciel said she welcomed her. She had become even more beautiful. Mine said she was still the same. She asked them to make themselves comfortable. Tama looked at her with interest and wondered, is this the village chief? Ciel said that, in truth, something unpleasant had been brought from their world to this one. This unpleasantness was called the Demon Lord Belphegor. The chief asked, a demon lord? Ciel answered positively, saying it was an entity comparable to the spirit of thunder. They were pursuing her, and she wanted to ask for their help. Mine said she understood. First, they needed to investigate everything related to the demon lord's appearance. Ciel thanked her. Mine said they were probably tired from the long journey. They needed to rest today. Arya said, lying on the bed, that she felt like she was in heaven. She hadn't relaxed like this in a long time. MC played with her hair. She practiced her kicks. Tama thought that it really was such a wonderful, peaceful time. Mai asked Cedric where he was going. Cedric replied that he was going to explore the surroundings. Vulcan said that they should look for her in the workshop. Arya picked up MC and said that days like these aren't so bad, right? Tama meowed back and thought that was true. Not bad at all. A week later, she said that it was boring as hell. She wanted to fight someone already. She said she had a bad feeling about this. Cedric said that it was strange that the demon lord was so passive. The village chief called Ciel. Ciel asked her if she found anything. The chief shook her head and said, by the way, the festivities on the lake shore start today. Ciel, upset, replied that she understood. Then, when they all heard about the event, they all looked at the chief with attention. On the beach, she jumped into the sea with all her might. Mai said that she hadn't played in the water for so long. Lily said that it was fun. Fairy said that it was time for a water fight. Stella surfaced past them and jumped back into the water, splashing them. Mai said that was powerful. Lily said that it was Stella. She said that she felt very good. Vulcan said that the light was very pleasant. They opened their umbrellas to hide from the sun's rays. Ciel said she wants to hold MC too. Arya replied that she would never give it to her. Today she would charm Tama with her swimsuit. MC didn't show interest. He thought he no longer knew where to look. Arya said, she's doing the right thing, right? She was squeezing MC between her breasts. Ciel pressed herself close to her. Arya asked her, this won't last for very long, will it? Ciel said, but just a little while. Okay? Arya called her. Ciel said that she could feel how warm Tama was. MC was trying to crawl out at this time. He thought there was only one way to endure this. He started counting 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31. After that, Tama was sitting on the beach while everyone else was in the water. MC kept counting all this time. He thought that everything was fine, but what would happen next? For example, in any case, this change in temperature was good for all of them. At this time, Cedric was walking in the forest and said that the only thing better than mountains was mountains. Arya asked her where she was going so early. Ciel said that she was making her worry, right? She wanted to go with her? Arya asked where. Ciel said she was going to a memorial place. They were approaching a tunnel. Ciel said they needed to go there. When they entered, Arya kept looking. She said what it was. Suddenly, she became scared and said it was just a statue. Tama thought, what is this memorial place of Ciel? He was shocked. Arya asked her, what is this? Ciel said, this was a summoning gate. When this world faced danger, it would forcibly summon a hero. She mustn't misunderstand. She's grateful she was once summoned here. Here, she made a pact with the spirit Celsius and gained power. MC thought it was only natural to expect a hero of such magnitude. She'd suddenly found herself in a foreign world and been forced to fight, but she'd overcome everything. And even after returning to her own world, she defeated and sealed the Demon Lord. Ciel told her that if she used this altar, she could return home whenever she wanted. Arya asked, surprised. Tama was also terrified, then jumped onto her shoulder. He thought that if she wanted to return home, now was the time. Perhaps she wanted to tell them. Arya told her that she admired Alicia's holy sword, which was why she'd become an adventurer. And she'd achieved this by having Alicia recognize her as a warrior. She won't run from a fight waged to protect people. Ciel said she had a noble heart. She stroked her head and said MC was a fine knight too. She told him to protect Arya. Ciel said that was a good answer. He was cute. Arya asked her if she had been stroking him too long. One of the villages had been destroyed. The village chief said that the village was located on the border of their territory. According to the survivors, the attackers were from the Elbor tribe. She said they had said that the Elbor warriors held blades that were illuminated by the dark light of purple lightning. Tama thought that this was the village, or rather what was left of it. Ciel told them to be careful. Mai said there was a faint presence of Belphegor. Ciel said that to keep them safe, she would check if there were any spirits nearby. Suddenly, she cried out in a very frightened voice, no. Lightning flashed across the sky. She said it was probably a presence. She said there was something there. Ciel said something was wrong. They were indeed from the Elbor tribe, but MC thought things were bad for them. These people were protected by the spirit of thunder and Belphegor. She said it was hard to imagine anything worse. Hollow Village was right down the road. She said that not only had the Demon Lord appeared in their world, but perhaps the spirit of thunder had also been reborn. Ciel said Belphegor had probably combined her power with the power of lightning. Also, with the summoning gate, Belphegor could summon minions and strengthen her army. Mine said she led the Elbor tribe and was now heading their way, right? But why would she do that? Thomas said he thought he understood. Right, that was it. Belphegor's goal was most likely to invade this world. Arya shouted that they needed to fight and defeat Belphegor immediately. Ciel said the Elbor tribe, now ruled by Belphegor, numbered at least 1,000 warriors. Cedric said not only that, but apparently they could be here in a day, whereas a regular army would need a week. Arya said, but to fight in the village. Mine apologized. She said she ordered those who couldn't hold a weapon to leave the village. Ciel didn't need to worry about them. And Ciel didn't listen. Mine called her. Ciel told her that no matter how much she thought about it, the conclusion remained the same. Now they couldn't fight Belphegor's army, which had gained the power of spirit. MC thought she was right. Her army's strength was enormous. Ciel said, however, there was still hope. She told Arya that she had the innate potential to obtain a divine attribute, and Tama, he can use the attributes of fire, water, wind, and earth, right? Mine asked her if she was really talking about this girl and her cat. Ciel said they were heroes and had no other choice. She turned to them and said she wanted them to go to the Temple of Trials and make a pact with 5 spirits. If they succeeded, they might defeat Belphegor. However, they might lose their lives there. Arya said that if they did make a pact with the spirits, then they would forever end Belphegor's ambitions. Ciel asked if the idea really didn't frighten them at all. Arya said they would go immediately. MC thought they could overcome all the trials together. Ciel said the Temple of Trials was in the northeast. She would take them there. Mine said they would be ready to face the Elbor tribe and the demon Belphegor, but their return was eagerly awaited. Lily said they shouldn't worry. Everything will be fine. Vulcan told her to be careful and for MC to take care of her. Stella said she believed in them. Fairy said she was praying for their well-being. Mai told them to try their best. Cedric said that together they overcame everything. He believed in it. CL said that she asked them to be sure to come back. Only those who strive to form an alliance with the spirit will be able to pass the test. Arya said she wondered if it was too hot down there. She asked Tama to be careful. MC walked to the cliff and looked down. He used the skill Divine Protection of the Lion King. Arya thanked him. They heard a voice. No matter what their skills, they were powerless in this labyrinth. Arya noticed something, then turned around and asked what. They saw a girl. Arya asked who was there. Tama mentally said that this girl was not as simple as she seemed at first glance. The girl said she was the temple's priestess, the guardian of balance, capable of taming the fury of the 6 great spirits. Arya greeted her and said her name was Arya, and this little one was MC. They had come to this temple to forge a contract with the spirits. The priestess replied that she knew this, that this labyrinth was woven from the 5 powerful elements: fire, water, wind, earth, and light, and they would have to overcome them all. However, the secret gift of this kitten would reduce their power to nothing. Therefore, first, they would fight her. She said that each of them would have their own opponent. This is the first step for those who wish to unite their destiny with the spirit. Are they ready to accept their destiny? Well then, the battle ceremony begins. A bright light appeared, and Arya asked, "Where is it?" The priestess said that they would begin without delay. Arya agreed with her, saying she was ready. The priestess used the accelerator skill. A glowing sword appeared in her hands, and she said that they should begin now. Tama thought that was exactly what he wanted. Arya used the Sacred Blade of Destiny skill. She lunged at the priestess like this, but she looked into her eyes, but her face was emotionless. MC used the cruise missile skill and also jumped to attack the priestess. However, she quickly and dexterously dodged his attack. Tama was very surprised by this. The next second, the priestess was already attacking him. She said that this is how he should take this blow. It looks so fluffy and sweet. He needs to come here. Her sword burst into flames. MC was very surprised and frightened by this. She used the Storm Gate skill. Arya said that she had never encountered anything like this before. The priestess did not respond to her. Tama thought that this sword had an elemental attribute. Who would doubt it? He used the Ice Bullets skill. He jumped to attack. The priestess said his flying skill was interesting. The next second, she dodged his bullets. MC thought she was manipulating attributes at will. During the battle, Tama thought, wow, that's powerful. This sword must be linked to the power of spirits. And so far, she's only used 2 elements. No, with him, he can do it. She used the accelerator skill again. She said they need to open the elemental gates. MC transformed into his second form. Behemoth, Awakening, second form. The priestess was very surprised by this, but clearly didn't expect this. Tama thought that if the fiery howl had no effect, then he was using all 4 elements and elemental bullets and elemental weapons. He tried to attack the priestess again. She said they would begin in earnest now. The priestess said she was serious. MC thought he was wielding cannons and projectiles of various destructive attributes with frightening ease. But how long could he endure this? And MC had no effect on her at all. He thought, this can't be happening, damn, he's lost all his strength. He turned back into a normal cat. Then he used the fire attribute skill, Tail Sword. He thought, fortunately, he could use his tail, and now he should go on the attack. Arya and Tama prepared to attack, but life told them they had passed. MC was very surprised. He jumped up to Arya and said he hoped she was okay. Arya told him he was unharmed. She kissed him and told her what was going on. The priestess said that even when his strength left him, he still didn't give up and fought back. This trial isn't about strength, but courage. Arya fell to her knees. Tama mentally said that he thought Arya had also given it her all, and even more so, truly, she was magnificent. Arya apologized to her and asked if she could ask one question. If she had such power, could she stop the war in the outside world? The priestess replied that she was merely a mental form created by the people of this world. Her only role was to calm the spirits, and therefore she was not allowed to go beyond this temple. MC thought mentally, a mental form. It became clear to him, and if she had no embodiment, then the attacks would be ineffective. And if the priestess had not approved them, what then? Life said, well, they need to begin the contract ritual. Arya stood up and told her that this was it. The priestess agreed with her, saying that these were spirits. The priestess directed the spirits to Tama. Arya said that this was the spirit of light, Firefly. The priestess said that they needed to use the spirit's power wisely. MC thought the fire spirit Ifrit, the water spirit Undyne, the wind spirit Sylph, the earth spirit Gnome. Is the deal complete? CL told her that the hour has come. Mine said it was. Stella said a great battle was coming. Her blood was already boiling. Fairy told her she couldn't lose. She couldn't. Lily said they would hold out until Arya and Tama returned. Vulcan said they now had to fight the inhabitants of another world. Mai said it wasn't that simple. An army from another tribe stood before them. She shouted to her that the Elbor tribe was preparing to attack. They would fight back. They needed to advance. They needed to charge. She ordered the archers to support them. The archers pointed their weapons at the enemy. He said the enemies were attacking. They needed to unleash the power of the Thunderblade. A large number of arrows flew through the enemy sky. Mine asked, what? The mage squad. They need to move forward. Stella braced herself for battle. There was a huge explosion, and Stella said she understood. Vulcan called her. She used the fairy tear skill. She used the dragon tier fly fishing. He said they dared to insult the great thunder spirit, then let the monster squad destroy them. Ciel saw 2 monsters appear in their path. She clearly wasn't ready for anything. Ciel said that only cowards use monsters in battle. Meanwhile, the enemy army is attacking. Ciel froze the monsters and said she was very sorry, but she would free them when it was over. She looked at the other tribe and saw them rushing towards her. She reacted quickly and used the skill Celsius Circle. This froze all the enemies, but as she passed them, she heard a cracking sound, and the next second she saw them escape her ice trap. She jumped back and said their swords were nothing but trouble. Their swords glowed as if they contained lightning. He said they'd broken the enemy line and they needed to unleash the power of their thunder swords simultaneously. Ciel quickly used the Celsius defense skill. Cedric used the dark magic release skill. He raised his sword and a white light emanated from it. He said he would now return it to them. He attacked them with a powerful blow. Stella said they needed to eat it. Vulcan, at the moment of attack, said she would crush them. They rushed forward, shouting something as they did so. They were trying to hold back the Elbor tribe's army. He needed to ignite the tension of evil. Ciel used the Celsius defense skill. An ice wall appeared, shielding them from the arrow attack. The force of the blow caused the wall to crack. Mai noticed something and said that she had finally appeared. She said the power the Thunder Spirit possesses is truly unique. They turned and he said that it was the Great Saint. He said the Great Saint was with them on the front lines. He said that then they would win. Ciel said that she was the Saint, so that's how it was. The Saint said that they needed to listen to her. Her goal was their summoning gate. They needed to abandon it, and then they would live. Mai used the Black Javelin skill and said that they would never do that. Cedric jumped in front of Mai. The Saint said that she didn't even have to try. It was the Spirit Blade of Voltia, the embodiment of the fury of lightning. Even advanced mastery could turn to nothing. Cedric said that then, what if it was a physical attack? After these words, he rushed at her. He said that they needed to protect the Great Saint. The Saint told them that they needed to retreat. He needed to ignite the tension of evil. What he noticed, the next second he took a blow. Mai was afraid for him and called out to him. He said that it was enormous energy. The Saint said that now it was her turn. She said he needed to ignite the power of evil. Ciel used the new defense, Celsius. Mai used the dark repulsion skill. Saint said, here comes another one. She said again, he needs to ignite the power of evil. Something rained down from the sky. She noticed something and looked up. At that moment, Arya and Tama arrived. Stella happily said they were here. Vulcan said they'd been waiting for them. Fairy called out to them. Lily said she knew they'd make it. Arya used the Starlight Blade skill. She rushed at him like that. Saint was very surprised. Arya was able to land a hit on her. He said it was impossible. He said the Great Saint was injured. He called her and said they had to save her. Mai called them. Ciel said it looked like they had passed the test successfully. Cedric said those two were amazing. Arya said she was going to evolve. The Saint was warding off pain. She couldn't get up. He called her. She said how dare they? She said they would try their best. Tama agreed with her. Then he flew up. The Saint followed them and said he needed to ignite the tension of evil. She said she needed to form a defensive formation. He used the Lion King's divine protection skill. Celsius used the defense skill and said Arya and MC had to deal with Belphegor, and they would destroy the Elbor tribe. Then Ciel jumped to attack them. Everyone hurried after her. They fought with all their might. Tama used the skill Ifrit's cruise missile. His attack aimed straight at the Saint. The Saint said it was impossible for him. Arya told him they needed to go for the decisive attack. The Saint was almost defeated. MC thought, what about breath? Then he'll do the same. Tama used the skill Ifrit's howling song. The Saint used the skill Ignite, Voltage of Evil. Arya swung and used the skill Starlight Excalibur. The Saint was very scared by her attack. MC thought she had no escape now. The Saint replied in the negative and said, not this time. Tama used the skills Controlled Attribute Weapon, Ifrit's Spark, Undyne's Drop, Sylph's Breath, and Dwarf's Fragment. The Saint said that this couldn't be her entire plan to conquer this world. She didn't have time to finish as MC completely defeated her. The Hollow tribe was overjoyed and said they won. She said that now they need to go down to the ground. Hollow Village. Mine said that now they all need to celebrate their victory together. She said how many snacks there are. She said that she doesn't know what to eat first. Stella said how much delicious meat there is. Mai poured Cedric a drink. He thanked her. Vulcan said that they were so amazing. Ciel said that it was true. She expected that they would be able to fight Belphegor on equal terms after making a contract, but she never imagined that they would defeat her. Arya told Tama that they were praised. MC was so happy that he was beaming with happiness. She thanked them for returning safely. She called her. Everyone happily celebrated. Tama thought they'd defeated the Demon Lord, and the two Thunders had vanished with her, closing the deal. Arya asked her, what? Mine asked, can she go next? They lined up again to pet MC. He thought they couldn't do that. He told her she should wait. Well, there you go. Basically a sandwich. In the morning, entering the summoning gate, she said she sensed a mysterious power. Ciel said, well then, they should go home. Mine thanked them all. She doesn't even know how to thank them. Ciel told her that they should thank all her people. She thanked her for fighting side by side. She responded positively. Ciel said that if the opportunity arose, they should meet again. Mine said she thought such a chance would definitely arise. She activated the summoning gate. They returned to their world. Arya said it was the same place. She said they had returned home. Arya asked what was wrong. Ciel said it was strange. The crystal that sealed Belphegor was gone. Well, there was no point in thinking about it now. They needed to get out of here first. Arya stretched and said that the air of their world, how nice it was to breathe it again. Cedric asked her if she was leaving. Mai replied that it was time for her to say goodbye. Stella asked if that was true. She told her it had been so much fun traveling with her. She said she was sad to say goodbye. Mai said everything was fine. She was sure they would definitely meet again. CL told her that if it weren't for her, this world would most likely have perished. She really did save them. She thanked her for her help. MC thought that looking back, it could be said that it all started with those two, the journey and defeating the demon lords. Mai petted Tama and said that he should be healthy. Vulcan ran up to her and said that she wondered how she traveled through time. Mai said that she was better off not knowing. She thanked them. Cedric waved at her and said that he would miss her. Mai said goodbye to everyone. Before disappearing, she told Cedric that she loved him. Arya called out to him. Vulcan told him that it was time for him to take responsibility. He said that, come to think of it, Mai and Imperial were going to have a child soon. He thought he would name it Seal's estate. The next day, Seal thanked them all. Stella said it was fun. Vulcan thanked her for collecting so many rare materials. Seal said they had become so strong, but this power could drag them into a major war in the future. However, she believed that the two of them would never lose. She thanked her. MC mentally said that he would protect her. She said that was good. Then everyone should go home. Labyrinth City, Ruin, Shopping District. Tama thought that spending time not in idleness was not so bad. She said there were so many shops here. Stella said that she should be careful, it was easy to get lost. She said the wind was pleasant here. He asked, isn't it the Midsummer Festival in Ryudo now? He replied that it was already time. He would like to go there, but the cost of the flight is high. Ryudo is far away. She called her. She asked her what this midsummer festival is. Arya answered that Ryudo is the country ruled by the Ogre Queen. MC thought he'd never been there either. She continued that every year they hold a big celebration called the Midsummer Festival. Stella asked, what's a festival? Do they have good food there? She called out and told her not to say she meant apples. Arya said that, simply put, a festival is a place where there's a lot of singing, dancing, delicious food, events, and total fun. She paid for the apples and said she was sorry, so sorry. She asked her, she didn't pay for them, right? She said, Midsummer Festival, a festival. She said it sounded fun. Arya agreed with them and said they do nothing but fight non-stop. This trip would only benefit them. They could board a ship to Ryudo in a week. Tama thought a trip to Ryudo is an island nation populated mainly by a people called ogres, who say they are descended from races that came from another world called Earth. Apparently, the influence of the ancestors on the culture remains very strong. He thinks that the Midsummer Festival, or this, also comes from one large festival celebrated on Earth. Some of Earth's technologies were once known in Ryudo, but now they are mostly lost. Their capital, full of technological advances, was moved to another location centuries later. She said that MC is also interested in this festival. They should all go there together. She said they should go to Ryudo. Tama thought he would follow her wherever she went. Labyrinth City, Ruin. She asked, do they want to go to the festival? That's wonderful. Can she come with them? Arya answered yes and said if she's not busy. She said, then it's decided. Arya said she'd book a boat ticket for her too. And when would be a good time to leave? Vulcan replied that next week would be perfect. She'd have time to finish all the work she'd been asked to do at the forge. They both simultaneously shared how much they were looking forward to their journey. Arya said they needed to tell Anya they'd be taking a break from adventuring. MC wondered why. He mentally told her she was free to do as she pleased. Labyrinth City, Ruin, the Guild. Tama thought they hadn't seen each other in a while. Arnold said that going to the summer festival in Ryudo sounded so wonderful. Arya asked him if he wanted to go with them. Arnold replied that going with her and the others sounded like music to his ears. Although, maybe he should ask Cedric? Arya said that later, when he agreed, they should buy boat tickets together. Arnold laughed and said that he would love to travel with them. Arya's house. She said that she would love to visit there. She said that we have more food there than she ever dreamed of. Arya said that they should enjoy this time to the fullest too. The day of departure to Ryudo, she wished them good morning. She did this in response. Arnold wished them all good morning. Cedric thanked them for inviting him on this trip. He hadn't been on vacation for so long, so he was looking forward to it. Vulcan said that the two of them were so cute today. He told her not to tease them. Arya said that they were so beautiful. She said that's right, they look perfect together. She asked MC if he thought so too. Vulcan said that here's their ship. Arya said that they were sailing soon. Vulcan said that they need to get on board quickly. She looked and was surprised by this. Tama looked at the ship and said that it was big. It must be safe. They climbed on board. Everyone was very surprised as it was very beautiful there. MC mentally said that this trip would be a wonderful opportunity to relax. He thought that he was going to take full advantage of it. The 5th day of sailing. He said that he needed to look over there. He turned around and asked what was there. He looked through the telescope and said that it was a distress signal. He asked, a shipwreck? Tama jumped onto the railing and thought, what is going on? He shouted that it was a pirate ship. The ship is under attack by pirates. He asked the captain, what should they do? The captain thought for a moment and said that they cannot endanger the passengers. But Arya approached him and said that she could help them. He looked at her and asked, Did she really want this? Arya answered positively and said that MC can use the powers of the sacred beast. She agreed and said that she and Tama would figure everything out. The captain and his mate were very surprised by this. Arya asked him to keep a safe distance and not approach the pirate ship. Vulcan said to leave everything to them. Stella said she wanted to have fun too, and he said they were giving up. He asked them to spare them.